Well, hello, everyone. Greetings to everyone. Welcome. Today is Thursday, March 7th. The time is 6:07, and this is the regular meeting of the Leander City Council. I'm going to ask Pastor Ray Altman with the United Methodist Church to come forward and give our invocation. Following the invocation, please remain standing for the pledges of allegiance. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Let us pray. Loving God, tonight we thank you for this city of Leander in which we live. There is so much promise, so much possibility, so much that we dream of for this city. And we know, oh God, that you are the God of nations. You are the God who cares about our cities. You're the God who cares for all people. And so I thank you for everybody here. I thank you for our council. I pray for them. I ask that you'd give them wisdom and guidance and courage and humility and patience and compassion. And I pray for everyone gathered here because everyone in this room cares so deeply about Leander and its people and its future. Remind us tonight, we pray, as we go about all the business that is before us, that you care about this city and its people even more than we do. That you are a God who so desires for a bright and wonderful future for all people. And so help us to know that we, above all, are desiring your will. We are desiring, oh God, that you would be one to guide us into a future that is so good. And so thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for the presence of your Holy Spirit. Guide us, we pray. Lead us. We know that your love is here. In Christ's name, amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas flag? Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Pastor Altman. Appreciate it. All right, Ms. Crabtree, if we could get a roll call.
Councilmember Andrea Navarrete.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Michelle Stevenson.
Here.
Councilmember Shannon Shepherd.
Here.
Councilmember Christine Sederquist.
Here.
Councilmember Jeff Seiler.
Here.
Councilmember Marcy Cannon.
Here.
Mayor Troy Hill.
Present. We do have a quorum. We can do business. At this time, we're going to move to item 3, citizen comments. Everyone has 3 minutes to speak. I do have 2 people signed up. So when you come forward, give your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes. I have Charlie Williamson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council, City Manager, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm not speaking tonight on anything on the agenda. I have become aware that the city is funding a new senior citizens facility. I haven't broke ground. I drove by the plot this afternoon on the way in here to find my way. I have chatted with the leader of the current senior citizens facility, who informs me that the Travis County is not under their umbrella. So I went and Googled the map and found that about 25% of the city is in the Travis County. The gal that I talked to, and this is hearsay now, please, not factual representation, that they're lined up to be the current or to the new operator of the center once it's created. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I think that provision should be made, given to the 25% of the community is in the city limits. You know, I didn't give my address, did I? I beg your pardon. You know, when you get to be 88, you kind of forget things. I'm at 1717 Buffalo Thunder in the Highlands area of Crystal Park. To continue, I think that provision should be made And there's plenty of times that you haven't broke ground to get the Travis County residents under that umbrella. That's all I got to say. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you, sir. Sharon Blythe.
My name is Sharon Blythe. I live at 9206 Brigadoon Cove, Austin, Texas. I'm here tonight because I'm interested in Leander, because I don't want Leander to become like Austin. Austin's a mess. It has developers developing over anything they can get their hands on, particularly historic properties such as city cemeteries and anything else they want to sell to developers. And that's just wrong. There's got to be a preservation mentality in a community for it to look back on its past and look forward to its future. They have a saying in Austin, don't California my Austin. Well, don't Austin your Leander. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill Pohl.
Good evening, Mayor, council people, and staff. I have a request that in your development process, would it be possible to do like other cities, where in the 5 basic development processes, you can run them contemporarily at the same time? You don't allow that. You have to do your first one, get it complete, second one, get it complete, third one, get it complete, fourth one, get it complete, fifth one, get it complete. Best example is you make an application for a preliminary plat. You get comments back. You may not apply for the final plat until the preliminary plat is approved. Well, if the developer wants to take that risk of spending the money to do that, to start with a site development permit, or why won't you let him do that? That's one reason you're so clogged up and it takes so long to get finished. Thank you for your time.
I don't have anybody else signed up. Would anybody else like to speak about something not on the agenda tonight? Not on the agenda? Okay. All right. At this time, we're going to move to item 4, recognitions, proclamations, and visitors. I do have one certificate of recognition. This is by the Texas Municipal League. This is for completing 42 hours of continuing education, so I'd like to recognize Councilmember Sederquist for her training and ongoing commitment to excellence. Thank you very much. All right. This time we'll move to staff reports. Mr. Cagle.
Yes, sir, Mayor and Council. I'll be brief, but for those of you who haven't seen this before, if you'll look to the left, you can see January, and we have 5 years of data. These are single-family residential permits, so these are new homes that we've permitted in the city of Leander. So when you go to February, that's our most recent data. You can see the yellow line there, and we've recently started splitting that into 2 pieces. But you can see that February 19, we issued 116 single-family permits, and last year we issued 83, which is 39% over last year. And then year-to-date for the first 2 months of the year, you can see that we're almost 49%. But if we were to add in the permits that we issued in our ETJ, which means that's the extraterritorial jurisdiction, it's an area not in the city limits, but could be someday and won't be in anyone else's city limits. You put that together, and year to date, we're 61% ahead of where we were last year. So 2019 is starting off with a big bang, and we'll see the next month, our next meeting in the sales tax report, you'll see something similar, some big numbers. So we're very busy. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Could we start maybe getting a graph on multifamily too?
Yes,
so
sir.
That, I mean, you think about the population growth, and it's kind of interesting to see year to year how much pure population growth we're having. These are great.
Yep.
Off to a great start.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to get a report from our engineering department, Mr. Wayne Watts.
Mayor, Council. Currently, the engineering department has over 20 plan sets for public improvements under review, and those plan sets are Arroyo Roble, Avon Ridge, Journey Parkway Hybrid Pedestrian Beacon, Crystal Springs, Section 1, Phase 2, and Phase 1 and Phase 2, and the Phase 2 condos. There were several different sections of Treviso which are lengthy and numerous. Leander 61, Phase 1, Bryson, different phases in Bryson. I believe are in Phase 11 now. Deerbrook, their second phase is well underway. Their third phase is under review. Leander Commercial, Valley Vista East, Phase 2, Marbella, Phase 3, Blessed Crystal Falls, Phase 3, Fairways, Section 2, Phase 4, Bar W Ranch, Phase 2, Crystal Mesa Cove, and Palmetto Ridge 6. The department also has 38 projects under construction that we're monitoring and inspecting the construction on. I think I'll spare you from reading all 38 of those unless you would like to hear them. So, in addition to that, we have over 24 plan sets under review for site development projects. Presidential Boat and RV, Lively Brush Clearing, Leander Junction, the Prep School, Lakeline, Baghdad Gas Station, Austin Filter Systems, Treviso Tennis Courts, 603 Crystal Falls Medical Center, various and sundry AT&T, Grande, and PEC dry utility permits for installation of dry utilities in our right-of-way, Arroyo Roble Townhouses, Tylerville Commercial Floodplain Development, Hazelwood Commons, Unity Clinic of Texas, Clarity Eye Center, Fire Station Number 5, Deerbrook Cottages and Floodplain Development Permit, Rush Automotive, Avon Ridge Apartments, Valley Vista East Phase 2 Condos, Leander Commercial, Tycon Office, and West Art Studios. We also have 22 site development projects under construction that we're monitoring. Crystal Falls Retail, Austin Automotive Specialists, Caneros Village Apartments, Cerrito Valley Condos, Parkway Crossing Phase 2, Fire Station 1 and 4, AT&T, Atmos and Grande, and PEC Dry Utility jobs, DNR Signs, Life Church Education Building and Worship Center, D&W Paint, Sutterth Baghdad Retail, Trailside Oaks Multifamily, Sapientia, I hope that's pronounced right, Montessori School, Holiday Inn Express, Northside Meadows, various amenity centers in various subdivisions, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Mason Creek Trail Improvements, Wash and Roll Phase 2, Bliss at Mason Hill Site Development Phase 4, Shots Incorporated, Leander Beer Market Expansion, The Hills at Leander, LSD Middle School Edition, LSD Middle School Number 9, Tangible Assets, that's the Gold Depository, Champion KDO, Wildfire Park, Suncoast Post-Tension Enclave at Stewart Crossing Condos, and Goddard School Edition. In addition to that, we have several capital projects underway. Of course, as we all have realized, we have our North Brushy Streetscape project here that's under construction, has been for quite some time, and due to various and lovely continuous rainfall events, we're not yet finished, but we are drilling streetlight foundations today that should be finished in the next day or two. We project the road will be paved by the end of this month. There will be some landscaping additions that will occur later, but the most important part is we won't have mud at our front door by the end of the month. Of course, the Baghdad Road and North Roadway Improvements Project has been under construction for some time. Projected completion of the roadway is in late May, which we will all be happy to hear about. Also, our Kaufman Loop elevated storage tank is basically complete, and the construction of the booster pumping station to supply that elevated tank has just started in the last month. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have about this or any other project.
So you're saying there's not a lot going on?
Just a little bit.
Mr. Watts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are most of these projects on our website under planning and then current developments? There's a map with all of the...
I'm sorry I can't answer because I haven't monitored the website.
Okay. Well, it's a great, if anyone wants to know, it's a great place to go to see everything that's going on. So,
Well, we appreciate our planning department for making that happen.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. All right, next, our Parks Director, Mark Tummins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. And, of course, March is a busy month, just like almost every month for us as well. So a lot of the recreation programs you'll see on the screen, so for our audience as well. But Public Art Commission, this coming up Sunday, second Sunday Art Day at the Library Community Room. Hope you can come out and attend that. Our library, again, does so many, they're a right-hand partner of us as well. And so they do a lot of incredible things. Go to the website, check out the whole listing of things that they do throughout the month. But family dinner and movie on Monday night at 6 o'clock, which is really cool. Hot dogs and a movie and so forth. Bring your whole family out. Active adult trips, we have 2 this month, the Umlauf Sculpture Garden and City of Taylor Downtown Shopping and Dining. Lifeguard, it's already that time of year. We've already hired our aquatics coordinator, our head lifeguards, 5 or 6 of our regular lifeguards. We're looking for 2 or 3 more. So if you know of somebody, we'll be glad to get them in this training class and go from there as well. And then what we're all looking forward to is another great Divine Lake Kite Festival coming up on March 30th. And we had probably between 2 and 2,500 people last year, hundreds and hundreds of kites. What a fantastic day, and we're looking forward to another excellent year at Divine Lake on March 30th. And then the Lego Lab at the library on every Friday this month at 1 p.m. for a lot of our younger youth and homeschool youth too. So that's something to be taken advantage of. Any questions you'd like to ask?
Are
Awesome.
any of these events restricted to just Leander residents, or can other areas participate?
Oh yeah, all of our events are open to others. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. All right, next we're going to go to item 6, committee reports. We have Councilmember Shepherd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just under a year ago, I was appointed to the Public Arts Commission as a council liaison. And at that time, I didn't know a whole lot about what that commission did, what they were tasked with, which is kind of sad. So one of the first things that I requested of them was that they put together a presentation to tell all of us what they do, what they're up to. And I'm really excited that I have learned so much about their endeavors, about their goals, and I feel like public arts are an important part of having a healthy community. It gives us a little more appeal, some culture, to bring in outside residents, to bring in people who live here, get them involved in their community. I think we've all seen the sculptures that are outside the buildings. Those are so nice, and that was one of the things that they accomplished. But Ms. Dennis is going to give us a presentation and talk about those things more in depth, and I just want to thank you in advance for all your hard work putting this together.
My pleasure, and I didn't do this all by myself. It was all the commission. I'm presenting it because I seem to be the one that reads faster, so I understand we've got an agenda. I'm going to try to get through it. I want to call your attention to what we think is some great potentials here. And so I'm going to start it by asking the question, what if? What if our sidewalks were intriguing mosaics that were lined with colorful, amusing art benches, and our downtown had installations instead of spaces? What if our community had art events filled with musical performers and artists? That's our vision. And our beginning is when the Leander Public Arts Commission was established by an ordinance passed by the City Council in 2008. The mission of the LPAC is to promote public art and education that contribute to a sense of wellness and community. There are 3 goals. The first goal is to bring performing and visual art to public places, art to enjoy. The second goal is to bring visual and performing art programs to Leander, activities for the community. And finally, the third goal has 3 parts: to promote local art, to encourage young artists in school, and to secure the resources to bring more art to our community. That's a way of providing that art continues. We all know that the arts establish a sense of community. This sense of community was demonstrated recently by the environmental artist Konstantin Dimopoulos. Dimopoulos brought all of Houston together to paint his blue trees. If he can do Houston, he could surely do Leander. His message was an environmental call to action clothed in pure pigment. He has done this project internationally, and the community gets out and uses this biodegradable pigment that just goes away. Vancouver has literally taken art to the community streets, using art as a speed bump. These artists just finished this project as the photo was taken, and in fact, they're just standing on the street.
This is one of my absolute favorites. And I think we've seen some of these posts on social media, and they're super interesting to look at. I would love to see this up in here.
We can do this. What else can art do? Well, this is the big thing. In the words of Andy Warhol, art is good business. Art can make money. According to the Texas Cultural Trust, the arts generated $5.5 billion in 2015 for our state's economy and contributed $343.7 million in state sales tax revenue that year. The study was published in 2017. And we are assured that this growth in revenue from the arts is a trend that has gone on for some time and continues to do so. It's not going to go away, folks. Here are a couple of breakdowns for areas and events. This is Wimberley and the Wimberley Players in their 2015 season. They managed to generate over $1.3 million. In Flower Mound, Texas, the Art House offers classes for children and adults in the DFW area. Owner Anita Robbins has been so successful with her small businesses. She has 2 other locations in South Lake and Highland Village. People want art. Locally, we have the Cordovans Art Schools in Round Rock, Georgetown, Cedar Park, just starting up in Taylor. We want them here too. Round Rock's Chalk Walk draws tens of thousands of people to downtown Round Rock over the course of 2 days. Recent wine festival, the Beaujolais Nights, had over 1,000 for one evening, about 3 hours. Cedar Park created a sculpture garden out of open green space. That's by their rec center. For $2,500 a year in prize money, they sponsor an annual sculpture competition, which provides them with a different group of sculptures installed every year. I've gone to this space many times. It's always being used, and it's always being photographed. But art does more for us than make for good business. Pablo Picasso once said, "The purpose of art is washing the dust of daily life off our souls." Art attracts visitors and unites communities, preserves traditions, enhances education, and celebrates cultures. This encourages a rich soil for growth. What about Leander and this Texas cultural explosion? What is Leander's place? Well, as you all know, Leander's growing rapidly. LPAC's agenda is to compete with the rich programs and the artists offered by the surrounding communities. Let's see how we are doing with our master plan. Last year, LPAC installed 7 pieces of sculpture in Leander public areas, pieces that speak to the history and culture of Leander. LPAC acquired a permanent photography collection that's currently on display. Also in compliance with Goal 1 are the many musical agendas in our parks. The LPAC is currently working with the Penfold Theater Company toward a summer program for performing arts in Leander. LPAC is alert to opportunities to bring art into design of city infrastructure, park benches, light posts, signage, bridges, buildings. Here's a mural in progress representing the photo ops at our Parks and Recs building. The concept of vintage postcard with Leander attractions is featured. LPAC is also working with Parks and Rec to obtain and install the Eagle sculpture in Veterans Park. LPAC's agenda includes working through Texas Arts Commission to secure more artists for public works. On the right is a Trompe-l'oeil painting of an interior kitchen on a building. It's just a panel that they put out there, but it makes people stop and look. Artists of Central Texas is a new group of professional artists located here in Leander. They have no permanent venue, so they do pop-up shows. The first pop-up event was August 24th to coincide with the Public Art Commission Artist Reception at the library. There have been other exhibits since then, one currently hanging at the Furniture Market just outside of town. Today, the library is the only venue available for public art that rotates arts exhibits. LPAC puts out a call to artists 3 times each year. In addition, the LPAC has begun a monthly art program at the library, Second Art Sunday, where a variety of art programs will be offered. Public Art Commission sponsored an Earth Day competition past April, along with the Al Clausen disposal systems. Commissioner Ashley Williamson directed the competition. The theme was the Renewable Planet. Winners were from Vandergrift and Vista Ridge High Schools. These wings, aerial, out of the repurposed soda cans, were used in many photo ops and will soon be installed locally. Another goal of 3 is to secure resources. And along that line, we have the best and biggest resource in our state right here in our area, the Texas Commission on the Arts. There are grants and programs available to help LPAC guide Leander's growth in the arts. Cultural district designation for Leander is a possibility. With careful planning and organization, this goal is doable for us and will pave the way for future and the arts in Leander. Future plans will firmly secure and establish a healthy and desirable cultural community. The beauty of our setting will be further enhanced by the richness of our arts. So, everyone ready to be amazed? Roll up your sleeves, join us, and let's make it a great artistic place. Thank you.
Thank you.
I gotta say, I'm blown away with what y'all have done since over the last year. It's just incredible, and I'm really proud of y'all. And
Thank you, Jeff.
to be a small part of it.
We'll do more.
I will say, I could do a lot of what ifs today, but a big what if for me is I recently went to Frisco, Texas, and they've got public art everywhere, all around their city hall, around their town square. And we talked about that, and what they do is in certain situations, developers, instead of parkland dedication, can dedicate to public arts. And because there are situations where sometimes maybe parkland isn't conducive or isn't necessary, it could be right next to a huge park. So I would love to have something in Leander that could happen and have it go directly to arts and help fund some of these projects. I think it'd be awesome. So.
As long as we keep public arts on our radar and we show support as a city and a community and as a council, I think that there are limitless opportunities to make Leander a really beautiful place to live and work and play.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move to our consent agenda. Item 10 is being pulled from the consent agenda and considered separately. So we're going to move to consider on our consent items 7 through 9 and 11 through 13.
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Shepard, is that right? With
Yes.
second by Pro Tem Stevenson. All in favor? All right, now we're going to move to item 10 separately.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself as this is my home church, and I assisted them in the purchase of this property last year. So, thank you.
I'll motion to approve this item.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion?
I have a question. Have we received the paperwork from the church that they were required to submit on this?
No.
We have not?
No.
Does that,
Refresh my memory, what are we waiting on?
Had to be a conflict of interest
disclosure?
disclosure.
Do we need to
From the church.
postpone this second reading until we get that,
That's a question for her.
council?
It wouldn't be a bad idea, I mean, just to get it done before you take a final vote on it.
Okay. Then I'm going to withdraw my motion to approve and make a motion that we table this until we get that disclosure from the church.
Okay.
And
You want to withdraw your second?
And I withdraw my second.
Okay. Do you want to second her
Yes, I want
motion?
to second her second motion.
Okay, so we have a first and second to table this. All in favor? So be it. All right, council, I'm gonna move item 21 up because obviously there's a lot of people here that want to talk about this, and I'm gonna ask that we table this. I'm gonna ask to pull it.
21, 22,
Let's say 21.
22.
22.
His numbers are messed up again.
Yeah, mine says 21.
It clearly says 21 on the mayor's right here, but
Yeah.
So we read the item so we're clear.
Okay. Okay. So it is to discuss and consider directing staff to obtain quotes for demolishing the Davis house. So I'm going to ask that we table it, and I want to give everybody that signed up to speak the opportunity to speak. So just a little background. So we voted in September 7-0 to not go forward with any more studies at the time that were being done on feasibility studies on the house. And at the time, the expenses were, the cash register was running, right? So it was voted 7-0 to not spend any more money. Since then, it's sat vacant. So my intent when I brought this up, this was never a vote to demolish the house, right? It was a vote to get quotes for not only removing the house, possibly relocating the house, and really be able to have an intelligent discussion about what we should do with it. Because if you just look on the one hand, and I fully support whatever we can do to keep it over here. And then over here, I have a responsibility to every taxpayer in Leander not to just spend money like crazy. So somewhere in between these two things is the right solution, in my opinion. Now, obviously, people put it out that this was a vote to demolish the building. Not true.
That's what the agenda item says.
It says get a quote.
Obtain quotes for demolishing the Davis house.
Get quotes for it.
Right.
This isn't a discussion.
Instead of quotes for rebuilding it.
It was never my intention tonight to vote on to demolish it.
Agreed.
But here's the point. If, let's say the house cost, let's just say we could find a middle ground and it's $500,000 to make it into whatever the community decides that it would be appropriate to be. I can assure you that there's an equal and greater number of people out there that don't want to spend $1 on it. And I know it's passionate for you. Some of you grew up there. Some of you grew up across the street. There is also people that literally care more about fixing the golf course. And if we put the golf course discussion on the next agenda, there may be 100 people that want us to spend whatever it takes there. Do you see what I'm saying? The purpose was that we can have an intelligent conversation about A, how it can be used in the best way for the most people. So if it's just going to sit there and we're not going to do anything, it's going to fall down. So that doesn't seem to be a good option. So then the option is, do we spend $1 million that we don't have on it? And then what? Then what do we do with it? Well, okay, that doesn't seem feasible with the budget constraints that we have. So somewhere there is the right answer. So I believe that that conversation is useful. So just since this started, a couple things have happened. The Texas Historic Commission sent an email about the house. I called the director. He's offered the services of an engineer out of San Antonio. He will come for free and look at the house, walk through the house, and give his recommendations. I have a construction company that I reached out to and said, look, is this something you guys do? Well, he said it's not, but I have an engineer that we work with on these types of situations. And again, for free, he will come out and he will walk the house and he will look at it and he will be willing to give his opinion going forward. So I'm proposing that we table this because that's the sort of information that we need as part of this overall discussion. I still want to allow people to come up and talk about your opinions if you so desire. But the discussion is and never was about tearing it down. So with that, I'm going to pull the item and we'll reconvene maybe 3 months, 4 months, something reasonable. I think it would also be a good idea to get certain people like Karen Thompson, like Frank Stiles, and really start to have conversations about, what is the use that we could come up with that would benefit all of Leander? Because just having it there and nobody ever goes in it doesn't serve any purposes. It doesn't to me. But if it's something like an event center, something that the majority of our people could all use. We don't have a place for events today. We don't have a meeting place in Leander. Could it be that? I don't know. I'm not an engineer. But I think those are the types of conversations that we need to have.
Mayor, I would like to ask, since you are talking about it, and
Sure.
since it is on the agenda, instead of pulling the item, if we can just discuss alternative measures, listen to the people who've come to speak. And I, for one, would love to see our historical commission that was just established a short time ago have a shot at digging into this and seeing if they can't find some alternate funding sources. And before we put it back on our agenda for any consideration, give them first shot at looking through that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if we can have them go ahead and speak, and then at the end
Sure.
of that, I'd like to keep this on the agenda for consideration of that action.
For a motion to
Yes.
direct historical commission?
Yes.
I understand.
Is that okay?
Well, can we change that as... Is that something that could be changed in the direction of what the agenda item is?
Yes, you could do that. You've got it posted sufficiently for so you have it on the record.
So it's on the microphone.
So
yes,
kidding.
ma'am.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I think what frustrated me, Mayor, is that I saw an interview today you did on the news where you said that we spent $50,000 on a study, and I don't remember spending that much money. And you said that the study came back that it had asbestos and lead paint, and I don't think anybody else in council knew that information. So I'm trying to figure out where.
Have you looked into it?
I couldn't
Look into
find
what?
it in the report anywhere.
I couldn't find it in the report
It's
anywhere.
not in that report.
Okay,
So-
what report?
I'm sorry if I could interrupt. I couldn't find the report either. We got a presentation last July, and it was great historical information. I further dug around. I found the actual invoice from the architect with line items in there of what we were billed for. And one of them was an MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing report. Another was a structural engineering report. And yet council never saw those reports. I brought it to Mr. Cagle's attention on Tuesday, and at that point, he actually said that I I probably wasn't reading it correctly, that I was looking at the bid. But yesterday or the day before, at the end of the day, we actually got those reports. So when we should have gotten those reports back in July. Instead, we got those reports emailed to us, and I want the public to see all of those reports, so I would like to see our packet. All I thought that this was about was getting more information, and
Absolutely.
the way it was written on the agenda just sounded very inflammatory, and it wasn't the
It probably
the goal.
should have been written a different way, no doubt about it.
Well-
I don't write the agenda, I approve the agenda, but it definitely should have been written a different way.
Wait, okay, so wait
But
a minute.
let me ask you a
submitted the
question. So
agenda
we,
item.
Who
so
are you suggesting put that on the agenda in those words?
I didn't write it. Who writes the agenda items?
I did it.
Okay.
I was
At-
requested. I mean,
at
I didn't come up with
direction.
it on my own.
At the
Okay.
request of the mayor.
Well, I don't know that the conversation was exactly like that.
The bottom line is you approved the agenda with that item written as it is, and
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to make sure
Absolutely.
we're not pushing that off on somebody that wasn't accountable for
I
that.
absolutely did.
Okay,
I'm-
thank you.
But I'm trying to figure out, because I've read those reports. I don't see anything about asbestos or lead paint or.
So
'Cause we had
I got
staff
my
there.
information from the chamber.
Okay.
And the chamber in 2016, again, this is what I was told, did a study, had a person come in and did a study. The cost was $875,000. And the cost was high because it's got lead in the paint. It's also got asbestos in the walls. We know that the second story is structurally unsound. Now, part of the reason I pulled this tonight is because I want to see a copy of that report. And in hindsight, but again, this is information that we're gathering tonight, right? Initially, an attempt to gather information. I'm not going to apologize for putting this on there.
Sure.
Because we could have done nothing for the next 2 years and watch it fall down around us. Last September, when we voted 7-0, including you, we could have addressed this at the time, but we didn't. And for whatever months, 9 months, it sat there not doing anything except deteriorating. We've got to have a conversation.
I agree.
And information has got to be gathered by an appropriate, reliable source. So I've got 3 companies that are going to look at this at no cost to the city. Not 45, not 50, not 10, nothing. And they're going to give us recommendations. And then I believe that at that point, we need to have a conversation about next steps. At the same time, I think it would be great if the Historical Commission could start looking at different grants. Again, the gentleman that I talked to from the Texas Society told me that, for instance, if it were leased out to somebody, that they could apply and get a grant that would pay up to 25% of the lease. It's very popular in situations like this. So I think there are options out there. That's what I'm saying.
I
So-
appreciate that you brought this to our attention by putting it on the agenda. I just think it could have been worded much better
Absolutely.
to not create this impression if that was not your
Absolutely.
intent.
So I
Absolutely.
talked to the chamber today, and they said they do not have a report to give us, that there's not a written report to give us, and that there in no way did they ever say that for sure it had asbestos or lead paint.
That is not true.
My
For
request
ex-
would be before we actually, when
Excuse
you
me.
meet with the media, that you make sure, like the $50,000 and the study from the chamber, I would definitely validate those things before we put those out to the public, because they only know
And I'm not
what
saying that
you're
it does or
sharing
doesn't,
with them.
but
I would just want to make sure that those statements are accurate before they're given out there, because when you put something on the agenda like this, it's going to rile folks up, and if that wasn't your intent, then you should have carefully worded that. Because when it
Okay.
says demolition, what are you thinking? City's looking at demolition.
It's to gather information. Again, you voted along with it, 7-0,
stop
to
paying
not
more on a study.
not do anything. What did you think was going to happen just sitting there by itself?
It was 7-0 to not continue paying for more
And
study
then for
from
9 months,
Altera.
we've done nothing. It's not been important to you. It's not been important to you.
Mayor,
Because
I
But
don't,
I haven't
I don't
asked
think
for
we
a quote to
dispute
demolish
that. I
it.
think it's
you
just-
haven't asked for a quote to do anything.
You have.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that I did, because we're now
There you
having
go.
a conversation about how we can fix this and use it.
Oh,
Well, you
Mr.
don't want to
Mayor, I would
apologize.
ask that we move to hearing the citizens' comments. How we got here doesn't really matter.
Oh, it
I
matters
think
a lot.
all of us
Oh, it matters
want.
to some people.
Absolutely.
I think all of us are hoping for the same thing. We need to gather information. Had this not been put up there and had I not dug through the invoice, I would not have known, and y'all would not have known, that we already had a structural and an MEP report. So let's just try to gather as much information as possible, open our minds to what the possibilities are, and move forward.
I would also like to know, in 2006, when we bought this house, did we not look at the house and have it studied to see if it had those kind of issues? Did we not do that?
I don't think any of us were here to answer that question.
I mean, I would hope that we did.
We were saving and reusing the property.
Mr. Cagle, I also requested any maintenance or expenses on maintenance for the previous 5 years on the Davis house. Do you have that available? Is that something we can get?
Well, I've got a number. It's very low, and we don't have an account that says Davis House. So, but it's maybe $5,000.
So the last 5 years that the planning department was in the Davis house with the floor falling apart and all, I've heard for years that it had asbestos and lead. So maybe that was just a rumor. But
I wish you would have brought it to our attention, because we've got employees in there, and when I learn, we're going to go get the study done now. We're going to find out, because for 10 years we've had employees in there.
it was the employees in there that had made those comments
To
to
you?
me and many other people. It doesn't matter at this point. Let's gather up the information. But I'm surprised that the city in the last 5 years has only spent $5,000 on maintenance on that house.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Okay. Well, of course, the city standards are not what we would have to bring it up to code if we were to allow anybody else to rent that building, correct?
Yes, it depends on what they're going to do with it, but yeah.
The city
most likely.
did not bring it up to code. The reports that we have says that it's out of code in many areas.
Well, I wasn't here in 2006, so it depends on what the code was. I do not know what the city did in 2006.
The report that was done last year
Said that the city didn't bring it up to code in 2006?
said that there are several areas that
Yes,
are
ma'am.
out of code.
Yeah, but I don't know. But your statement was that the city didn't do its job in 2006. I just don't know if that's true or not.
No, I just mean in the last 5 years. That's why I wanted to know what that was.
All right, I'm going to redirect this towards letting people speak. And look, I know people are passionate. Look, I'm passionate about it too. I mean, it was never the intent to tear it down. It was the intent to gather information. If political points want to be scored and say something different, then that's fine. But I'm glad that we're talking about it, because I think we can actually do something. So I would love to hear from people. You know, I've tried to answer every email this week, and there have been a lot, and explain what the goal was. And I've heard from people that have great stories. I'm going to call your name. If you want to come speak, come forward. If not, then, you know, when we bring this back, we would love for you to be a part of the conversation. So first is Betty Signs.
Hi, everyone. I'm Betty Signs, and I'm a Leander resident at 607 Thrush Drive. And just an observation, when I, served on planning and zoning, I was always wondering why the chamber had maintenance and got a new roof and got the Leander Garden Club, which I'm a part of, to do a new landscape. That house never got anything, and it had gaping holes back then. I just never understood why no money at all was spent on maintaining it. Well, I guess $5,000 maybe. But anyway, why should we preserve historic buildings? Across the nation and in our great state of Texas, citizens appreciate historic and architectural character as being essential to the identity and unique character of their communities. They promote historic preservation because to do so is essential to cultural, social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Old buildings do have intrinsic value. Buildings of a certain era, namely pre-World War II, tend to be built with higher quality materials such as rare hardwoods like hard pine and certainly wood from old growth forests that no longer exist. The fast growth forests of today yield a much weaker wood at the cellular level. Just try to nail into an interior piece of wood in an old home. It will be like ipe, ironwood, or even concrete. Most times you really have to drill a hole before you can even get a nail into the wood. Pre-war buildings were also built by different standards. A century-old building might actually be a better long-term bet than its brand-new counterparts. New businesses prefer old buildings, and I reference a study by urban activist Jane Jacobs, which a lot of this material is from her study in the nationwide National Trust for Historic Preservation article. But a lot of businesses really prefer older buildings, like just look at the bakery across the way there. Chain restaurants may not care, but new ideas really prefer the old buildings. And of course, there's heritage tourism, where old buildings actually attract people. Just look at all the people that go see old buildings on the waymarking site, and look at all the people that go see various historic buildings like the Painted Churches tour, and I could just go on and on and on. But basically, Americans prefer to picture themselves living around old buildings. Old buildings also are a reminder of a city's culture and complexity. We have so few historic buildings in Leander, but whether really relating to something famous or recognizably dramatic, tourists and longtime residents are able to witness the aesthetic and cultural history of an area through historic buildings. And just as banks prefer to build stately, old-fashioned facades, even if they're in a modern commercial setting, a city also needs old buildings to maintain a sense of permanency and heritage, which we have so little of.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just wanted to say one more thing.
Go ahead.
Regret goes only one way. You just simply cannot recreate authenticity. We have an authentic historic building that for some reason hasn't been preserved and maintained. Just a thought.
Thank you. Michael Antonors.
Hi, I'm Michael Antonor. I'm the architect that did the partial study on the building. I wanted to just make a couple quick remarks and make sure that we're all actually talking about correct information, because hearsay, rumors, and whatnot, it makes us all make bad decisions. And also want to basically say the job that I was hired for was to provide you with information. And from that information, filtered through my experience to offer some opinions. What you all do to it, what you do with it, how you take care of it, there's a lot of options that need to be investigated. So very quickly, I didn't prepare remarks, so you have to forgive me. This is kind of off the top of my head. A couple things that we know already. The structure report and the MEP report are already done. They're done to the point that you could basically understand that the building is sound. I want to make sure that's clear. I actually have a confirmation from the structural engineer that they have no worries about that building falling down. It's not imminently going to fall down. There are structural deficiencies in it, like any old building, but they can be repaired. It's not imminently going to fall down. The MEP systems, like any air conditioning, heating systems, they have a finite life. They still have quite a few years left in them, what they have right now. As far as the asbestos and the lead issue, the second part of our report, which you chose not to have us do, was where the testing would actually be done. So no testing has been done on that building. So evidence of asbestos and lead have not been found because they haven't been tested yet. That doesn't mean it's not there. Mm-hmm. But the main thing that you need to know is in a building like that, the amount of asbestos in particular is minimal. It's very minimal, and most instances it can be encapsulated for relatively little cost, which means it's no longer a danger. Actually, in a lot of situations, they opt to not do anything with it. They encapsulate it and leave it alone. That's less dangerous than dealing with it. Lead paint is very likely to be in there, but again, there's ways to encapsulate that. So as far as the going with another engineer, going with another architect, that's your choice. If you can get some work done at no cost, I wouldn't begrudge you to do it. But always be mindful you get what you pay for. The system that we're using, what we laid out, is the standard for not only determining the validity of the building and the merit as a historical object, but it also looks at what the viability is going forward. I wanted to bring one thing. We just finished another historical report for Travis County, and you can see it's quite a bit thicker than what you got because we were able to finish it. And part of the strategies that were given with this were strategies for development going forward. So that is another thing that we can offer to you, and Travis County did that with the idea that they wanted to have a strategy in place to offer to a future landowner so they could deed restrict what they can do to the building.
Keep going.
Okay. So I want to just make sure, even if you decide that we're not the right firm to go forward, I would just encourage you to follow the processes that are standard and typical, because you will get the information that will lead you to the best decision.
So do you actually recommend, you guys aren't builders, correct? You're just...
Well, the way that I'm glad you asked that, because a lot of people confuse it. Anytime a building is built or renovated, there's a number of parties. There's obviously the landowner. There's a lender of some kind. There's your design professionals, which is your architect, your interiors, your engineers, thus and so forth. Then your builders. We're generally involved from the point of lending all the way through to construction. So we're kind of actually the conduit that everything goes through. But no, we don't physically get out there with the hammers. I used to do that. I was actually a trim carpenter before I went to architecture school, but that's not what architects typically do. We would help you find the appropriate builder that has experience with this type of a building. The other thing I wanted to mention, if you were to look at the last page of the partial report that we gave you, there's 3 recommendations in there, and it's really important. I think a lot of people get hung up on they get intimidated by the idea that this historic building is going to cost a lot of money. We're going to get hamstrung by federal regulations or Texas Historical Commission regulations. There's a very easy compromise here, and that is that you all come to an agreement that the building's important, that you want to save it, and that you deal with a minimal amount of historic designation, which allows you to just treat it like any other building. And you don't have to follow any other guidelines other than just what is reasonable, affordable, and brings the building up to a code compliant position. So again, these are things that what my firm does is this very thing. And I'll tell you, we do a lot of historic buildings, we do a lot of sensitive buildings, and I would say probably 70% of them go along the lines of what's called an adaptive reuse, which is not historical. It's just saying it's important, it's iconic, it's important to either the city or the owner or what have you. And then from there, they make decisions based upon that. So you don't have to necessarily. Now, on the flip side, if you do get a historical designation, then it's protected, first and foremost. So the historic preservation contingent amongst your citizenry will feel like, okay, now that's locked in place. That's not going to go anywhere. The other financial advantages there are historic tax credits that you can offer to a future owner that can be as much as 25% of the taxes or the cost of renovation get written off of so many years of commercial use for the building. These are all things that we can help you investigate as you find the right solution for this building.
That's a commercial designation, though? Well,
Is the tax credit,
Yeah.
that's granted, that's a federal tax credit that's granted through the Department of the Interior Standards, which is kind of the benchmark for historic preservation. It's an ongoing program. It's been around for a long time. And actually very smart business people that want to find themselves in a historic core, that's the tool they most often use to make these renovations affordable for them. But it has to be used for a commercial purpose.
So if it were a historic designation, does that mean it gets restored to its quote-unquote original? Does that mean like every room is just restoring every room
No,
as it is?
so that's a really good question. It's a very good question because a lot of people are also confused by that too. First and foremost, most of the time, historic designation only deals with the outside of the house. You could gut this thing and make it, like you were talking about making an event center. If you wanted to remove all the walls and make open spaces so they're big conference rooms, structurally that's a challenge, but you could do it and it wouldn't affect the historic designation. In very, very rare circumstances where you have, I like to use the example of the Appomattox Courthouse building where the property is significant because the Civil War both started and ended there. General Lee and General Grant were there, so there's a significant event, and then there's significant people that were there. That building is historic in every shape, way, or form. Your building, while architecturally it's not significant on its own, it's significant because it's a two-story building when there weren't very many, and it's mostly the people that were involved with the building, the Davises and the history of the building, and then relatively how many other buildings you have left over. So they're going to be mostly concerned with the outside. Once you have established what level of historic designation you want to give to it, then you're only compliant with that, if at all. And you could actually not deal with the building historically at all and only put a historic site marker in front of the building. So the site is historic, but not the building. So there's a lot of ways that you can slice this. And I think it's a really interesting problem for people to understand. Another thing, too, I'm kind of rambling here and I apologize. I think there was a suggestion at one time, well, let's tear it down, take the wood, reuse the wood, and build another structure that somewhat looks historic like that. That's actually the exact opposite of what historic preservation wants. They would rather, if you have a historic building and you want a building right next to it, they would prefer that you not make it look like the historic building, so it's clearly this one's the historic and this one's of a current age. So it's a lot more reasonable than most people like to think. And it's just a matter of having the right combination of information in front of you for you to make the best decision. So I would encourage you to continue to get information and talk about it. I'm available to help in any way you can. I have a wife and kids. I have a kid about ready to go to college. I can't do much for free. I can do some. Part of my business is that we have to do that. It's a part of just the cost of doing business. If you have others that are involved and you want me to kind of share with them what I've already done so they can concur or not concur with it, that might be another way. You can get a second opinion, basically. There's a lot of ways that we can deal with this, and I think it's also important. I'm not a citizen of Leander. I'm from Austin. I grew up in Ohio. My hometown is almost as old as the United States. I have just everywhere around me was historic buildings. Texas is a relatively new state, speaking compared to New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, those kind of places. You have so little historic fabric that's left. And this one is one that is dear, obviously, to a lot of people. And I think a very good compromise that I believe you're all going to be very happy with once you're done is to say, what can we do, like your question, what can we do to make it fiscally responsible? As the mayor, you've got to do that. But we can also make it culturally responsible and find out how we can save this. And, frankly, just standing from the outside and observing what you're doing, you've spent a lot of money and time to make this old town, the streets, the curbs, the street lights, and all that. You're perfectly set up to keep that going. You really are. You've done a great job, and I would just encourage you just to keep that momentum going. Be responsible with the dollars. And also, these things, think about how a city like Rome, Paris, London, they take centuries to become what they are. You can do these a little bit at a time. You can stabilize that building so it doesn't get any worse and then have an ongoing fundraising until you get the money. That's another strategy. So it doesn't have to be this minute.
Have you worked with a lot of towns that are doing buildings like this where, I like what you said about it can still be historical. That just pertains to the outside.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were going to look for that designation, it wouldn't affect what you're doing inside,
Nope.
correct?
No.
Okay. Does it benefit the city if the city were to do? Are there ways to do partnership between whether it's private, whether
You could
it's
do a P3,
corporate?
you could do a master lease agreement where basically you say to an entrepreneur, we're going to grant you a tax credit, we're going to give you leniency on sales tax for some period of time, and we're even going to share our portion of the historic sale tax credits with you, and incentivize it. And I think the comments that were made earlier, there are people that will do it if you sweeten the deal the right way. The master lease agreement is one that a lot of people don't think about. You're probably familiar with that, and it's one that's little to no cost to the city. You still own the property. You're basically making someone else responsible, and you write into the lease what they have to do to maintain its historic designation or a certain level of maintenance that has to be spent on it. And in return, I think the idea that it could be something like a restaurateur that's looking for a location that he can't afford in Austin, which I have one right now. I mean, honestly, I have a restaurant client that would love to have something like this. This is probably not enough parking for him, but you find the right restaurant, you find the right series of incentives. I think you could find a way to make this work.
We've talked about doing a land lease, and I mean, that's a huge incentive to a company. And then the city still owns the land, but we get jobs, possibly sales tax, but also we get the property tax of all the improvements that they're putting into it. It's a win-win.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to be clear, I wasn't trying to criticize your report. What we had received back in September just wasn't all of the documentation.
I'm glad you brought that up because I talked to Tom Yantis this afternoon, and he went back and looked, and he said, oh my gosh, you're right. He had it, the city had it, it wasn't included in your packet. Okay. So we sent it to you on July 9th, and along with the original version of the presentation, and then at that point it seemed like the mood of the council was that you didn't want to go on with the report. So I wrote Tom back a letter telling him the very same things I was telling you, and he said, these are really good points. Why don't you add one more slide to the presentation with those things? And so we added that about a week later, and I think you guys saw it at your retreat. Might have saw the presentation at your retreat. We came and gave you one, and I think you saw it again at another time. I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew if you're interested, I brought a copy of the proposal because what happened was we did a full array, just like we did for the Travis County, and Tom and Kent, trying to be very fiscally responsible, said, let's look at this for a second. Let's only spend the money to find out if it's actually historic, and then we'll present that to council, and then you guys can decide whether you want to go forward with it. So they were trying to be very responsible with it. It was actually harder for me because splitting it in two is less efficient. So then we produced did the walkthrough with the engineers. We did a lot of photography, did initial drawings of it, which were mostly sketches to kind of note things. What was supposed to come in the second phase was the testing, the actual measure drawings, a more definitive approach to how you could treat this, which would include suggestions on what level of designation we would suggest, and then the final report. After that, the way that this would work is you all would decide on a direction. Drawings would be produced. The best way to do that would be to have a builder on board at the beginning, a qualified builder that's used to dealing with historic buildings or older buildings, and you actually pay him for pre-construction services. Yep. You're probably familiar with that too. What that does is you're empowering the contractor right from the beginning to be responsible. He's the one that has a day-to-day knowledge of price. Architects generally know what things cost. Contractors know exactly what they cost because they buy it every day. You keep them involved in the beginning. You pay them a small stipend up front, and as we go a little further in the drawings, you stop, you measure the cost, you stop, you measure the cost. That way, that's the best way to hit the budget in an active construction market like we are right now. And historic projects, they can spin out of control if you don't do that, if you're not very careful about measuring it out. And so that's the way we typically do it, and we can usually get those projects very close to the original budget because of that.
I wish we had had this conversation as part of that presentation at the time, because I
Yes.
think that what we heard from you, and I asked specifically about the condition of the building, and I believe what you said at the time was that most of it had been modified and added on to and removed to an extent where there's not a whole lot of original left in the building.
Actually, it wasn't me that said it, was my colleague that was
I
working with me,
apologize.
but see, let me point that out. That's another excellent point and question. How many of you have been to Fredericksburg? Okay, so you've probably seen the original house is stone, and then there's a little wood addition, and then there's something that has metal siding. Most houses of this vintage, that's exactly what happened, is that the family became larger, they became prosperous, they add another kitchen, they add a bedroom on the back, they add a second floor. That in itself does not negate the historic value. And to go back to your question, if you were to deem it historic, quite often what happens is you pick a specific period of time that you want to emulate in the building. So you might say, we want to make it look like when the Davis family first bought the house in 1933, and then you would manipulate the building back to that appearance. That's one strategy. That's not the only strategy. You could just say, we're going to basically let it be a representation of all the years of remodeling, and this is the final version. This is the 2019 version.
I think all I'm saying is I feel like at that time the conversation left us in a point where we really weren't sure that it was fiscally responsible to keep putting money into restoring it,
Right.
because the impression, at least my impression, was that there wasn't a lot to restore in a historic manner.
Well, I apologize if we left you with that impression. I think
Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm
Okay.
not saying at any point was I thinking we should tear it down. I think
Oh,
we
I
were
know, I know.
just sitting on it because we weren't quite sure
what to do.
to do.
Right. Yeah. That would be some of the next steps. It's basically, if you look at the proposal, there's a section that says, suggestion of treatment options. And that's really what happens. Once we have a firm picture of how historic is it really, what's the physical condition, what needs to be remediated to stabilize it, most importantly, and then what you do going forward to get it to a useful condition.
Okay.
Those are the kind of the steps. And
I
it does
really
feel a
appreciate
little.
you being here.
Absolutely.
No,
Yes.
you're welcome. I
have a question. So,
Yeah.
in your experience doing this for other towns, like a Fredericksburg or something, I mean, can you give us some examples of where it's been really successful? In other words, like the thing that I've always kind of feared is that we make this into a museum and then nobody goes. We spend a lot of money on something that nobody ever goes to.
I would
So
agree
how to
with
get
you.
the
That's
highest amount of
probably
interest.
Yeah, that's probably not going to do it. You're right, and I think Karen and Kat and those that are interested in keeping the building too, they realize that too. It's just there's a couple members of Preservation Texas here. They all agree with you completely, and I think that's where there's a lot of bright people in this room. Let's put our heads together and find something that makes sense.
Absolutely.
The ideal situation is you save the building and you find an economic generator. Who can complain about that? That's really and
Absolutely.
and
That's what we all want.
if you can do it, and I think the other thing too, so don't focus so much on the historic hamstring effect. Don't focus on that it has to be done right now. The building's not going to fall down. The building's fine. You do want to monitor it. There's going to be some quick little things that you could do that are probably just a few $1,000s to keep water and mold and things from getting worse. But those are not $800,000. The figure of $800,000, I would actually like to see that to understand where those dollar figures are coming from, because they may be doing something that it could be stabilize the building just this much, and then you offer it to the group and say, these are the other things that we need you to do, and we might give you part of that as a tenant finish out allowance, or we'll take it off your taxes or whatever. So there's 100 ways to skin the cat here.
Well, and I think in where we're at today, it's going forward. We need to have A, accurate information.
Yeah.
B, we need to have the conversation about what that use would be. And I think for me, looking back at what you did, while the historical aspect was important, I think equally important was the cost figure going forward.
Yeah.
So that I just felt like we were just going down a path where we were talking this thing to death, and the cash register was ringing the whole time.
Well, let me point this out, because part of my business does this historic part. A big part of my business is just regular commercial architecture. I had a conversation with a client not too long ago, and he was complaining he had hired another architect. He had chosen the least expensive architect by fee, and he had a $500,000 budget. By the time he was done, it was an $800,000 budget, or $800,000 project. He had $300,000 in change orders. And I said, well, have you connected this action with that result? And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, yes, I know my fees are more expensive because I do a much more thorough set of drawings. And if I spend $20,000 more in fee, but I save you $200,000 on change orders, do the math.
Right.
That's really what I offer is, yes, there's always going to be somebody that's going to do it less expensively. You generally are going to get what you pay for. A good professional that makes a living is not going to give you something that I would charge you $40 and give it to you for nothing. He's going to just give you the bare minimum of what he can at that time. And that doesn't negate that there's no value in it. I'm just saying you really do get what you pay for. So even if you don't hire us again, I would go through a similar process. Find somebody that has done this before, give them a reasonable expectation of what you want to do, which Tom and Kent did. We outlined exactly. We went back and forth several times to get to a list of the bare minimum that we felt you needed to make good decisions.
Last question.
Yeah.
Can we, on the front end of this thing, are there any grants that we could apply to that would help us in the beginning process?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that's where having some patience, because grant writing does take a while. And, we haven't done anything on this since July, and you guys have been contemplating it, working around it. So I would say the main thing is I would probably suggest that we revisit the building, because it's been almost 9 months since we saw it. I would probably want to go back and say, it's been through the winter now. There may be a few things that you should take care of immediately just to make sure they don't get worse, and then take your time on getting some grants. You could offset the entire cost of your design professionals with grants. I would venture to say that you have a lot of volunteers right here that would be willing to work on that. And there are benefactors out there, people that just enjoy historic architecture, private individuals that will give you $10,000 here, $20,000 there.
We could sell the naming rights.
You could. You could.
It's only a joke.
Mr. Antonora, I've looked through your presentation and also what was submitted to us at our retreat, and they're grossly similar. Some of us have heard that there are other reports. Some of us are hearing this for the first time.
Right.
What reports are we missing?
Well, there was a
Oh, that's the full report?
No.
structural engineer drafting report.
Somebody else?
No, there are reports that they created and sent to planning, but it was not included in our presentation.
Right. So there's these two right here. There's a draft structural engineering report and a draft MEP report.
So just the drafts, there's no final to those?
No, because we weren't.
Okay.
Yeah, we weren't
So we did get
authorized to
those a
finish
couple
it.
days ago.
Yes.
Can I circulate this so you guys can see
Absolutely.
this? I want you to read first.
2 days
I want you
ago.
comfortable. I want you to feel comfortable.
Well, I'm a lot more comfortable since you started talking. So.
I've been up on that second floor. I was up in the attic. I don't have any problem walking around that building. It's not going anywhere. It's fine.
Sir, do you typically see cities undergoing this endeavor as opposed to a private owner trying to do this?
It is more rare that cities own it. I'll tell you, we're working on another project right now. It's a similar circumstance to a larger degree. We're working for the city of San Angelo, and they own historic Fort Concho, which is like 20 acres, 25 acres of a Civil War era fort. It was built first, the city grew around it and then into it, and since the mid-'80s, they have been gradually, literally taking buildings. They took a school down and moved it a block and a half away to get it out of the parade ground. We're taking two of the barracks buildings, Barracks 1 and 2, which have been reconstructed. They're not the original construction. And we're putting a modern visitor centers inside them. So that goes to your question. The outside still will have a historic designation. The inside is going to be modern. 2 new barracks are going to be built by another architect, interestingly enough, that are going to be complete reconstructions. They're going to be faithful to the outside appearance of what it looked like in 1867. The inside is going to be an extremely modern archive with humidification and air conditioning to have archival objects inside of it. So those kind of things are rare. San Angelo is quite a bit bigger than Leander, and they struggle financially to do that. It takes them a while to do it. The director of the fort, we've been working on that project with them for 4.5 years, and the director has been able to generate about $500,000 in grants in that 4 years to move the project to the next level. So they paid for our services with partial grants, partial city money. The 2 new barracks are totally funded by private individual, $2.5 million donation that was anonymous. Basically said, we want to rebuild these. And then part of the visitor center that we're working on is also private donations with city money and grant money. So it just takes a little while. It's frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, I think that was my concern with moving forward back then is, it didn't seem common for cities to be doing that process, and maybe, maybe explore a private partnership to help fund that.
Yeah, it would take someone. I think the issue that you probably should consider is it takes someone that has consistent ability to keep their foot on the gas pedal over a number of years. That won't, trying to do it with city staff, I think would be difficult just because of normal turnover. But if you found someone that privately could do it, or you could just pay a consultant as a grant writer, that's probably the least expensive way to do it. And a lot of them can actually come back and say, here's my track record. I will charge you this much, but my return on that investment is this much with my success rate. The better grant writers can actually do that.
Is that somebody separate from what you're doing? This would be just somebody totally separate?
Yeah, I can assist you find some great grant writers, but I don't do grant writing. That's not an expertise that I have.
You talked about like the inside, just totally changing it. Is there a way to keep some of the character of the inside too?
Oh, yeah.
And then, the outside obviously, but it's not like you want to walk in and it's Disneyland in there,
Right, exactly.
You want it to be what the character of the walls look like, or the fireplace, or, the floors, or, just something so you knew that.
If you're interested in seeing an example of how we did that for a private client, if you guys are ever down in South Austin, we did a bar called Radio Coffee, where we took an old house and an old greenhouse and actually made it into this restaurant, bar, coffee shop. And we used all these old pieces, and it has that very much the same way. The outside looks like an old house. The inside, you go in, and it's this very eclectic mix of reusing the original longleaf pine floors and longleaf pine siding with modern lights, and the bar is made of concrete. It's exactly what you're talking about, and there's nothing inappropriate about that at all.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yes, I would like to thank you for coming and for this additional information. I always thought it'd be a shame to tear that down. We have so few historical buildings left in Leander, and I know they don't look like much, but that's the beginning of Leander.
That's
Leander
right.
had very humble beginnings as farmers.
One last thing. There was
Yes.
actually a very good report done by some students from UT a couple years ago. Ken, I don't know if you still have it. I would, if you guys haven't read that, I would read it. It's very interesting because one study actually talks about the original Baghdad and then how it became Leander, and then another study basically takes it, all right, once it became Leander, the original 20 blocks that were devised by the land deed. It's really interesting. And then the third group actually shows you which houses and which buildings are contributing to the historic character, which ones could be within 10 years, and then which ones are just interesting and significant to the vibrancy of Leander. And I think that really gives you a sense of it. It might be bigger than you think, what Leander has as far as fabric. But the true historic ones, there's really only a handful left.
We should put that on our website.
Yeah,
In your original bid, you mentioned, you said an inventory of historical assets conducted in Leander by an architectural studio at University of
That's right.
Texas. I didn't see it in the package. Mr. Cagle, are you saying you have this report?
From the UT students?
Yes.
Yes, it didn't necessarily have anything to do with the Davis House. I mean, it was.
No, it's actually, well, it
I mean, it
mentions
lists it, but I mean,
Yeah.
that's not what it was. That was not the purpose.
This was actually the one that was done by UTSA,
Okay.
and then, this is the UT School of Architecture, and then there was one group that was from UTSA as well. I have those. I can just forward them to you tomorrow.
I have the UT report, the bound report. I don't know about a UTSA.
Yeah, there's actually two that I had
Yeah.
that we had in our records from the research we did. So I'll forward those on to you.
What was the name of the place you talked about? Something roof? the building you did, or
Oh, Radio Coffee.
Radio Coffee.
Radio Coffee, yeah. If you want to go grab a beer, I'll take you down there. Any of you.
Can I leave now?
Well, thank you for the
Thank you
opportunity.
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, Scott Kalane.
Thanks. Scott Kalam. I live at 2309 Grand Lake Parkway, member of the Leander Public Arts Commission as well, so thanks for giving us some attention tonight, and thanks, Shannon, for sponsoring that item. I want to talk about Davis House, and one of the reasons I joined the Public Arts Commission actually was Davis House. When this issue first came on my radar, I was kind of excited that it might hold the potential to eventually be a home for the arts here in Leander. I'm going to jump right to the end of my notes so as to not go too much over time here. Mike's information was fantastic. We got a lot of free consulting there, I think, which was great. But I think we need, I would really like to see the council put together a commission or a committee or task force, whatever you want to call it, of people selected from various commissions that have an interest in the Davis House. A couple of people from the Historic Commission, a couple of people from Public Arts, maybe a couple of people from the Citizens Advisory Board, any commissions that kind of have an interest in this. Because, we're talking a lot about, how to do certain things with it when we don't really have a plan of exactly what we want it to be in the future. And I love the idea of sort of a civic center. Imagine, that building's not very deep. Imagine if we expanded how deep it was, maintain the facade like Mike was talking about, and inside it became a big, open, airy, light-filled, industrial chic kind of space that could be a home for art exhibits, that could be a meeting place for commissions. It could be possibly rented out to citizens for use. I grew up in the Midwest as well, and homes like Davis House are a dime a dozen in my hometown. It's kind of unique here. We can have reasonable disagreements, I think, over its historic nature or how significant it is architecturally and whatnot, but I think we can all agree that it is iconic. It's an icon for Old Town Leander. And Old Town Leander, I think, would be diminished if that building were ever demolished, and I don't think anybody wants to do that. So if we maintain the outside visual appearance, but create something that could be used by the city and by the residents and create an amenity. Now, gutting the inside and turning it into sort of a warehouse office type or warehouse loft kind of space, that's just one idea. If we put together kind of a blue ribbon panel of, creative people that are doers and builders, and we got a huge diverse, a population here, people who I'm sure would be willing to volunteer their time. That's just one idea. I think we can come up with 3 or 5. At that point, we put numbers to that. Now we know what we want to do. Here's our 3 options for what we want to do with Davis House. What's it going to cost? And at that point, it becomes a political decision for the council to decide. But I think we've all got this vision for downtown Leander becoming sort of a night spot or hot spot of economic activity and whatnot. And I think this is a chance for the city to take one more incremental step towards making that happen. So, thanks.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Bonnet.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Bonnet at 508 Serenata, Georgetown, Texas. My family is the one that bought this house back in 1946. My great aunt, Fan, lived there until she died in 1962. And my fondest remembrances of her was she would have us come up and spend the night with her sometimes because she didn't have any children. And a lot of the people that grew up here knew her and knew her kindness. And so when she died, she left it to my dad. And we moved there in 1962. My dad passed away in that house in 2004. And we sold it to the city in January of 2006, hoping that they would restore it and not let it sit there like it has for 13 years and deteriorated. And so we My family's been here since 1853, so we've got a lot of roots in this town. We've seen a lot of things happen in Leander over the years. A lot of it's good. I like what I'm seeing in a lot of places around here. But the historical homes have been torn down mostly. And that's a shame because you can't restore that. Once it's torn down, it's gone. And so this house means, even if it wasn't in my family, I would be here because it's a part of Leander. It's a flagship home, you might say. I'm really passionate about keeping it, of course, but I really appreciate everything that's been said so far. And I had even thought, when the lady was talking about the art, that would be a great place to display art. So there's a lot that can be done there. I won't say much more, but to me, if it was demolished, you would be tearing the heart and soul out of Leander. Thank you.
Kathy Howell.
Good evening. I am Kathy Howell, or Cat Howell, as I go by professionally. I live in the Pickle Mason house, and I've spoken to y'all several times before about various items. I want to speak to you tonight from my professional level. Some of y'all know that I am MEP engineering. I have worked on literally thousands of buildings. I have worked on hundreds of restorations. It's actually something that I'm very proficient at. And my specialty is in the electrical range, so energy and sustainability is my professional focus. I have something, if you don't mind. It's just a little, basically a little picture, if you don't mind. Okay.
No, not at all.
Okay. Okay, on this, and I'm sorry I don't have it for everyone. I'll just show this here. This is a picture. This is a visual representation of what sustainability is. Now, sustainability is one of those catchwords, but it's something that's going to become more and more important in the future, especially as the younger generations mature. Sustainability is something that they live daily. It's something that we have learned, but the younger generations, it has been just part of the fabric of their life. And going forward, it's going to become more and more important because, at least from the energy point of view, we are not building the infrastructure that we need to sustain our growing population. And I am saying this on a very local level here. PEC is trying their best, LCRA is trying their best, but the Central Texas area is growing exponentially, which is very difficult to deal with, as we all know, as y'all know in particular. So on the power side, sustainability and conservation is going to be very critical in the future because we just cannot keep up with the demand. On this picture that I have here that I passed out on the front, this is actually from the Green Biz website, which is their business is sustainability in green building, and it says cities are finding that economic growth and sustainable urban development go hand in hand. That's the situation that we are in. Leander is growing so rapidly, we're going to pass up rural, fly past suburban and hit urban pretty quickly. On the back side of this, I have the sustainability. It's the chart that everyone goes by. And if you look at this, society, environment, economy, they are all equal size. Okay? I know that economy and budgets are critical, but that's not for the sustainability. It's just 1/3 of the pie. Sorry, that's my time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Jerry Davis.
I'm Jerry Davis. I live in Liberty Hill, and I've been a carpenter almost all my life in around all phases of construction. Over the years, I've done a lot of work to that house, including leveling the southwest corner of the house around year 2000. I had to get under the house to do the leveling at the time, and the floor joists and everything under there looks brand new. And how that would be over 100 years, I don't know, but it does, simply because of the wood they used back then. And in approximately 1999, we put a new roof over the top of a bedroom that had a flat roof on it, and all the walls in that house they don't have studs. They were crossed with 1x12s. Of course, they didn't have no studs back then, and with the work that I have done on this house, in addition to the fact that I grew up in the house, I can say I know this house pretty well. My dad had it painted in 2001, and the painter power washed it, to get everything, and they quit putting lead in the paint probably in the 80s, but who knows how many times it's been painted over the time, so it probably may have paint residue, lead paint. As far as asbestos,
Jared, I'm sorry. Would that be on the inside and the outside, you think?
No, on the outside.
On the outside.
Yeah, we just painted the outside only.
Okay.
The walls on the inside was mostly wallpaper, but we stripped them off too. And as far as asbestos, it is built of wood and metal roofing, and asbestos is usually found in the siding, the roofing, or the insulation. There's no insulation in that house, and I believe
that's what the planning people said.
Yeah, I think they can attest to that.
There's they didn't have it. Only thing is, it's built out of wood and metal, so asbestos has to be in the insulation or the shingles or siding, and I believe the restoration could be done for a lot less than $800,000, I'm sure. And during 2018, Carolyn Bonnet and Bessie Lunsford and I accompanied the representative for the architectural forum. I guess it was this guy here, who was doing a study of the house, and we walked around upstairs and took pictures, and nothing to make us think that it was unsafe, and it's in pretty good shape to be as old as it is. It's 128 years old, built in 1891. And if you tried to move it, it would probably cost you more money than to remodel it, because you'd have to take it down in 3 parts probably. But I do know the house real well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't take any jobs in the next few years. So, Marshall Hines.
Marshall Hines, 1801 Montana Court. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for your time this evening. Generally, I prefer to let the recommendations of the commissions that I serve on speak for me, but given that this item was never presented to the Historical Commission, and because I've learned it's hazardous to your health to say no when Karen Thompson asks you to come to a meeting, I feel obligated to voice my opposition to even the discussion of either actively or through neglect demolishing the Davis House. Leander has very little built history left, so we should endeavor to preserve as much of it as we can. It's a completely fair assessment that preservation can be costly, and sometimes it's very difficult to ascertain the financial benefit from that cost, but it's a mistake to treat
that preservation as just black or white in a financial ledger. The intangible benefits to the community are much larger. Historic places provide a sense of identity to a town. They give members of the community something to point to when asked what's special about the place that they live. They often can be reused in new and innovative ways to improve other aspects of the community. So in the same way that parks, community gathering places, public art, as we heard about tonight, the same way that they do, that same thing for the community. So we have a track record of supporting things like that. You guys on this agenda have $500,000 in funds that you're considering approving for a park, and I think most people in Leander would agree that that's a good expenditure of our money. That's a worthwhile project. Preservation of the Davis House is as well. So I would encourage you all to reconsider your previous unanimous decision not to continue the study from Antinor Architects and commit to this Leander landmark. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rachel Bryson? Okay. Priscilla Sims?
Priscilla Sims, 936 McIntosh Road, Leander. I've lived here going on 15 years. I was basically going to say a lot of what Marshall just said, but I want to make two other points. The Historical Preservation Commission heard this magnificent report from the architectural firm that you've heard about tonight, which I couldn't be happier you got to hear from him. We heard nearly everything he said tonight at one of our very, very first meetings, except for we didn't get into the tax information. We didn't discuss that. So I guess that's why I was so surprised when I heard and saw demolition of the Davis House. I was like, what? We haven't been given a chance to discuss grants, funding, the economic impact, what we could do with it, what we want to do with it. Because just like tonight, the arts factor, that's exciting as something that could happen. So, like I say, nearly everything's been said I was going to say. But this is a very important project. Grants, in the past, I've helped. I'm not interested in writing grants, but I sure know how to find grants. So there's a lot of expertise around in the city that we could work on and find monies to do what needs to be done based on everything that's been discussed tonight. So that's my interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Thompson.
I'm Karen Thompson. I live at 11327 Hero Way West. I am chairman of the Leander Historical Preservation Commission, and I would like for all those members to stand up. I would like for everybody that is supporting the Davis House to stand up. Thank you. Okay. Yes, the commission saw these things, and we were going to work on the Davis House, but we have all these things that we had lined up. Now, first of all, you'll know in November, if you remember, we had Horace Hamilton here because he's the 100-year-old, 98-year-old, whatever, I can't remember now. I think I'm as old as whatever. He and I. So anyway, we had him up here as the Pearl Harbor survivor in November, and that was our historical commission. We did all that. And then came along Christmas, and we just kind of slid through. So I have to take a lot of fault for not zeroing in and saying we've got to do more about the Davis House. I was just letting things accumulate. So fault me for that. But we've got to save that house, and you've heard all the reasons why. Now, I was on the Williams County Historical Commission 25 years.
I've written and or helped with probably 60 historical markers. Used to do grants, don't do them anymore. And like Kathy was talking, her house is 1871. So, we have some history here, but that house has got to be preserved. And don't say maybe, a museum, that would take too much money. I think we might get down the road and say museum that's got the arts there, that's got this, that, and the other, and it would be a visitor center type museum. And because I kind of wanted a railroad depot replica building, but I think that's kind of out of the way of money. So this house isn't. It's a great house, and we need to restore it. Your historical commission that you have already charged, we have expertise. We can work on it. I know there was an idea, we'll appoint a commission. You might want to do that, but we were already planning on including all these different people we have a group we've started, Support the Davis House. And this would be a group that anybody could join, and we would also have experts that come to us and say, what is your idea, and what's your idea, and what's your idea? So you have us as your historical commission that I think we need a chance. We haven't even worked on it. And that's because I'm taking the fault for that as the chair. We didn't turn our attention to it. We just didn't do it. So anyway, we hope to work with y'all, get it done, because we know it has to be, and it will be, and it's going to be okay. Okay. We are lucky, y'all. You realize once you get the Texas Historical Commission marker as not a subject marker, which is the black ones out by the road or in front of something, the subject marker tells what happened there when you're talking about Fort Concho. They've got a bunch of those subject markers because they had a fort. They did this, that, and the other. Then you have a building, the medallions that are on the buildings. Now, that's what you've got to go. You just have to do the outside, not as much of the inside, but those medallions, we can get those after we restore it because they're not there now, so don't rush to get them. And we'll get those after we restore it, and we're going by a whole different set of rules. So, anyway, thank you.
Okay, so we've got a lot to do, right? So I think the next steps, I like what he had to say about on the front end, there are some grants that you can apply for that can help you kind of along the process, even in the early end. So I think we ought to regroup and have some more conversations with him. And then I think at the same time, it doesn't hurt to have more than one engineer look at it, especially if they're going to offer to do it for free. So I think that can be pursued at the same time. So I guess going forward, I would say I do like the idea of people from the Arts Commission and people from the Historical Commission that can work together. So I'd really like it if the two groups could work together. Maybe you guys could schedule a meeting between the two of you and talk about ideas. And
I serve on both of those, so I would be happy to facilitate that.
Cool. That'd be great. Can we make a motion to task the Historical Commission, Arts Commission to work on coming up with next step strategies and looking at grant options?
Do you think like 3 months would be an appropriate time at least to have maybe regathered with Mike and be able to get his next steps towards applying for those grants on the front end? Maybe that's something that we could do right away.
Who are you asking?
Ms. Thompson.
Yes, I think so.
I'm looking right at you.
That's the deal. You can't absolutely rush this, but
Sure.
I would say 3 months, maybe more, 6 months, but if it's earlier,
So maybe we don't have a deadline to do something. We just have a report back date. Can we do that?
And you want that report back
An update on where we are.
and on where we are, and not necessarily that, we've got a grant.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
Really, grant writers charge money to do it because it's very difficult.
I think it just needs to stay on the agenda for the
Sure.
Historical Commission so that when we meet, that stays on our radar.
And could I also add that you look at some of the possibilities to try to make it self-sufficient financially? Well, the Caswell House in Austin.
We can work on this.
Yes.
But that doesn't have to
Work
be
with city
tasked to
staff
them.
on that one.
Right.
Not task a committee.
You know, I love somebody who tells it like it is.
I know.
Amen. And if you don't think things like your French legation, they just suck it out of you. But you just got to, you know what it stands for, so you just do it.
So I'm not in favor of tearing it down, but when we talked about this subject before, we all discussed asking staff to come up with multiple options in their view. I really like the idea of going to the Historical Commission. I think you all should be involved, definitely. But I also still like the idea of asking staff with their professional knowledge of what their thoughts are on options as well. That way we're getting both sides. My 2 cents.
I agree. I think we need to get some more information about the structure itself so that that can happen.
So are we also suggesting concluding with Michael? Is that your name?
And Tenora.
Having him finish up what he was working on to begin with? Would that be a wise
That's a
thing
budget
to do?
item.
That's a budget
that
item,
is.
yeah.
Yeah, I have a separate
So we
agenda
can,
item on that.
we can bring that back. Oh,
And I think that
discuss
that has to be a part of the
yes.
conversation, that it isn't just a 2-year study. I mean, in my opinion, we got to do something. We need to have a plan going forward that we're actually going to keep it, improve it, make it something where all of our citizens can benefit from it, and so.
And I think time is of the essence a bit here too, because abandoned buildings age more rapidly than when we had people in them. It's not going to get any better than the condition that it is, and I would hate to see it start to actually crumble because we've just left it there. Do I just make a friendly amendment, or I've never done this because there's a motion out?
You can make a motion.
Jeff has made a motion, but we do not have a second.
So I have to wait for a
So
second.
you can make a second and with a amendment.
With a change.
Thank you. So I will make a second to the motion with a friendly amendment that we also task staff with looking at various options, including moving the house and selling it, the market, whatever y'all know in your capacities.
Can I ask who that would, like, I don't know who on staff, what department
Right.
is that?
I mean, we don't have people on staff that with that expertise. We'll have to.
But
We'll end up talking to people
Can-
that do.
Okay.
Can I just say, for discussion, I think I'd rather whatever's going to be suggested be vetted by the historic committee first, and let's see what kind of ideas they come up with, because I don't think
Before
moving
we
is
talk about
on there.
selling it or moving it.
Correct.
So then you have two teams of, but then you have two teams of people that are looking at different things, and we've got one that's looking at it and then passing it off to the other one, and then maybe it gets bumped back. And again, I think time is of the essence. So why not just have them both look at it? Information can be passed. It doesn't have to be this formal, long process.
What if you had a liaison from the city, maybe somebody in the
Like Shannon?
Parks Department, or
It's already on there.
that was just a liaison
Not much
to the
longer.
commission, and that,
That's true.
maybe once in a while they could attend a meeting and get an update from the commission. Is that
There's
possible?
always a staff member there at the meeting.
Excuse me?
There already is a staff
Robin,
member at the committee.
Robin is there.
No,
Oh, okay.
Well, David's doing that.
I would just like to make sure that we're looking at all options, not just a museum or a visitor center, but some of the other possibilities, of using it as an economic incentive to bring in a company, let them do all of the work, so that we're looking at everything.
Before,
you.
one last, I'd like to make a little add-on to that motion, if I may. I think it's important that I think we've established that nobody wants to tear it down. So I think an immediate course of action needs to be maintenance on that building and establishing what needs to be done in the very short term. And that can happen much more quickly because it's a city asset and we need to protect it just the way we would protect our home if it needs,
Mr. Cagle, is anyone right now making sure that the water's dripped during the freeze? And I mean, how is maintenance of our facilities handled on that building?
I mean, we have building maintenance people, but we're not going over there on a daily basis.
So when it's freezing, no one's going over there to run the water or make sure that
I'm not for sure.
I would want to make sure that we're at least protecting the assets that we have.
That's what I say. I'd like to request that be added to your motion.
So what's the amendment?
The immediate maintenance and,
couldn't we just ask for staff to come back with a figure, and maybe that's in consultation?
Well, I think
I
think he told us that the minimum amount of maintenance was not an expensive thing to do.
I know, but I'm saying come back with an exact amount that we could.
So we don't want to do anything unless we know what that is?
A contractor is going to look at it, kind of assess it. I could meet with him and we could develop
Okay.
a maintenance plan.
That'd be great.
If I could make a couple suggestions.
Sure.
Can you come to the mic so we can all hear you, please, sir? Thank you.
So, a very typical way and inexpensive way to generate ideas is to have a public charrette. And you could wait till the weather gets a little better and actually have it at the house and maybe have some tents. And for the cost of maybe providing some soft drinks and food and whatnot, you could get a lot of public ideas for nothing. And then we would basically help you kind of organize that and record it. So that's something we did in Hutto for several different phases along the way for what's going on there now. We did some master planning with ideas coming in from the public. And some of them were pretty good. They reused them. So
that's a great idea.
The other thing, too, is do you all have a hotel-motel tax established?
Coming soon.
Yep. We don't have any hotels
Okay.
or motels right now.
Okay.
We've got one coming.
Okay. A reason I said it,
It's
in
coming.
Kyle, they funded part of they restored their historic train depot. And somehow they did it with a portion of their hotel-motel tax. So I wanted to throw that out in case you guys had it. But, yeah, the maintenance thing, I'd be happy to meet with a contractor that's going to do some cost estimate and talk about that. The charrette, we've done that for several clients, and I can kind of help you with that as well. So,
Can I get your card, or do you have one?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we have a motion and a second.
Mayor, can you clarify if we are adding the friendly amendment by Councilmember Shepherd?
I'm just trying to clear it up. What exactly you want maintenance performed on the building?
I think what I'm hearing is that nobody's checking on the building right now. We need to be doing that.
Yes.
So can we just send city staff, our building maintenance department, to
Yes.
go over there? And,
I don't think that needs to be part of the motion, though. I think you can just, I think
just
we've made it
request
clear
that.
that we want staff to go check
Yeah.
it out, so.
That's what I'm thinking.
Just to keep it clean.
Okay. So we have a first and second. All in favor? All right. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. I mean, it's been an interesting discussion, but, a necessary one, and I think we're all on the same page, hopefully, so. For the grand opening, we'll have everybody back, okay? We're going to take a 7-minute recess. We'll come back at 8:15. All right. The time is now 27, and we are back in session. We're going to move to number 11, approval of dedication and acceptance of TOD subdivision. Sorry. That's consent. So 14, sorry. Number 14, conduct a public hearing regarding subdivision case 18-CP-014 to adopt the Haven Oaks concept plan on 2 parcels of land approximately 31.570 acres in size, more particularly described by Williamson's Central Appraisal District parcel R048976 and R031645, generally located northeast of the intersection of Heritage Grove Road and Oak Grove Road, Leander, Williamson County, Texas. Ms. Griffin.
This is a public hearing for the Haven Oaks concept plan. The property is located to the northeast of the intersection of Heritage Grove Road and Oak Grove Road. The City Council reviewed and approved the zoning request for this property on November 15th, 2018, and this is the next step in their development process. Their proposal includes 130 homes and 4.55 acres of parkland. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this request at their last meeting, and I'll be available for questions after the public hearing. And the applicant's also here if you have questions for them as well.
All right. The public hearing is now open. Would anyone wish to speak on this item? Last chance. All right, so we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move to discuss and consider action regarding the approval of the aforementioned subdivision case.
Motion to approve.
I'll
We have
second.
a motion to approve by Councilmember Sedgwick
That was really fast.
I'll second. That took us by surprise.
and a second by Pro Tem Stevenson. Is there any more discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. Right, now we're going to move to our regular agenda. Number 15, approval of the second reading. This item has been postponed until March 21st, 2019. All right, so we're going to move to 16. Receive presentation from Lawrence LaBonte and consider action regarding the proposed development of senior apartments and senior assisted living of the property located at 10970 Crystal Falls Parkway, Leander, Williamson County.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence LaBonte. Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for your time this evening. In watching the meeting this evening, it occurred to me that perhaps the best thing to do is to give you a large overview of what we're looking to accomplish, in sense of it will probably be more beneficial than going through a slideshow at this point in time. We can certainly do that, but I want to make sure that we are that we cover the high points that are important and germane to the real estate development as it pertains to the city itself, and what not only the attributes of the development, but how it can contribute to the town itself as well. We have found through our market research that we did on the due diligence originally, a need for senior housing, which in the terms of the development that we're discussing would be independent living and assisted living with a segment of memory care units as well. And the concept that we employ, that we've got, we have 4 developments underway on the East Coast. This would be the 4th. We're based out of Southern Connecticut momentarily. That's where we've been for the past 3 years, but are relocating to Austin as a home office. Having said that, the development itself is unique in as much as what we're proposing is a continuing care campus, if you will, where the independent living migrates into assisted living and creates an aging in place environment, which is what the need in the marketplace has turned to over the past 3 or 4 years, going off of a standalone facility, which is typically on 2 or 3 acres. Ours are all in a campus setting, if you will, of at least a minimum of 6 to 8, minimum of 6 acres, even up to 14. And this creates an environment for a caregiving that allows residents in the community to access the facility in an easier transition way, where the independent living isn't
defined as it is typically within certain domains, if you will. It's of over 55. It's more of a independent living where they're independent but they need care. So it's not a 55 and over where there's a golf course and all these other activities that we provide. And within the campus setting, it's a much higher level of care, and that's what we're promoting, and that's the business model that we have found has been very receptive within the senior market. So, having said that, there's the site is on the corner of Crystal Falls Parkway and Ronald Reagan. I'll get through. There's the site plan. It's approximately 7 acres with the egress on the new road that goes to the fire station. It'll be the initial plan from the market study is for 152 units, which is our prototypical development, and that would be about 65% independent living, 20% assisted living, and the balance in memory care. Let's see what else is one of the important things that we're doing that we find in not only just as a senior housing development, but as a company, we've employed a prototype policy, if you will, of we have a program where we will have 2 or 3 local students, if you will, college students, who can come into the facility when they're chosen in lieu of room and board. So it'll be a nursing student or someone of that nature who's in the caregiving industry. They can reside for free in one of our facilities, and in exchange for giving 20 to 23 hours of companionship to some of the residents. And the number one ailment of seniors is loneliness, and that isn't something that you can do. You can fix with medicine, you can fix with food. It's a European model that only one other company in Ohio, I think, has tried to institute, and they've done it successfully, and we're doing it in all 4 of our facilities. So having that, I think, is a staple to providing a level of care that goes beyond a facility, if you will. It goes to the community. It goes to the fabric of everybody that's involved, if you will, by trying to provide the highest level of care that you can. And so I thought it would be important to speak to that this evening as it relates to how we can contribute to the town, and more so than just providing a service that is that's economically viable, that provides jobs and the tax base and so forth. But it's we try to do things a little bit differently. We're a small group, but we've real estate development's all we've ever done, and I've been coming down to the area for 2 years now, doing research on not only trying to move out of Connecticut, but I was at a wedding with a dear friend of mine who's here, and she was lamenting how it was difficult to put her father in assisted living, not having a facility near where they lived, and it was in a time where we were doing a lot of multifamily development, and we're starting to transition into the senior market because there's just not enough supply to meet the demand. It's just an empirical fact. The number of folks turning 62 and over in the next 10 to 15 years are going to double. And as I was walking in here, a friend of mine sent me a link to an article, to a video of a clip of a news station last night in Austin talking about the aging population on Channel 4, I'm not sure what it was, in Austin, and how it's out going in 20 years, it's going to be an issue if the proper infrastructure within the individual communities is not adequate. So there are several things that we look to do, and I think that having been down here now for 2 years and finding a vibrant market, lucky enough, this was my first meeting in Leander, and I think we're going to be very happy here. I think if this development goes through successfully, I think it'll be a huge win for everybody. Just in closing, very quickly, off topic, the architect they had up here is incredibly bright, and his opinions and comments on the matter were just perfect for the. I don't know the house. I don't know anything, what size it is or anything like that. But I've been doing historic tax credit deals for a long time, at about $10 or $15 million a clip, and they are. It's real. It's out there. There's plenty of money for you. There's plenty of rocks and pebbles and nickels and dimes to turn over. That there's no doubt that he's. It just brought back a few memories of a couple of deals that we've done on that historic preservation, and it just takes a little bit to get started, but you'll find a lot of help out there. And I was talking to him about helping him as well, and we've donated a little bit of something for him to get started, time-wise, and I think that I'm open for questions. It's been a long day. I left Vermont at 3:15 this morning.
Wow. Temperature change.
So, and I was here last weekend, and it's just this is a big project, and we're excited. It's a lot of work. It's been a lot of work to get to this point, to get it in front of you. I wish I was a little more articulate this morning or this evening, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. LaBonte, how many units did you say it was?
Pardon?
How many units did you
152.
say? 152 units.
How many stories?
3. Let's see. I think we have a pretty good sample. There you go. That's 2. But it's a bigger footprint. But that's what our typical building looks like.
How many employees would you have working there? Guesstimate? Guesstimate. I mean, you have other facilities,
in the facility?
Right? Yes.
Yeah. 35.
About 35.
And that doesn't include food staff, which is subcontract out.
Okay.
So.
Are your other facilities in a more commercial setting as far as surrounding uses?
No, the
reason I ask is because this is currently zoned commercial, and there's commercial in that immediate area. So I'm just trying to figure out how that fits your model, if that's something you've taken into consideration, or if this is a different application.
No, it comes off of the feasibility studies that we had the consultants do of the area itself.
So they identified the site for you?
Pardon?
They identified this site for you?
No, Diane did.
That was you.
And we had looked at sites. This is what I do.
What was attractive about this location to you? Let me ask that.
It is the accessibility of the traffic flow, the accessibility for potential clients to find their way in there and not go out of their way, safe, it's close proximity to a volume of people, whereas the next facility closest to us, I'm sorry.
You want me to answer this question?
What's the name of it?
The Legacy at Crystal.
Legacy, 100%.
You can come up so we can get you on the mic too.
Yeah, which is like 3 miles away or so, I think. 100% occupancy on the AL and 100% on the memory care with a waiting list.
Wow.
And that's and nothing really in the pipeline northeast towards Georgetown. So the economics of it, to see if it's viable,
more so than the actual, location, because it's a destination development.
I'm just curious what
Yeah.
went into the process.
Yeah, no, we've been looking for about a year.
Is there any concern with the fire engine bells?
No, it's actually we're doing one in right outside of Hilton Head, and it's right next to a hospital and a fire station, and it's like a free amenity because the folks that are bringing their parents in,
That's right.
it gives them a level that security, that critical care is right there. So
Because I've been concerned about what could possibly go there. This would be for, yeah, this is interesting.
yeah, so it's we'll talk to them about letting them go out their street a little further before the horns go on, but yeah, no, not at all. Again, to answer your question further, some of the easements on the property for the egress are already in place because of the new road. So from an engineering perspective, I think we're not going to be asking for ridiculous curb cuts or anything. It's an easy site to work with.
Okay.
And so
that's what we like.
Your access points on Crystal Falls, is there 2 of them or 1?
Well, we haven't gotten that far. It's probably going to be on Crystal Falls.
Okay.
It's getting.
So I did a short presentation to Robin and the development team back in October, I believe, at the end of October. And the team was able to look at access points for sewer. At that time, we were also looking at a parcel of land coming in off of Ronald Reagan. We are no longer looking at that particular parcel. We're centered on this one, the 6.67 acres. And so there's already a cut in the boulevard. So there would not have to be any additional construction or permission, I guess, to do that. And so I know there's a number of the engineers within the team that had looked at the viability for this particular hunk of land.
And do the residents have parking?
In
their plans, your residents have parking?
Oh yeah, it'll be per whatever the town regulations are. It'll meet or exceed them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the site is plenty big.
Great.
I think it looks great.
Do you
Definitely
have
a need
questions?
in the community.
That's good to hear. We think so.
I have an 85-year-old father, and I live on Ronald Reagan, and my daughter and son live in the Crystal Falls community. And I had 2 choices of where to put my father in assisted living. And the Legacy at Crystal Falls was one, and there's another very, very small, quiet community out near the San Gabriel River, and I took him out there. He was like, I am not living out here. So there were no other choices to move him at that time. That's just me personally. That's my personal
I find that most of them, as soon as they open up, they're full.
Legacy is full.
Yeah, I think if this was a traditional multifamily, it would maybe be problematic, but given the use, I think where you're putting it is fine. It seems okay to me.
Get some sleep.
What was that?
I kept looking at you, trying to figure out that there is something troubling you, and now I get it. Lack of sleep.
Well,
But it doesn't say.
Hearing you go through the whole tax credit, going through that, the issue that you're working on with the house, I've gone through a couple of big tax credit historic renovations to $20-30 million projects, and a $500,000 project is just as much work. You just have to get the right people to do all the right things. And when you don't have a lot of historic properties and you don't have an historic division that does all these things, it's very daunting. And I just changed cards with Mike, the architect, and we're going to put a couple of things together for a meeting very shortly for you.
Well, thank
Are you based out of Stanford?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the name of the hotel? That's totally off topic. What's the name of the hotel right there by y'all's office? Is it like a Marriott or something like that? I've stayed there like 100 times. Sorry, off topic.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
The Marriott, and you're probably thinking about the Hilton.
Yeah.
Yeah, right off.
Sorry.
I appreciate your interest in already being an active participant in our community, so thank you for that.
No, it's more than just dirt and more than a building. You gotta, it's more to us than that. It took me a while to figure stuff out, and but we're looking to be part of a community now, not just developers that collect rent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Appreciate it.
Excuse me, I have a question for Ms. Griffin. This is more housekeeping, but the application submitted is development proposal review. What action are we taking?
I think
No.
Dara knows.
You're making a decision
Yeah.
to move forward or not to move forward through the formal process.
So
for a comp
they're
plan
needing a
amendment.
comp plan amendment to allow the multifamily. So then y'all would take action to allow them to move forward in the process.
We're making
Not
Paige
tonight.
nervous.
Am I saying it
See,
wrong?
nobody knows. That's not what Dara's saying.
Yes.
This is a request
It's not a comp
for
plan.
council to, this is a request for council to authorize the application to go through the comprehensive plan amendment process. So that's the action before you tonight, is to authorize that to occur. You're not commenting on the zoning, it's just, are we going to allow this to go through a comprehensive plan amendment process?
Okay.
Okay?
Well, I'll make a motion for it to continue through the process.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Shepherd with a second by Councilmember Cannon. Any more discussion? All in favor? All against? All right, motion passes 6-1. Okay, we move to item 17, receive presentation from Burditt Consultants regarding the Parks, Public Spaces, and Recreation Comprehensive Plan, and for City Council adopt the plan as a model to follow when considering future projects and financial considerations. Mr. Tillmans.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Pleasure to be in front of you again. I just want to give just a little brief introduction. Back in April last year, we went with Burditt Land and Place LLC as our consultants to put together a comp plan. You've received a copy of that tonight. It is also electronically, but we've had a really very, very nice experience working with Burditt. Paul Howard and Shirley Lee have been our lead consultants. They're here with us tonight. They're going to give you a great presentation, I believe, over the next little bit of time. But a couple of things that really came out of this was the survey response was tremendous. I know Paul's probably going to speak on that. And plus the incredible amount of relationship they built with our Park and Recreation Board. They were very involved. The Park Board was very involved in this process along the way, something that I'm really excited about and very proud of because they gave some great insight into it, and they worked very closely together throughout the process, and I know that they're excited about the final product as well, and it's going to provide us a roadmap, if you will, in the future. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Paul and Shirley to come forward and make the presentation for you.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, for having us tonight. We're excited to be here. This is Shirley Lee, and I'm Paul Howard. We're planners with Burditt Consultants. Our specialty is in recreation planning. And, as Mark mentioned, back in April of last year, we embarked on this Parks, Recreation, and Public Spaces Comprehensive Plan. It's a mouthful, but it's because there's so much that goes on with your park system. And it's more than just the parks themselves. It's the public space. It's the trails. It's the events and all of that coming together. And so this document aims to do a number of things. It aims to serve as a way to capture the vision for what you want your future park system to be, to capture the demand that we identified through public interaction, through staff input, through discussions with the Parks Board, and also to serve as a capital improvements plan effectively for your park system, to identify projects for the next 5 to 10 years that will meet those demanded amenities and features in your park system. And with that, I won't go through all these individual chapters here, but the process that we go through is one that includes an inventory of your existing parks and facilities, capturing the demand from the public in a variety of ways, and then looking at opportunities for expansion of your pedestrian pathway system, looking at opportunities for more sustainable strategies for low-impact design, and capturing more green space as a component of park development, and then identification of priority projects. And so we follow a standards-based approach, a demand-based approach, and a resource-based approach. Standards looking at traditional National Rec and Park Recreation Association benchmarks for minimum amount of parks amenities, which is an older, more traditional way of looking at parks, but also looking at what other communities of similar size and character have in their park system, what is trending in parks and recreation, and then comparing that to what we hear from the public. The demand-based approach involved staff and focus group interaction, discussion with sports leagues. I don't know why it says Lockhart there. Excuse that. And Parks Board interaction throughout this process, 2 public meetings and an online survey, which Mark mentioned. Resource-based approach was looking at all the other opportunities, your drainage corridors, San Gabriel River and the Brushy Creek, and your rights of way, which is a key component of proposed pathways through this process. The demand analysis component involved an online survey launched in July of last year, which received a total of 1,292 responses, which is more than significantly, statistically significant, followed by 2 public meetings, one that was held here in this building right here, and another one in August that was held out at the Mason Homestead. And then following the online survey, we went into compiling all this demand and coming up with a list of priority projects. The priorities identified included, in the outdoor component, trails and greenway development, aquatic facilities, improvements or additions, event space, and athletic facilities, and we'll go more into these individually, and capture more open space and natural areas. Indoor recreation that was demanded, and these are in no specific order. That's explained more in detail in the actual document. Indoor aquatic facility opportunities for competitive and recreation and fitness swimming, multi-purpose rooms for fitness classes, dancing, yoga, and other types of indoor activities, traditional fitness and cardio equipment, weight equipment, those type of things, indoor track, and for any type of a future rec center, a child care component to that to maximize the capacity or the ability to show up for recreation. We did an inventory of all your existing parks and facilities, as well as took a look at the amount of those provided by the homeowners association, the development community, and looked at how those are also providing service throughout the community. We also looked at your existing pathways and forthcoming opportunities for pathways. The Parks Department, as you know, is already in the process of capturing property right away along, like for instance, the San Gabriel River for future pathways along those areas. And then we looked at pathways from a 10-minute walk analysis. Now, this is a program that the National Rec and Park Association has come up with, which is a way of looking at your park system as how much of the population of your community lives within a 10-minute walk of a park. And so we use some GIS software that allows us to reach out from every park in your community for an approximate 10-minute walk, which is a half mile down every corridor, and identify the areas that are within a 10-minute walk, and then calculate how much of your population is not within a 10-minute walk. There's rapid growth, obviously, in Leander, so there's lots of room to continue this trend of capturing or providing park space in these areas that are not within a 10-minute walk yet. And part of this is just because the city's growing so rapidly. We did consider the service provided by HOA-owned parks as well in this analysis. The 10-minute walk analysis for Leander comes out to about 24% of the homes are within a 10-minute walk of a park right now. To compare that to Austin in last year's analysis, they came in at 54%. Louisville came in at 61%. And this is a relatively new program, but it's an opportunity to make a statement of commitment to reach out or to strive to become a more complete community in the 10-minute walk paradigm. So it would involve simply, and there's more of this is detailed in the document itself, it would involve identifying a benchmark for what you would like to improve upon. It could be going up to 30% within the next 2 to 5 years.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. You are lots of information. I'm trying to find where it is here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
What percentage?
Page 20.
Page 20? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so what percentage is Leander?
Leander's 24% right now.
24%. And that includes the neighborhood parks as well, or just the city-owned parks?
That includes all the parks, yes, neighborhood parks and city parks, where 24% of your population is within a 10-minute walk of a park. So
okay.
Either one.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Now, it should be pointed out that NRPA does also generally look at just municipal parks, but we were asked to also consider the benefit of HOA-provided parks because they are a part of your community. They obviously don't provide things like sports fields or rec centers in some areas, but they do provide neighborhood parks and some amenities like swimming pools and stuff within their neighborhoods too. So not wanting to duplicate effort where it is being serviced by the HOAs. And you have, that's part of your ongoing growth of your park system as well, is the fact that you have a park dedication ordinance that provides some of that. And so that's taken into consideration as we look at growth of parks and facilities moving forward. So that comes to priority projects. Now, the way we address these is we took all the demand and what we heard from staff and what we heard from park boards, and we looked at what resources you have available. We tend to be conservative to the extent where we're not targeting property that the city doesn't have control of or potential for control of, because we don't want to upset your real estate market with those opportunities. So we looked at opportunities within your existing park land and undeveloped park spaces, and we'll look at another site where that is a foregone conclusion that it will become a park. And these priority projects are developed with a level of detail. It's more than just a conceptual design. There's a level of schematic design so that it gives us accurate ability to provide statements of probable costs. These are itemized to a pretty high level of detail so that this becomes not a commitment to this exact design. You know, we're not picking out the brick for you or something, but it allows you to be able to plan your budgets for parks in the coming years with a consideration for contractor markups, contingencies, professional fees, geotechnical studies and things like that, so that you have a safe number to work from. It also gives you the ability to pick and choose items when you get further along into your budget planning. Maybe you decide you want to add another sports field or something. So in a given size property, we can show you proof of concept what would fit appropriately within that parcel of land and how much that would cost. So the first one we looked at was renovation around the aquatics facility at Robin Bledsoe Park. This is an opportunity to present a modern type of aquatic facility, not taking out the pool, but expanding off of the pool in one direction with what's become a very popular style pool, which is what they call zero depth entry or beach entry on part of it, with a shallow water area for play that would involve play structures, if you will. So they're aquatic, but it's not a splash pad. They've got water slide components and stuff, but you're not in deep water. So it provides a way to enjoy the water in a number of different ways. So, these are wheelchair accessible in the beach entry section. They provide more deck space that will give you the opportunity for sunning and just enjoying the deck space for those who don't necessarily want to get in the water. But it also can provide some separation between that and the more traditional competitive pool area. Some features for consideration would be maybe a climbing wall component that they're installing on the edges of pools in some areas, like over by the deep end where the diving board is, or potentially a water slide component as well. This expansion would require the relocation of the basketball court to have enough space to pull it off. And that is considered in a number of other project sites throughout the community, including expansion of basketball, because there is a demand for more of that as well. The total opinion of probable cost for this would be approximately $3.2 million. That would not displace the current and relatively new splash pad. This would be expanding around it. The identified mission on this project through the Parks Board discussions was to maintain the splash pad component as a year-round access, whereas the rest of that beach entry modern addition would probably be in a controlled access environment. So that would go through your traditional aquatics programs during seasonal times of the year. San Gabriel Park property, undeveloped at this time, is an opportunity to provide much-needed additional fields for softball. Softball is one of the higher-rated needs in town, and you don't currently have softball programs. So, and every community that doesn't have softball is exporting that service to some other community nearby. We know that they're going to Round Rock and Cedar Park and places like that to play. Also, this opportunity to provide more multi-purpose fields, which would be able to serve both football, lacrosse, soccer for competitive games. These can be striped in a number of ways for different age groups and different types of sports. Those are shown as number 10s across the drawing. And an opportunity to bring in basketball courts here and some batting cages with all the rest of the concession and restrooms and all that stuff regarding the sports fields over there. Parking and a nature center. This would be an opportunity to provide an outdoor education type component. That would be open air pavilion type of structure with some seating and things like that. Educational components with interpretive signage that might tie into some themes with the dinosaur footprints and bringing that and some of the geology and the paleontology of the area into an educational environment on site. So lots of great opportunities, but also there's a ways to preserve some of the beauty of this land in the process of not completely developing it.
Breathe, just one sec.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You have an amazing ability to deliver a lot of information really quickly. I'm super impressed, but I was looking for a break.
Okay.
When you have this opinion of probable cost, how are you? I guess two questions. Number one, is that based on? Is that with a plus minus based on when it's done, or is that based on today's pricing? And is that how deep into that did you get? Like, if there's a specific cost for basketball or the tennis court, I mean, I don't know how much you've dug into this, and if we wanted to entertain part of that or none of it or change it, do we have the information to do that, or does that come later?
Well, that's a great question. There's, all right, first of all, we go into a pretty high level of detail on this. We design and build parks for recreation departments. That's our prime. That's about 90% of our work in our company, and so our costs are up to date. We looked at this from we call it an 8 of 10 quality of finish, so that there's a lot of decisions that get made as you move into the design development and construction drawings, and that process will be where you make all these decisions about the bricks, the quality features. There's a wide range. They say the devil's in the details when it comes to any design project. But we considered that when we look at the cost of a sports field and what type of, how the fencing and the concession stands and the restrooms and things like that are going to work, because that's where in the parking and looking at current concrete prices.
So your pricing is fairly detailed.
Yes, it is.
If you refer to the page after each conceptual design.
So like page 96 would be a good example. Well, we're not on that project yet, but after each priority project, there's a pretty high level of detail.
Okay.
And so, and that becomes a shopping list is the goal there. So as you move into budget period, you might go, you know what, right now, we know we're going to need more softball fields. And we'll look at a site where there's an alternate option where you might switch it out to a different type of field.
Sure.
But this is a proof of concept of how much can fit in that space. And
I love this. This is great.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Well,
and so, excuse me, but back to the total probable cost, is that a project being done all at once? That's not phased. Obviously, if we phase it, the price goes up.
Yes, there's always a bit of a economy of scale when it comes to mobilization of forces. The big thing to do is not to duplicate work. So getting your infrastructure in, if you're going to phase something, underground stuff has to go in.
Sure.
Parking and access, those kind of things. Those could be phase two. Parking in this case, if you only build the northern 4 fields, maybe you put in that parking first and you come in with the southern section afterwards. So,
Got it.
but yes, we considered this from a whole hog type of scenario.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you tell us on a development like this where it's ball fields, I know how expensive it is for teams to play there and tournaments, and an estimate per year on what the economic impact of having those kind of leagues in a facility like that might be. Is that?
It's a hard one to do off the cuff. We do provide services to evaluate as a true economic development study, a sports tourism study is what it would be, where we're not only just looking at your community, but also looking at the marketplace. When you have somebody like Round Rock that has 17 fields on their site, they present competition, and Hutto down the street is also considering development of some sports fields, and so those all have to be considered when you're looking at the market, because I've seen communities that looked at it as that was the big moneymaker. It was going to pay for itself, and it doesn't necessarily work out that way because there's so much competition. But baseball is growing, softball is growing, and a number of other sports. So it is reasonable to consider it as an option, and I know that that teams like variety, and so it's about finding out what you want it to serve. You also don't want to displace your current program. You've got a growing program here in the community, rapidly growing, and there's a demand for more fields already. And as you know, at Benbrook Park, you're already adding another field and looking for potential more fields in the future. So finding that balance is the key. But there's definitely an opportunity I see, and some of that's timing of when this comes on board, and if you're already meeting your demand for existing local recreation. Some cities will look at a target percentage, how much they would like to have local play, and how much they'd like to allow out for rent, so to speak. I'm going to move on to the next part here. Divine Lake Park improvements. Looked at it at the yes. We looked at a conservative evaluation of Divine Lake Park to address primarily some parking needs out there for. I know that parking is a challenge with events, but also a way to provide more dog park opportunity. Up until recently, people did bring their dogs out there into the off-leash area off on the eastern portion of the property, but that's since gone away. This is an opportunity to make it just a simple fenced-in dog park area that for off-leash play with basic amenities in there, but also on-site expanding parking. Bringing in some wildlife viewing type of features with a bird blind or bird viewing type of enclosure out by the waterside. Looking at a potential boardwalk along the edge and cleaning up the edge of the waterfront there and making it a little bit more of an inviting place. Bringing in, let's see, we've got a sand volleyball court out here, and some new playground equipment and picnic pavilion and a group pavilion. So a mixture of amenities, but the demand overall was to keep it as open and natural as possible, because that's one of the things people tend to like about this park is that it's kind of a quiet place to go, and it's beautiful. And so the goal was not to overdevelop the site.
What is number 11? It's not quite on the legend.
It's back. This is an existing detention area.
Okay.
And,
Change it on the plan.
it's not on the plan, but somehow my image came back with the number 11. Everybody in Leander has a really good eye, and it's awesome. So we did get it out of the plan, but that was just an identifier that's
just detention.
A detention area.
Okay, cool.
Nothing exciting, but always needed. And so development on this site would come in around $1.9 million. A good chunk of that is in parking, as always. And the Treviso development area. All right, so this is a property you may or may not be aware of, I'm not sure to what level. An opportunity to provide approximately 58 acres of additional park space out by the growing Treviso development. This property is to be conveyed to the city as park space, and is a really interesting site. It's out there on unnamed road, or nameless road, and it's beautiful. It's got topo, it's got vegetation, but there's a need to bring in recreation on that side of town. As you saw in that service area map that we had earlier with the 10-minute walk, that side of town doesn't have it has a large gap in the park service area. So this is an opportunity when the timing is right to bring in some additional softball fields, and this we've got a large diamond field here at the 365-foot level that would be available for the older play. This is where we were thinking that it could be, depending on what the demand is like at the time that this park comes online. This would be one that you could swap out with another similar size 225-foot field, or maybe it becomes something else. And then this is where we brought in opportunity for a Miracle League set of fields. And these would be your all-access play with the baseball fields with the rubberized surface across the entire thing. The entrance and plaza area out in front of the fields would be all-access with accessible playground as well. Miracle Leagues, if you're not familiar, it's a baseball sports program that is for people with various physical disabilities. And this is not a very common facility to have in a community, and so it's a great opportunity to embrace that demographic that doesn't always get a place to play. And so the number 5 here on the site would be where those would be. And then we also have some multi-use fields brought in here with an overlook area that faces down towards the creek area as well. Parking, obviously, concessions, restrooms, playgrounds, basketball courts, so we're not displacing basketball from Benbrook. And a total price tag somewhere around $15.7 million. There's a significant amount of topo, so there would be some earth moving to accommodate the fields in various positions, but it's a very approachable project still. Old Town Plaza. This site is already the home of the Christmas tree in most years. Did it go up this year?
Yeah.
I knew there was a rush to get it all ready. This is a look at just breathing some life into Old Town to make sure that you still have some public space that becomes a place for events. So we looked at an opportunity to just bring in some hardscape and landscape features, low maintenance, formal landscape to provide a more amphitheater-like environment around the stage, and some walks connecting through the community, and some parking space on Baghdad Street. And then up on the number 4 at the northeast corner, looking at opportunity for some food truck slips that might make an inviting place to go eat lunch. It's really close to here, so that could be nice. An option for a playground that might be a nice space for, or it could remain formal. And parking is always a necessity in downtowns, so we brought in that option as well, just to ensure that there's accommodations.
Can we draw in an old house on that, just so nobody thinks it's gone?
There's space. And there's a group pavilion out here. This would be a great site for a wedding or something like that. There's always opportunities to rent features out. So this is a pearl of an opportunity. The city already owns the land. It's a match made in heaven, probably. A total opinion of probable cost for all improvements would be $1.5 million. And then we also looked at, in conjunction with proposed pathways to the community, as some trailheads in strategic locations. The 2 that we picked out on here are actual locations we've identified, but they will serve as actual priority projects, but also templates for what you could do in other parcels along trails and throughout the community as those opportunities arise. This particular property is over on 2243. It is over next to the wastewater treatment plant, and it's already city-owned property. It's approximately 7 acres and provides an opportunity to bring in a parking space, restrooms, playground area as a trailhead, and then, of course, wayfinding to tell people which way to go on their section of trail, and give them an overview of the entire trail system, and access to proposed pathways along the creek. Restrooms were one particular item that were identified as a need for any trailheads in the future. Some sites would work better than others. We'll look at another one here in a second that we did not propose a trailhead on. Another identified need was to have circuit-type workout equipment at strategic locations throughout the trail system to encourage some type of activity. This doesn't necessarily work on long, wild trails along the river, but it does work well at a trailhead. And some people enjoy just going to the trailheads and seeing other communities. A small trailhead concept was developed for over at the intersection of Sunny and Southwest. There's a property owned by the city. It currently has a little flag monument right there on the corner, and it's approximately an acre in size. And so there's an opportunity just to bring in some parking space and access to the trails, so that as your trail system grows, some of these distances could be pretty significant for crossing the community. Bring in a playground which provides a neighborhood park environment in an underserved area of the community for park space. We also looked at just a consideration of what needs to happen eventually with Benbrook Ranch. As baseball demand continues to grow, is just to consider acquisition of land if you'd like to grow that baseball park further. There's multiple owners in the area that you would have to consider, but land is always at a premium, and it's not going down in price. So that's kind of an overall theme with parks. The park system in general is when opportunities for the right piece of land come along, to consider acquiring it, because they're not making more of it and growing fast. The multi-purpose pathway system that we identified was a system of pathways and bike lanes throughout the community, primarily taking advantage of primary corridors, drainage corridors, rivers and creeks, and future thoroughfares that will connect the community. The goal here would be to provide not sidewalks, but wider pathways on the order of 8 to 12 foot to provide not just walking but bicycling access that connects neighborhoods to schools, to parks, to other public spaces. And I won't get into the individual corridors throughout, but they're detailed more verbosely in the document.
I'm sorry, where in the document?
What page are you on?
Okay.
Because that didn't go in the order
that the pages are.
Yeah.
That's
that
okay.
one skipped somewhere.
All right, here we go. We start on page 72, 71, 70. So 670 has the itemized list of all the trail segments.
69 is the map of the pedestrian trail and pathway, and 72 is the bike lanes.
Wow. So I actually had a couple of questions about the bike lanes. I saw that y'all have identified it as a priority in the public meetings and public engagement, though. It looked like currently there's not a whole lot of bike riding, but 49% of participants expect to switch to bicycling and walking
To park.
That's a tremendous, that's half your participants. Do we know why there would be such a huge switch in their mode of transportation to a park? Because that seems to me almost like an anomaly, that it would be so high. It reminds me of New Year's resolutions, and 75% of them don't make it a month or something.
That's only in January.
Right, but it just seems like such an outlier to be so high.
Well, the previous page has activities, page 52. What activities do you participate in? Leander parks, and walking, jogging, running is the top
That's
one.
once they get there.
And bicycling is near the bottom at 0.8%.
Exactly right.
Right.
And everywhere where bicycling is listed at all as a current activity, it's fairly low on the list. And I was surprised. I moved here from out of state about a decade ago, and I was surprised when I got here that there were so few bike lanes. But then I realized that also bike riding here seems to be predominantly kids. And when I was a kid, I was riding my bike across town, and I noticed that now, and I'm guilty of it too, our kids only ride them in the neighborhoods.
Right.
They don't go anywhere.
To and from the schools.
Yeah, maybe to school if their school's really close. So I see that one of the plans in here is to invest in widening a lot of the roadways or building them wider, and I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I'm concerned about this, basing it on this 49% number, when we're also looking at data that that sort of thing isn't really done otherwise.
I can't identify the source of that number right off the top of my head, but I will reevaluate that for sure, because we don't want to misspeak.
Which page were you talking about? Sorry. Page 54.
Right here.
The Leander tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay, so.
And then I noticed that flowing from that a little later, you mention the sidewalks in, is it right here?
Yeah,
You mentioned the sidewalks in neighborhoods widening. Yes, here we go, page 68, bottom right corner, pathway design around the middle of the paragraph. While new sidewalks are typically designed at the minimum 5-foot width along neighborhood streets, a minimum of 10 feet to an optimal 12 feet of width is needed to have a truly multi-purpose pathway that allows for two-way traffic.
Yeah, so for for a multi-purpose pathway, it's designed to be, the idea is for it to be two-way traffic. So you would have a bicycle or pedestrian moving in each direction. So your newer sidewalks are already 5 foot. Older neighborhood sidewalks are typically 4 foot. The new standard from ADA is 5 foot. But that means that if you're, and the sidewalk is based on a single direction travel, not two people traveling in opposite directions at the same time. And so 10 foot would be your recommended minimum for a truly multi-purpose pathway with bikes and pedestrians.
For a neighborhood street?
No, that would be for the primary street. The neighborhood street was for the minimum 5 foot.
Give us an example of where that would
So,
apply.
so for an example, that would be your collector street, not the one that would be your main street that would lead from the neighborhood street out to your major thoroughfare.
Okay, the way this is written, it sounds like residential streets, that in front of people's houses there's going to be 12 feet of concrete.
Right.
And I just want to make sure when we approve this that this is, because we don't want people coming back and saying, it says here.
No, that's a miswording, that's for sure. No, that would require acquisition of people's front yards.
Yeah.
We're not recommending that. And most of your neighborhoods, because the way the patterns of development here are, the primary collectors are being provided with sidewalks on them. That's the market for housing in neighborhoods that are growing. Right. Most of them have a sidewalk at least. We're saying that if to make it an ideal for connection to a more multi-purpose pathway system, the ideal would be to have wider than just a sidewalk, wider than 5 foot on those major corridors. It's not to say this isn't an important component of your network to have these sidewalks, but ideally they would be wider on those major, and that would require a change in your subdivision code.
So are you taking in the bike lane into that?
I was actually going to make a similar comment, because that's one of the things that I noticed too, and I tell my kid this all the time when they go out near the main road, stay on the sidewalks. So are we talking having a bike lane and a wider sidewalk?
For the bike lane on the asphalt, are we moving that then onto the sidewalk? If you're going to make it that wide, it would seem like you would have to.
Well, if you look on the map for the bike lanes, those are not on collector streets.
What page is that, please?
So that would be on page 72. Those are all on your major corridors. So that's going to be an opportunity. And most of those alignments are really, or more than half of those alignments are on corridors that are going to be widened over the future. Those aren't currently, the highly developed area of town. So you look out to the north of city out there, you see future connections where we recommend bike lanes as the city grows, or if the city goes in that direction.
Mr. Tummins, how wide is the sidewalk on Baghdad Road near Robin Bledsoe Park?
It is 10 foot wide.
Okay.
And the sidewalk on Ronald Reagan in front of Cold Springs, that one's 10 or 12 foot?
No, it's not even that wide. Yeah, it's like 5 foot wide.
Not the one at Cold Springs Market, because there's cars driving on it all the time.
On the one at Cold Springs?
Cold Springs Market, where the fan club and...
Oh, way down there. I'm sorry. I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about Crystal Falls.
The neighborhood.
It's at
Cold
least,
Springs.
it's not in the neighborhood, it's on
No,
Ronald
I know.
Reagan.
I don't know. I'd have to
Yeah.
go and look.
I think it's 10 foot.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I got a picture of the guy driving
Oh,
on
it's
it.
completely on.
Really?
Supposed to do
Yeah,
that?
absolutely.
Yeah,
Sorry.
On
it
the
looks like a
sidewalk?
driveway,
Yeah.
Wow.
and the developer who owns that is having to replace his irrigation all the
Oh
time.
my gosh.
Really?
Yes, because it looks like a driveway. Here's my
Usually have to
question.
bring special-
Maybe we need some.
Yes,
She did point out that it was by DeFan Club.
it is by Duff Fan Club.
After they've been there a while.
The 49% of wanting to be able to bike to a park, that would make sense to me if we're talking about from my house to my neighborhood park. So that I think we need to look at. But the cost of doing sidewalks at, again, I harp on this all the time, $4 plus a square foot is crazy expensive and cost prohibitive for many commercial developments. I would like to know, before we implement yet another regulation that's going to have serious economic impact, I would like to know how many cyclists we have in Leander.
Well, I know when I moved here, I was definitely a cyclist, and I couldn't get anywhere, places, because I was excited. I knew we had a library and a park near our house, and so I didn't notice when I was driving by that there weren't any sidewalks at Baghdad. And so I get on my bike with my daughter, and we go biking, and when we get to Baghdad, there's nowhere to ride your bike except on the very edge of the street, and it was dangerous. And so we had to turn around, and so even though we were cyclists when we moved here, we kind of became non-cyclists because we couldn't really get anywhere safely,
But also,
especially with my family. So,
106 degrees about 7 months
well,
out of the year.
but that's in the summer. Okay, you don't bike in the summer, but the rest of the year is fine here. I mean, up in Wisconsin, we couldn't bike in the winter because it was frozen.
So
It'd
the
slip and
economic
slide.
impact of, these are all wonderful. We all want sidewalks. We just moved forward with the sidewalk gap project and really focusing on those areas near schools. That makes a lot of sense to me. On Ronald Reagan, you put a 10-foot sidewalk. Guess what? The cyclists aren't on the sidewalk. They're on the road anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be on street bike lane. And can I speak a little bit to this bike thing? So if you look at a 66 page, so
I'm
there is
sorry?
a map, page 66. So there's two maps showing the pattern of walking and biking in the community, and then you can see a very different pattern cycling. And there are, well, I used to do a lot of bicycle planning too. So those cycling tracks that you can look at they're all on major streets, and those are more like enthusiastic cyclists. They like to bike on street and get together with a car. And so the purpose of getting this on-street bike lane just striped and to make them have a designated space to bike instead of beating the place with cars. That's the whole point. And then that's actually kind of why we named this multi-used pathway, because we don't want to see that. We encourage you to bike on sidewalks. But for a family, like you bike with your daughter, and it's more safe to do that. Because we have observed people doing that on this sidewalk, white sidewalks, just cycling very slow. Yeah.
Are there any statistics done on cyclists?
Well, we have the data that we have quoted in here on page 66. This is from the Strava.
That's really cool.
And so Strava is a very popular app and website, and it's what they do is allow you to connect appropriate mobile devices, smartwatches and phones that track your activity when you're exercising. And these are typically used by cyclists and runners. And what you can do is you can upload your data to your profile on the website, and it becomes part of this large countrywide, actually global database now of activity. Now, they also filter that out to get rid of the people that didn't turn their watch off when they're got in the car. So they took all the 60-mile-an-hour stuff and the 40. Actually, I took everything that was above bike speed out of that equation.
And this is actually open data source online. If you go to just Strava data, strava.com, and they have this data, and actually looking at by the color of the lines, it's actually represented the intensity of users.
Okay,
And
okay, but there's no key, so I don't know what color
It's
it
at the
means.
top left.
Where? I can't see that.
It's at the top left.
She said this page.
66. On 66, then you can.
Yeah, she said
Yeah.
that.
that's the same key.
And so the darker color represent more users, that is more intensified use. And actually, if you go onto the website, if you click each route, they will show you how many users biked there.
It is
Yeah.
an
Is
interactive
that
map.
like over what period of time?
It's
Right
annual.
now, I think it's annual. Yeah, right. Yeah, right now, that's what we get from 2018.
So just a quick comment to that too. I think that it's awesome. But the part that I know you say, while the cycling activities are mostly along the major arterial roads, this is likely due to the availability of infrastructure, but can be influenced by lifestyle and preferences as well. We're talking about the Reagan corridor. Definitely bike lanes needs to be a part of that future, because there are the groups of cyclists that come up, and I don't know where they start, but they come up through Cedar Park. A lot of them aren't even residents. They end somewhere in Liberty Hill. I think I heard that they go to like some kind of bar and restaurant. And
Yeah,
party and then
I've
drive
seen
back.
I've seen them. They
Or
park
like
at that. They used to park at the convenience store and get on, bring their bikes and get on and go. And
There
because
are
it's a
several,
beautiful drive and a
very
long straight
active-
shot. Yeah.
Like the
Postal
very active
Service
cycling
team.
group from Georgetown. That's where actually I did their bike master plan. And then
Nice.
and also from Austin, there are several very active cycling groups, and they just go to, the suburban area, finding the track they want.
In your planning at all, when we're looking at expanding these bike lanes onto other roads that feed into like these major ones, did you all engage that community at all, being that they're non-residents? I don't know how. Because it could be that we're looking at making Hero Way West wider to accommodate because of this data, but they wouldn't go there because they want to go to the place in Liberty Hill.
You're talking about the residents want to go to.
No, I'm talking about the bicyclists
No, we haven't
that
been able to
are
capture
going up
that
and down there.
information and
Yeah, because-
isolate it. We're just looking at we can identify on the map and just exploring the Strava data to look for activity, because it's just really hard to capture that. It's sort of reaching out to. We just haven't got a chance to communicate with that group.
No worries.
Well, I do
and I
know-
do think this is really good, by the way. I hate that the questions are kind of negative. I love the 10 minutes to parks and everything. It's wonderful. I just want to make sure that if we're going to push, I love bike lanes where they make sense. I don't want to have a city that's just covered in concrete. You know what I mean? If it's going to be areas that it's not needed, and then we just have more concrete. I came from a place that was a lot of concrete, and it's ugly.
Well, one thing that considers that, this of course is thinking long term as well as your 5 to 10 year planning, and seeing the trends. You've got a lot of migration from Austin out to here, to populations that are used to having some of those amenities too. And so I think the demand is growing, and I think that we're going to start to see a shift shortly in vehicle use as thing in the next 5 years, because primarily because of things like 5G technology enabling self-driving cars on a much more massive scale. And if you look at a simple Google search will show just how much that impact is going to affect the way we use our public space. We're going to see a lot less parking demand as you have ride-hailing service on a greater level. Robots, but so that when those trigger events happen, that's when you have the opportunity to rethink capturing that space in a different way. And so instead of having to go acquire more right away, you might be able to take one of those lanes and repurpose it. It's also a priority that's been identified in TxDOT. Now, their new policy for all their new TxDOT projects is to consider alternative modes of transportation. So they're always going to have it at a minimum a pedestrian component, but they're entertaining the opportunity for other types of like bike facilities and things like that. So the trend is going towards multimodal. You're not completely urbanized. But there's definitely an opportunity to capture that and to control what that looks like instead of missing the opportunity.
And I do think that we've done a great job, and I see it's addressed in here with the trail corridors and keeping those nice and wide and smooth. And it's a wonderful, safe area for anybody to ride their bike. And I think that's great. I love that we have that, and I love that that's included in your plan. Sorry, go on.
You want to go to the rec center? Okay, so
Actually, I'm sorry. I had a question on your priority list
Okay.
of parks. I don't see Lakewood on here. Is that because Lakewood is already paid for and done? And
he took care of that. Yeah, we came on board and it was already, construction drawings were getting ready for finalization, and so there was no need to add additional input to that part.
But we did consider the amenities already designed for the Lakewood Park.
Yes,
In general, as city demands.
And they influence things like we didn't add a full featured amenities at the dog park at the Divine Lake concept, because that was meant to be more of a passive dog park, open space. But there's a lot more features in the one that's being developed right now. And so those were all influencing what types of recommendations. So the goal is not to duplicate where unnecessary.
And then again, what was the criteria to prioritize these parks in this order? Is it by population? Is it?
Well, some of it is timing and input from staff on what is feasible. Population in terms of like the growth of your sports demand. We've talked to sports leagues, and we've looked at their patterns of growth and seen what it's going to take to keep up with that, given the patterns of population growth as well. That's it.
My concern is we have an awful lot of growth on the east side, and yet most of all of these, except for Lakewood, which isn't listed, but most of these priority items are on the west side of town.
And largely that's because we haven't targeted a lot of properties that are not under the control of the city or in control. Not wanting to.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Not wanting to look at private properties and put plans on them and upset the opportunity, the market by increasing price. Because as soon as you put a concept drawing on a private property.
So you did not include any areas where new land would be acquired.
Right.
Okay. You're just talking about improving on the parks that we have.
And the undeveloped park land that's available.
Yes, that we already own.
Yeah, it looks like per property.
Got it.
If your
Thank you.
property's valued 200.
And that's why you'll see that in our implementation section of the document, where we recommend strongly to look for those opportunities in the direction of growth of your community. Annexation changed dramatically in the last year, and so that's going to affect the patterns of development as you move forward, because people have to ask to be a part of Leander. And so the direction is going to be of where growth happens is going to be slightly different. It's harder to target exactly where you're going to grow, because it's not based on just the city's future land use plan anymore, since the annexation policy has changed. So looking for those opportunities for new land when the moment is right.
Can you clarify on page 116 your annual cost per valuation?
Okay, you're talking about the yes. Okay, so and here I'll skip over to that here so you can see it on the big screen. So what we did here is we took as a way of understanding. There's big numbers here, and this is a public document as well. So helping the public understand what is the fiscal impact to their household if a given project were to be developed. Now, this is just an analysis to help visualize what these projects cost. So we took the total taxable value of property within the city limits at the time of publishing. In this case, it was 2017 tax rates were available from the state. And then we took each park and we looked at amortizing that cost as if it was a 15-year bond at an approximate 3% debt service. That's actually a pretty high debt service right now, but that might change in the next 2 years as Federal Reserve policy, things like that. But that's a fair rate. So if you were to take a given property, let's say in this case a $200,000 property, let's call it their piece of the pie, their burden as a taxpayer is going to be different than somebody whose property is valued at $800,000. And in the case of the Robbins Bledsoe Park improvements, that'd be the difference between $60 per household per year at a $200,000 home, and $242,000 per year, or $242 per year for the $800,000 home. So it's just a way to visualize how much of your taxpayer dollars are going towards it. So if there was a bond for a project, as a voter, you can say, I'm supporting this. I'm willing to pay $35 a year for the next 15 years because I want that amenity. And so it's just another lens to look at it.
So you base this on
2017.
2017 taxable value in the city.
So I'm talking about, I mean, we're one of the fastest growing cities in the country. So that number gets smaller as we develop,
It
I
does.
assume, yes.
The burden gets shared by a larger, and property values are going up. So there's that too.
But I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Treviso development, there's 200,000. Good luck finding someplace in Leander for that. But let's just say 300,000. You're saying that in order to pay for what you've recommended for Treviso, the average household's going to spend $456 extra dollars?
Per year.
Okay, well, if we implemented all of these recommendations, that's a lot of money. $1,200. Okay, I'm sorry, that seems a little funny to me.
It does.
And so would that be an increased taxes to pay?
I think that's going to come back. I'm
Sure.
injecting a little bit here because when we did our last bond election, our commitment was not to increase anybody's tax rate. So
The way that most communities that we work with deal with that is money is always rolling off of the debt books as
Right.
you paid off bonds. And so strategically implementing new park projects at times when you have got new spending capacity without increasing your tax rate is the way you would address that. And that's always the challenge. So when you go into capital improvements planning, you say, okay, how much can we roll onto the books without increasing the tax burden?
okay, so to then back out of that, her question was, that means I'd be spending at a $300,000 valuation to develop what you've proposed for Treviso. That would be $456 in additional tax every year. But based on what you're saying now, that would not necessarily be additional tax. That would be a swap out of what we're paying in debt service now and replacing it with something
Yes.
down the road.
Yes, we don't have
This
the
chart
purview of going
is
through.
a little terrifying.
Okay, understandable. It's not
Like,
the first
I
time
am not
I've
going to
heard
raise my hand and say, yep, let's do that.
that. Understandable. It doesn't have to stay in there. We provide it as
No, I like it for transparency, but it was a little shocking.
and maybe that what it needs is just a little more clarification, but there's other ways to deal. I don't know how to do it without evaluating your current tax service, debt service in great detail.
I think a better way to categorize that would be, of the amount you pay in taxes each year, this amount would be applied to this amenity, not additional.
Sure.
You see what I
Okay.
mean?
With that, we can fix that.
I think that translates to a terrifying thought for our constituents.
But it could be additional. We have some
It
upcoming
could.
water bills and other infrastructure bills that we're going to be adding, not just retiring debt. So
Well, and look at, there's other ways to do this too. All right, let's go back to your question about potential, I forget, was it, who asked about potential economic, impact opportunities, sports tourism. So hot tax money can be used in some cases. If you can prove the case for economic impact for having these new recreation facilities. So if you have a rentable space, you have like such as a sports complex, there's an opportunity to spend money that way.
Sure.
4B tax corporation dollars can be dedicated to a wide variety of parks and recreation types of amenities. So there's other ways to fund these than just.
we don't have
We
that.
don't
No,
have that.
no, but it's food for thought.
You will.
That it could work. But it doesn't have to all be a bond. No, we can reword this to explain that it's possible to fund this in a number of ways. But we hate to throw away the opportunity to show to the taxpayers what it does cost.
Sure.
No,
If
we
we're all
appreciate
riding
that.
bikes, who needs a train anyway?
No.
Just joking.
So I have a question on page 108, Benbrook Ranch Park. This has turned into a big passion of mine. Typically what we see is a lot of your 100-year floodplain lane is used for trails or natural areas. And outside of the obvious that, you have the risk of flooding, what are some other risks that you have with building, a ball field in there?
Well, stability of the soil. A lot of times, when you deal with floodplain areas, you have lots of deposition of soils over long periods of time, millennia, that aren't necessarily ideal. Silt is not ideal for building on. So if you have structures like, even though it may not be technically in the floodplain, but maybe 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago it was or something, you might not have perfect scenarios for building a concession stand and restroom on there. So there might be a need to go in and put in piers to support those types of structures, things like that. I'm not a structural engineer.
I look like the fields at every ranch and Palmer, and they flood every now and then, but more times than not, they're open, playable fields that are probably in the floodplain because they're right there along the river there. And I think that'd be a good use of looking at some of the land along Benbrook to add on, expansion.
Well, and depending on the type of floodway it is, if it's 100-year floodway, you can raise the elevation to accomplish your goals. You can bring in the soil. It's not cheap, but it can be done. If it's a special floodway, like your regular floodway, that's regulatory, you're not going to be able to do that. So as you go into any more detailed design considerations, that's when you would decide what's go and no-go.
I'd imagine this creek, I have no data to back this up, but I imagine this is not be a significant creek that floods ever, so.
Well, that's underutilized space.
I have a question for you. So, we talked earlier about 10-minute parks, right? And, we talk about pocket parks. And, then we look at really nice parks like this. What does the data show you that people would prefer to go to? In other words, like if you had to make a choice, so instead of having a pocket park in every neighborhood, are people looking for bigger, better parks that aren't that far, that may be something like a Treviso or a San Gabriel? Are they looking for that, or are they looking for something they can grab in 10 minutes? A playground.
It depends on your demographic, really. There's and you've got you have a mix in here. It's a balanced demographic. Young families often want a neighborhood park close by to walk their child to, and playground. Not too crazy with activity, but but they're not going necessarily to the sports complex, or maybe they go to the big parks for the
like an HOA park.
July 4th, that's the popular one, but they don't show up every week to some. But as they grow older, then they get into different activities and they move on to the bigger parks. We see a lot of neighborhood parks that get used less, but they're still an important component. It's about finding balance. You do have a lot of neighborhood parks that are provided by your HOAs. That's an important part. There are opportunities with the fees in lieu of to use that money to go do bigger things in other places. Sometimes, the idea is like a park dedication ordinance should never be one that turns a little grass strips that are unusable for real park space. They should not be considered park space. What should be considered park space is minimum size to be able to actually do something with it. And maybe that takes the form of at least a trail space, or maybe that's larger amenities, playgrounds, or even practice fields. Those are always less available and always in need is athletic practice fields.
Well, and specifically, I can cite a time where we had potential development close to Lakewood Park. Well, the park requirements still require a park in that development when Lakewood Park's right there. Mm-hmm. So really, you got to ask yourself, could that money be diverted towards building another bigger, better Lakewood somewhere else? Absolutely. And would that make more sense to do it?
I think that's always a great consideration. I think, and this is where the development process should be one of collaboration, partnership with your developers, and negotiating. And this is where a master plan is useful, because now you have the tool at the table to be able to say, this is what we want in our community. We've got enough in this area. We've got enough neighborhood parks. Maybe we want to maximize our park space on a different type of feature or a specific amenity. And you can use this as a shopping list for the types of amenities you want. If you know you need more circuit fitness equipment, and you can there's an opportunity to negotiate with the developer and say, we would like this. This would be ideal.
So going back to what you said a second ago about, just grassy areas don't count as part of, shouldn't count as part of a park dedication. I somewhat disagree with that. In my neighborhood, we have a park, which is nice. But even with that, we've petitioned the HOA over the years for various areas where they can't put houses, and it's just kind of this empty half lot to grass it over because everybody has, it's Leander. We've got a lot of young kids, and we want them to be able to just go and throw a ball and not go 4 blocks and cross the street and get to the park. Right, and I remember seeing somewhere in here, and I'm sorry, it's 120 pages and I don't remember where, something about pocket parks, but I don't recall seeing that in the priorities. What, can y'all refresh us on what your stance was in here on having more pocket parks in town? I mean, certainly that would fit in more with your 10-minute walk thing.
Yeah,
right?
well, we're not against pocket parks at first one. No, the comment about about grassy space is more about the 3-foot strip between the curb and the sidewalk in a neighborhood.
Oh yeah, I'm with you there.
That's not a park. And so that's we've seen that in a lot of communities. Your park dedication ordinance is pretty solid as it is. Areas of improvement might include specifying the amenities that you want in greater detail. That's where the negotiation thing. It could be in policy or it can be in negotiation. But you're setting a standard when you say we would like to have these types of features in our park system, and then you can start to use those as a tool to have a dialogue with your developers. Or you could bring it into policy. That might take the effect of a minimum number of playground equipment, what have you. Most of your developments seem to be providing a lot of those things because that's already demanded by the market. That's the premium for that neighborhood already. They're putting in, some of them have, swimming pools and recreation, indoor recreation facilities and stuff. So I don't think it's as large of a concern in those areas. But there are other areas in the community that don't have those things. So.
Excuse me, Ms. Griffin, can you please remind me, what does our ordinance say? How many feet from every door is there supposed to be green space within our neighborhoods? Did I dream that? Within our neighborhood subdivisions, the park, I thought that there was
3.5 acres per 100 units.
Yeah, but I thought it was something like within 600 feet.
I think it requires like a central park, like when these subdivision systems simply located, but there's not like a scientific number.
Okay.
Right, a certain distance.
Okay.
This is going to probably not be a question for you, but as we're looking at this, I feel like we should be doing this in conjunction with our comp plan.
Which was my next question, was exactly that. We're looking at the comp plan revision. This is part of our comprehensive plan. And
I like what we're seeing, but I feel like if we, first of all, it's expensive. Let's just call it that. But if we're literally about to do a whole review and revision of our comp plan, I feel like these need to be done together because they're going to be implemented together and one will impact the other. So I feel like this is a great presentation, but maybe something we need to let simmer a little bit.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Yeah. There's a challenge when we started a project almost a year prior to the comprehensive plan being out for RFQ. That's later tonight. There's certainly this plan is to be a working tool, a document. It's not by accepting this, you're not saying we're committed to build all these things. This is a tool for you to be able to say, this is what we could do. This is what it would cost. Here's a snapshot of what we know about the community's demand. And then as you decide you want to add new facilities, you have the
I
tools.
agree and I disagree because that's exactly what we did with our comp plan, and that's a directive to staff to go make this happen. And if we were to adopt this, I feel like we're telling them, go build it, find a way to do that. So I want to be very careful not to pull the trigger before we know what we're aiming at.
And to create ordinances to support these concepts and ideas when they're not necessarily.
This would be a nice question for Mark and Kent. If we adopt this, and that's, I was thinking on the same lines, okay, if we adopt this, does this mean that you view it as us telling you, go out and make this happen? No, yeah.
No, it's a roadmap. There's no timeline, and so if we have whatever suggestions for other parks, then you've got to document here and say these are our priorities, or is some new suggestion that comes along. How does it fit into this? So it's yes and no to your question, because here's the roadmap. There's no timeline on it, but.
Ultimately,
Okay,
this is
'cause-
what we would like to attain.
But it doesn't include
I feel
potential new parks
comfortable.
along Reagan that we may have the opportunity to purchase over the next few years. Or
Let me
Anything
share
else?
with you one thing that we didn't bring out, but Texas Parks and Wildlife also requires a plan for you to be able to be in a position to receive grants, and that's why one of the reasons we've done it. Our current plan is 9 years, almost 10 years old, and they like them within about 5 to 7 years, and so they will accept that, and so that's another reason we've done that. We're getting ready to close out our grant that we have with Texas Park and Wildlife in just next couple of months for Lakewood Park. But we'll be able to reapply when they open that back up in December. But this is going to be a key to helping us get there. So
Okay.
I'm
take
okay
advantage
with
of
having
grants. We have to
something.
have a plan.
But I want it to
Magic
be
words.
like crystal clear. This isn't to be translated into, let's go rewrite our ordinances.
Well, that's why I'm concerned about adopting this. Again, I don't want to find ourselves in a situation with unintended consequences of now trying, staff is busy trying to write ordinances for this, because our focus could change as we go through the comprehensive plan update.
Can we update the existing parks plan to satisfy Parks and Wildlife's requirement, or does it have to be a whole rewrite?
Update the
plan that you were saying is 9 or 10 years old.
Well, that's what you're actually doing. They took a lot of the references from that original plan done in 2010, early 2011.
Okay. So this
they've
is the update.
taken that information and incorporated it into this one as well.
This is a
So-
lot.
Well, and
And if they need to
especially,
be redone every 10 years, this is a lot to cram into the next 10
And
years.
Paul also probably works well with a lot of communities are going to sort of a 365 evaluation of their plans. So it's not something that you have a nice document, which is great to work with, but every year you're upgrading. You're looking at what the priorities are. Are the priorities shifting as you move forward? And if you do find property along Reagan, or you see an increase in a certain area of your community, then you're able to respond to those needs that are critical at that time. So it's like a 365 evaluation.
So it's a
But
living,
I guess,
breathing document.
I guess my question is, and I'm going back to her original question, and that is in relation to the comp plan. Because, we're going to talk later about some access management things. Yet we're about to do a comp plan. So it seems like we're doing all these one-offs when at the same time we're about to spend a boatload of money on a comp plan. Would it not make more sense? And I guess I don't see the breaking apart this and the breaking apart of that when that's part of an overhaul comp plan. And as part of the comp plan, we've heard that they're going to focus on citizen feedback. So why wouldn't we want that section of it part of this overall comp plan? This one.
well, I see that this
Can I let him
works
answer?
in
Can I
well.
let him answer?
Oh, I said it certainly could be a part of that. I would say a lot of their data, the work that they put in, could certainly be incorporated into that comp plan.
Discount
I'm
on
sure
the comp plan.
your committee of your comp plan would love to
You
see
only
this
have to do a
information and
quarter
be
of
able to look at it. So
Well, that's
Well,
what I was saying is
excuse
that this has already been researched. We've gotten feedbacks from the citizens on this, and it doesn't sound like we're going to have any issue with you taking this and saying, "Hey, this is City Council directing us to make sure all this happens within the next 10 years."
the citizens and City Council have directed us on several bond projects right now to go out and do, $2, $5, $10 million on some of these. That's just not the feasibility, but it does give us a roadmap once we start completing a lot of our bond projects that are out there. We're in that process now. So it does give us sort of that priority. It doesn't mean that we're going to go out and ask for $2 million for Bledsoe Park and the renovation, but we know that aquatics is an important component of our community and what they've shared with us. But is there something out there that we could do similar to expand our aquatics program?
And I see this as something that can be used by the comp plan to be incorporated into it. So
Where's
we've
the
got all
citizen
this data
feedback,
here.
though? Where's
That was the
citizen?
surveys. And
Yeah, they did the
How many people
1,200.
were surveyed? Are we
We had
just using people that showed up to an
1,292 responses
1,292
on
responses.
our online survey, and then all the 2 public input meetings, plus all our park board meetings.
Having worked on the comp plan myself, I don't know, 12, whatever, forever ago, we had the different components, the transportation, the parks, and what was so nice was we got to look at it from a regional perspective. What you guys are presenting to us is awesome. We want it. Sounds great. But there's a lot of ripple effects that you guys are not even aware of because other departments haven't looked at it. That's the beauty of doing the comp plan. It seems like I'm not saying throw this out. You guys have done 80% of the work on this, but before we adopt it, I would want to make sure that it was aligned with what the comprehensive plan update is, because our facilitator, we're going to have a lot of community involvement in that.
Sure.
And I think just the opposite. I think that you've given the opportunity for the citizens to come forward. You've surveyed them. The Parks Board has been vital with their contributions to the cause. You've done several open houses to, invite even more community feedback. So I think this beautiful document that you've summarized is going to be the perfect example of what to present to the comp plan committee to consider as the parks.
It will be. When you go through the process, the parks comes in, and they're the ones who lead that section of the comp plan, but it's up for discussion and ideas and sharing. So it's not like the comp plan writes.
But I think it could be based off of this document, their input, because it is citizen-blessed.
Absolutely. They've got a huge head.
If I may,
Agree.
I've worked on several comprehensive plan projects and read hundreds, literally, and Parks and Recreation and comprehensive plan is usually very small. I've seen it as little as a page in a given comprehensive plan. Now that varies depending on the city's amount of pressure that they put to have that component. And the state of Texas says that you need a comprehensive plan to have zoning. It says that comprehensive plan could be a singular document, or it can be a collection of documents that serve those particular goals. So it can all be unified under your comprehensive plan, and by way of reference or by identification, you can incorporate your Parks Master Plan as a component of the comprehensive plan. And it doesn't have to supplant it in any way. But this is one of the challenges with what we presented with the detailed probable cost statements and very detailed conceptual drawings, is that there's always this implication that it's all been figured out, that it's been designed to the and that it's ready for construction drawings or something. And we always get pushback on that because it feels like it's committed to. But what it's meant to be is a planning document, and to be a tool to help you make decisions, capture the vision, and be able to say, yeah, if we have 50 acres of land, we know it can fit on there if we need more sports fields, because we've done the math on it, and we know what it's going to cost, and those costs are going to be good for several years. So that's the goal there, really.
And can I point out, and I would like to commend you for bringing this out, but a lot of the issue here is we have land, and we have a lot of development going on. And if we don't have this in our foresight, we could lose a lot of land and not have enough parks for the citizens coming in. And that's what I like about having this plan here. I like it at the ready so that when something happens, we can hop on it. And I also like it that we can be available for those grants because we do have this. And I think that's very important. And I'd like to move with just accepting this now in motion to
Second.
accept it. Yeah.
I don't think we finished the presentation, did we? We didn't even get to the rec center.
I think we covered.
Yeah, we need to talk about the rec center.
Back a slide.
We got a motion in a second.
All right, so
Yeah.
the rec center is a highly demanded component of your future parks and recreation system. Your CIP already has a budget for $16.9 million set aside for spending on a future rec center, but there's no program for what that might look like. So we haven't done a complete down and dirty feasibility study on what this rec center would be. That's typically something much more involved because the details of an architectural project like this are much more than at a master plan level. There's a lot of decisions to be made about how it's going to be operated, who's going to operate it, and all the finer details of how those spaces are going to be used. But what we did is took a list of all the basic features that every rec center typically has, and then what we saw in the demand, and then looked at the budget, and knowing what we know about development of recreation centers, we planned for that budget and came up with approximately 40,000 square foot of space, and which is typical for that type of a budget. And so this is a list of space utilization by feature in this case. And we looked at 2 sites at the TOD area that have the potential for development of a rec center. It's an ideal location because of its proximity to the future growth in that area. It's going to be somewhat of a town center type of development eventually, close to the college, close to the rail. So there was a 2.25 acre site and a 7.5 acre site. And so those give us a way of looking at what kind of space utilization you need to consider from the land perspective and from the building perspective. So with the 40,000 square foot building, with some type of aquatics facility. Now we show this as an open air in here, but we consider the possibility that it could be a covered or it could be an uncovered type of aquatics facility. There's pros and cons to both. Natatoriums can get pretty expensive pretty quickly. We did talk at TML, we talked to a couple of contractors that have alternative scenarios out there. And traditionally, there was always either build a natatorium or have an open air pool. And then there's been a couple, like in my community, we have a tented structure where we have basically a tent that covers the competitive pool so they can swim year round. It's heated. They have their senior swim and all that stuff in there, synchronized swimming, the works. But there's also some other structures that look much more polished, that are similar to tent structures, but they're not air domes. They don't require special air handling to keep it afloat, so to speak. So that's an option as well. But looking at this, on a 2.5 acre site, you'd have to go to a 2-story structure to be able to accomplish that amount of interior space. We just threw in a couple of tennis courts that are still in demand or still desired in the community. And just to identify what kind of space you can get out of that 2.5 acres. And then this would, in this scenario on the left, the 2.5 acre or quarter acre site.
Who owns the property you're speculating on?
It's still owned by the developers at TOD.
It is ACC's property? Because I feel like there's a little disconnect between where we have been and what this is going to. Do you
We
understand
had
what I mean?
4 sites, and now we're seeing 2 sites.
But these 2 sites are the ones we've already considered out of the 4, right?
Are they?
Yeah, the one on the left certainly is just one of the sites.
It's just you've taken a little excerpt off the map, and I can't see the map.
Needs 7-acre site that could be maybe anywhere on their property.
Got it. Okay.
We can add the context back into the background so that.
There's been a lot of discussion about where we could possibly put a rec center, and I want to make sure we're not
We did
diverging.
take this at the direction of staff about where this location was to identify the specific parcels within that area that were possible. So it's not just a shot in the dark on the location. The consideration on the 2.25 acre site would be a shared parking scenario. So because there's not enough space to put adequate parking, and you could do some of that by getting rid of the tennis courts and putting those somewhere else in the community. on the 7.5 acre site, you have opportunity for much more parking, and potential to put some T-ball fields in there to continue to meet that demand, and aquatic tennis courts at 4 instead of 2 tennis courts in that scenario. And so again, this was a look at space utilization or anything. This has not been programmed to a greater detail. Should you decide to go, well, you will probably be deciding on a study for a rec center in the future. That's going to involve much more detailed programming of the facility, and it'll be drawing from this demand. There will certainly probably be other public input that would be involved in that process typically to ensure that you're getting down to the very details of what you want in that site, because that is a big project.
Okay, this is my last question of something that stood out to me. On the rec center, you've got the area about child care facilities. You mentioned that as a priority, but I didn't see a single mention of it in the public input. Did I miss it?
There's also, we didn't put in there as open-ended question for things that we didn't mention in our options as a selected options, and there is an open-ended question, what others you are considering for the future recreation in the city, and there are citizens putting open-ended question, their concerns, and what they want in the future, and the child care is just happened to be one of them.
And
frequently.
that was input by enough people that it became a priority?
Well, that's,
I can't quantify it off the top of my head, but it was identified as part. It was also discussed multiple times in our Parks Board.
It's not listed as one of the Parks Board's issues either.
I know it was in the YMCA study.
Of course.
That was
Well,
presented.
and so that's the hot topic is
I wonder how
ACC
this
is wanting more child care.
and also, actually, if you go to page 26, we actually, 24. So we also look at the regional recreation by others. So what other people having, overall, all different kinds of recreation facilities, and also we do a lot of recreation center feasibility study, and we have collecting all the data that what's the necessary item or services, that program we need to consider in this building, and it's popular in this area too, and that's so part of it is we recommend that.
But childcare isn't on there either. Like, I get parks and rec spaces. I don't understand how childcare comes into that, especially when it's not mentioned anywhere in the background, because I feel like that's outside of our scope.
Well, I just from personal experience, as a parent going in to use a workout facility, I appreciated there being childcare there. I would not have been able to work out during the day when I had younger children.
But
and I'm sure that that's coming from that demand. I don't know where it is on this, but I know that it's an important part of having this kind of.
When you start developing a program on recreation center, and then doing survey or public engagement, and that's part of it. And that's one of the items we did all the feasibility studies for other people, and we think it's important for all other people.
But I feel like that is a service that is unique to a facility like the YMCA, much like, getting down to the nitty-gritty of what specific equipment is going to go in there. Like, it's a very detailed aspect. And going down this road, what are we supposed to staff a child care facility? I think that is also outside of our scope. I am all for an actual rec center. I don't understand where child care plays into that at all.
We can nail down where we got it in our demand.
That would be
for sure. It's put in there as an option in the space utilization, so that you have an understanding of what kind of space makes sense if you were to include it. That is, again, like any of these design elements, where when you get into design development and you're going to have a programming process that involves picking and choosing what types of things you really want to go into. But having a placeholder for it in terms of space makes sense as you have those discussions in the future as well.
Thank you.
I do
That's
have
the last time I'll be hard on you.
No, I love it.
I do have a question for Kent. So we know that we've been in discussions with the YMCA. So how does this compare to what I know the YMCA has given us some criteria and square footage and what they want to see in the facility if we...
Well, we've done a very detailed market analysis and study. This is not too far off of that.
Okay, so it's about the same then.
It's
Okay.
pretty close.
It's
I
pretty
don't have it
close.
in front of me, but just I believe it's pretty close.
Okay.
Mr. Cagle, what did, in the 2016 bond election, how much did we put towards parks in general?
Oh, you mean the whole thing? So the
The
whole,
whole thing was 70-some-odd
72.
million. Yeah.
Most of it.
It was around half or more. I mean, it was
Okay.
very significant.
Maybe about this number that we're talking about here. This is what, 42
Yeah, it's 42.
or 4.2 million?
It's pretty close. Oh,
And
No,
so,
42 million.
Yes.
42 million.
Yep.
And so,
So that's a bond election.
absolutely.
this plan is not considering going back out for more money. Or is it?
I do love that
Just
you
get this in the
listed
toss, not-
areas of funding to explore, though. Thank you.
There are opportunities. We did sit in on the Texas Parks and Wildlife's update last week, I guess it was, in El Paso. They've changed the rules on grant program because they found out that communities are studying for the test, so to speak. So they know it's Texas Parks and Wildlife, so everybody started putting in wildlife components and green stuff, and that's great. But they realized that people were arbitrarily throwing whatever sustainable practices they could shove into a park project to make it qualify for the grant. And so they changed the rules and said, we want your grants in the future to be based on your community's desires. And what do you need? And so as you move forward, and they've got a whole new rubric that's available online now. That's their scoring criteria for all the grant programs coming up in the new cycle. For most of them is due in October 19th. I think actually they December to
Well,
December 15th.
let's not kid ourselves. When we're talking $42 million, what's the most you can get at a time from?
500 grand.
Yes.
So-
Yeah, you can't get more than one at a time either.
No, you
Right.
cannot. Well, you can one of a given type, but they are trail grant programs. Or, boat rate programs don't really apply here, but yes,
Right, but it's very competitive as well.
it is very competitive.
And those submissions start in October or December?
No, that's the deadline. They extended the deadline for the outdoor recreation program, which is your traditional parks grants, through December 15th. Traditionally, they end October 1. Applications start in April. So.
Here's my concern with this. Obviously, we need a plan. I want it to be in line with what the bigger vision is. There's some wording in here that's concerning that I wouldn't want to waste staff's time in creating ordinances to move forward. Page, let's see, I need my glasses again, 68, where it's saying a minimum of 10 to an optimal 12-foot width multi-purpose pathway, 10 to 12 feet sidewalks, and then when you skip over to page 73, the on-street bike lanes. These are all highly contested issues that we've talked about. I don't think that we've come to an agreement on. And so by adopting this, my concern is that we're sending out the message that we want
10-foot sidewalks?
we want 12-foot sidewalks, and we want on-street bike lanes, and we want staff to spin their wheels trying to create some ordinances for this while we're right in the middle of trying to do a comprehensive plan update. That's
What if we had a matrix, pros and cons of both, or what's the standard for a given type of activity?
I would be comfortable if we moved forward and did not say, I feel like there needs to be flexibility in that.
Just
we're
that
not,
one piece?
Yes, because that's where I'm really gun shy. I am all for the actual park land plan and the development. It's really the bike lanes and the sidewalks that are like, we're passing that on to somebody else. And are we sure we want to do that? I don't want this to be, this means nothing to you, but I don't want this to be the three-car garage dilemma all over again.
What if we just request staff not take any direction on passing ordinances?
Yeah, I would be way okay with that.
Yeah.
We'll just have the plan and leave it at that until the comp plan's in place, and then
Right.
Yep.
we decide what needs to happen.
But why do we need to adopt a plan if we know that there's going to be some changes to it?
These are
Well,
great
the plan
opportunities.
is 99% great.
Yeah.
It has this hiccup.
Yeah, so I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. Like, I mean, I'm okay with the overall concept of the plan. We're not saying let's go out for a bond. We're not doing any of that. This is a plan, and plans are good. It's a working device, and I'm good with that. I just feel like as long as staff doesn't run with any of this, then I'm okay.
But
I guess my concern is, again, I keep going back to, wow, we're redoing a comp plan, and here we're going to talk about transportation in a little while when we're doing a comp plan, and now we're talking about this, which, these bike lanes and even the parks trails, I mean, they influence a transportation plan, which is a big part of the comp plan. So,
I don't
once you
disagree.
do a transportation plan, this could totally change.
So we've paid for this. It's done.
I'm
So
not
we've
saying
already-
throw it away.
No, I'm just saying there's no harm in adopting it as long as we're not implementing things, and we include it as part of the comp plan process.
Here's
and
the-
I love the idea that Mr. Tummons had of sort of treating it like the CIP and bringing it back every year and seeing where we're at, what's working, and what needs to be tweaked. Maybe the way the bike lane stuff is worded right now doesn't fit, but it could be that in 6 months we're looking at an opportunity where, oh my gosh, this makes total sense. Let's revisit that and renew it.
Yep.
And I think that we should have that flexibility.
Well, the only harm I see with this, yes, we're going to tell staff not to create any ordinances till we can at least get through the comp plan. But the citizens are going to see that we have approved this, and then they're going to look at the priority list of parks, and they're going to wonder, they're going to think, I mean, they don't have to think. We've approved it. We've approved this priority list of parks.
I
When
will
in
tell
fact-
you, as somebody that just moved to Treviso, there is a huge issue about Treviso. Number one, I'm not sure anybody but me knows they live in Leander. And number two, you can't get there, And, to prioritize a Treviso park when you can't get there, effectively. It just seems, again, like we're building a park for Jonestown, to me.
Or
And I
that
live
we're
there.
building it for the rich people. Seriously, that's how a lot of the town is going to look at it. Like, oh, of course Treviso gets this amazing park that nobody can really get access to very easily.
And again, I don't see a balance on the east side of town. Goodness, this thing's been in my way all night. On the east side of town. And by east side, I mean east of 183 or 183A.
Can we ask for
Mr. Tummons,
input,
Mr. Tummons
please?
had
Don't,
something.
be careful because Treviso, that's 58 acres as part of the parkland dedication, so they have to
I know.
Of course.
donate the land to us. We're
But the
just coming up
question
with
is-
a concept of what could possibly
the
be
question
there.
is,
Maybe
how
10 or
do you-
15 years down the road.
The question is, how do you are people going to get there? If we sink $17 million into that 58 acres,
Well, I think by that time that we do that, you'll have those answers already figured out.
Well, and I think too, we're looking at this as if we're taking all of these on at once, and we can take them in pieces and phases of each of them, and build them out. So Treviso doesn't have to be built out all at once.
And it's going to take
Right?
take city council approval to
Exactly,
do any of
for
this.
each one of them.
For each one of them.
Absolutely. This is
So-
concept
Well,
theory.
Mark and I discussed this at great length a while back, the issue with Treviso specifically, because this is on the far end of this would be like the last thing that gets done practically, except for maybe some trail lines. It's pretty far down the road. So things could change in the demand for certain facilities, depending on what gets built first and when, and trans and recreation, depending on how far out you go. So you know what you could do with this site at Treviso, but it might be that ends up being more of an open space, natural area type park in the future. But not showing what could be done would be a disservice to you from a planning perspective, because you wouldn't be able to see how that space gets utilized.
That's what's possible.
And that's described in the front end of the document and in the implementation section. That this is a document to show you how space can be used and how much it would cost for these types of amenities. But that's certainly on the far end, and it might be that you swap out a couple of fields with something else, or but you have
That we could do when we bring this back as a really live issue.
Right.
10 years down the line when?
And I add a little bit on that, the increased access to the traditional park. So when you look at the trail pathway plan, that would plan is in accordance with the future pathway plan as well. So we look at the thoroughfare plan of the city. So all the, you look at the rec trail that we proposed that connecting the Crystal Fall Park, that's what we call it right now. It's in accordance with the future thoroughfare.
So, on these priority, does that cover all parkland that the city currently has on the priority list? Or are there other parcels of undeveloped parkland that we have?
There's probably of undeveloped parkland. I think it pretty well covers all of them. Yes, the only one it doesn't is the one right across from ACC. It's about a 3-acre site, and there is so much flux. We decided not to just put anything at this point. Just to. That's correct. That was the only one we decided not to at this point, just because it's just there's too many things up in the air. And a part of that is the North Line project itself, and how that connects into Brushy Creek and so forth. So,
when we did our bond task force committee, the bond task force committee prioritized projects. So the prioritization in here is, to me, it's not a big deal.
Well, that's my concern for citizens.
And
I get it, but I feel like when it's played out in actuality in real life, this won't matter.
But if we're approving this with a priority list.
Well, do we need a priority list in this?
We didn't propose one.
It's priority projects.
The citizens really spoke as to the priorities. They mentioned to us, and I can tell you when we had 520 kids, parents come in and register for baseball, there was dozens and dozens. I don't even know how many, maybe well over 100 moms who said, I've got a daughter who cannot play. They're going to Cedar Park. They're going around Rock. They're going somewhere else to play softball. Number one, greenways and trails are always going to be up there. People want those interconnections to those type of things. And so that's why joining forces with NRPA to have a 10-minute walk, that helps us identify. So if a property comes along Reagan and we know that's outside that 10-minute walk from any neighborhood or any neighborhood park, that's also a priority. Does that
I just feel
help?
like San Gabriel should be ahead of Treviso.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, well,
San Gabriel should be ahead of Treviso.
It is.
it is, absolutely.
Not on here.
Oh, yeah.
The order we presented this is not necessarily which one presented it.
Oh, yeah. St. Gabriel's already bond funded.
Okay, well, that's how it appears. That's why the struggle.
Maybe what we could do is create a timeline in the implementation chapter, have a timeline that says proposed order or something like that, because like San Gabriel was identified as the first big project.
Okay.
And it's in the ideal location, and it's got the program elements that are most needed in there first.
So how much time would you need to make some adjustments to this and bring us back to where we can feel confident that we know what we're putting forward?
2 weeks, 3 weeks.
I think you've gotten plenty of direction, and I've seen you make little notes, as soon as something really heavy is, come across. So, again, like not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We've got a motion on the table. I think we need to move forward, please.
Yeah. And I would like to amend the motion to include specific direction that ordinances will not be made from the comprehensive plan, just to make that clear and, dot the I there.
I'll make that second.
I don't disagree with you guys, but if we could clean this up and bring it back at the next meeting and have everybody on board and feel comfortable with it, I just think that's a more proactive way to approach
but then
it.
even at putting a list of priorities like San Gabriel's first, that's something that's going to be very specific too. And this is more of a general comprehensive plan where further on down the road, after we've done all of our other bonds and go on to the next bond, then we can make the decision at that point, what is the real priority? Because things may change and it's going to be very fluid even. And that's why I would hate to have like a core priority list.
I don't disagree. I'm just trying to get to a little middle ground here to where we're all kind of
So
feeling
take
good
out
about
I mean, having the priority projects, if this is all of our parks, if it's pretty much all of our parks, why do we need to say priority projects?
Well, and if you look at the in the park inventory section, I'll give you an example.
What page?
We have parks that did not get identified with concept drawings for specific improvements. But they okay. So let's try for instance. Let me get a good example right here. Mason Creek Park. Where's that at?
Give us a page number if you can.
I'm disoriented. Okay.
38.
38. So we identified some potential future updates there. And in this case, it was some much-needed shade structure over the playground, a paved walking trail around the perimeter of that, and maybe a small sports court such as tetherball court or similar, four-square type of pad, something like that. Going on to, say, North Creek, was it North Creek Ranch Park? North Creek Ranch Park on page 34. There's some additional potential upgrades, and these are sometimes lower hanging fruit, but there are opportunities to add improvements to those. In this case, is bring in a backstop and maybe some additional parking opportunities there. So this park could also serve some of the athletic practice fields need that's always in demand. And but right now there's no place to park but on the street, so it's not ideal for bringing a whole team of soccer players to practice a baseball game on without some parking. So and you'll see these on all the other parks that weren't priority projects. But the ones that were, I guess you could call them big projects or opportunities. It was just the nomenclature we use typically for describing those. But ordering those is always about what you guys do. You know, identifying how you want to spend the money in a given year and what makes sense, and working with your staff and finding out what's feasible in a given budget year.
I think if we're going to adopt it tonight, at a minimum, you know, besides what we talked about with, you know, not directing staff to change anything, we will need to, on page 116, where the priority projects are numbered, just state in an amendment that we remove all numbers.
We'll make them bullets.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. And maybe with just a little italicized comment in no particular order.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds good. Perfect.
I
So,
think we have dueling banjos here because
we
the
don't.
original motion was by
Michelle.
Pro Tem Stevenson.
And I gave the second.
Was by
I gave the second.
yeah.
earlier.
No,
You didn't
she gave the
second
second. No,
Okay,
it was
so you
on
seconded
there.
it before.
It
And was
on
the
there, yeah.
original motion to not direct staff?
To direct staff not to write
Okay.
any ordinances from the plan, and also to change
The bullet
the
ties.
bullet ties are not list in priority. The priority projects on page
In
116.
no certain order.
In no certain order.
Perfect.
Is there any way that we can have some sort of disclosure on there that this is going to be reevaluated and incorporated with the comprehensive plan?
Sure.
I don't want a citizen to get this, or for some new subdivision to get this and say, well, the city council passed it and this is what we're doing, when we know nothing may change in it.
Absolutely, we can do that.
But it might.
We'll add a whole, at least section in the implementation plan section that dovetails in with what we discussed in there about design and construction process and how you go about that. We'll say a forthcoming comprehensive plan will be informed by this document and will be the I guess you'd call it the guiding document.
Perfect.
Mr. Tummins, how would you handle that, though, if there was something that was in conflict with the, let's just say the transportation plan, in a new potential comp plan? How would you handle that?
We would handle it.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about implementation, or I mean, like a comp plan is prepared, and then it's in conflict with this. I want to know the method for rectifying those two.
To me, I would say that your comp plan would supersede because you've taken in all that in consideration.
Okay.
It's the more newer document,
Okay, that's just my question.
and so
Okay.
that's what I would look at both of them
But
and take it from there.
We would need to fix it. we would need to fix then, if the comp plan is in conflict with this parks plan, we would need to fix the parks plan so there's no
It's
confusion.
kind of like when a charter versus an ordinance conflict and the procedure.
Well, this is something, I mean, the comp plan lasts for 5 years, and you
Yeah.
don't want them conflicting. Of course, it's a living document, it's going to change, but if there's something ordinance.
That's the real challenge here. The comp plan is going to be adopted probably a year from now. In reality, based on my experience with comprehensive plan projects, so it is a challenge. I mean, you could table it. We could come back in here and adjust accordingly if that's what needs to happen. You just sit on it for a year.
Well, you wouldn't have to table it. You could just adjust it
But you
once
can always
with the
adjust it. You can
Right.
updates. You can by reference. You can add an addendum chapter a year
Okay.
later and say, based on current feedback, you know, and I'll throw in the addendum chapter pro bono. You know, that's not too bad.
So,
Yeah, I don't anticipate huge changes. You guys have done an amazing job here. I just don't want it to be confusing.
Sure. And one thing I was thinking, because it seems like there's a lot of the conflict is really with potential thoroughfare planning and trail.
Yes.
So if the language in the trail section, the pathway section, was moved from recommendation to consideration, does that, and here are some standards that this is based on, because these are really about, these aren't engineered, these are just corridor alignments where there's opportunities for connectivity in the future. You don't have to commit to 12-foot wide pathways or something like that. It's an opportunity is what it is.
Can you throw in fundraising?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we have a motion to approve with.
Can you please clarify the motion? It's changed multiple
Yes, it
times.
Okay, it was a motion to approve the comprehensive plan with specific directions to not write any ordinances out of it. I'll use it to write any new ordinances, to not, to bulletize the priority projects on page 116. And what was that other one that Marcy wanted? Something about an added page that stated.
An upcoming
And
comprehensive.
an addendum that this will be
used to guide
inform
the comprehensive.
And
Perfect.
it might be adjusted once the comprehensive.
Yes, not to inform the comp plan, but the comp plan might inform this, but
is that good, Darren?
yes.
Oh, sorry.
Got that? Okay.
Just to clarify that you're adopting the park master plan.
Absolutely.
Not
Yeah,
the
the park,
Not the comp.
park master plan, yes.
So, Michelle, can you put it all together now?
I think we just did.
I think we
but
got it.
I don't think I'm going to try it again.
Okay.
So
And you-
that was the
so-
motion.
Replay.
Andrew.
She's good.
All right. All in favor?
Can I just applaud us for compromising?
Thank you all for your patience.
Y'all
Thank
are
you all.
awesome. And this is really good, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
These things take forever, and it's very thorough and
It's
wonderfully
refreshing to
done.
see how involved y'all are as a council. I've seen so many documents that just get, rubber stamped, and y'all are dedicated to each subject that comes up. And I mean, it's probably 10-inch already. Yeah, 10.
Yeah, no, it is.
And
We're
y'all got a
watching.
long agenda left. So.
There's a clock back there.
Okay, well, thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great presentation. Council, we've been asked to move, asked if we could move 19 first up. Somebody's got to leave, so if that's okay. I'd like to move to number 19. This is discuss and consider action on authorizing an expenditure for the Veterans Park Phase 3 Eagle Sculpture Project in an amount not to exceed $100,000 and award a commission to John Asano and authorizing the city manager to execute any and all necessary documents. Mr. Tummins?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Glad to be back in front of you again. This is quite a great project too. We're at Veterans Park. You'll hear more about Phase 3 in just a few minutes, but this is a component of Phase 3. We went through a really great RFQ process to select the sculpture artist for our Eagle project. That's been out there for quite some time. Even before I arrived, that was one of the visions of the Veterans Park Committee. And so we've gone through that process. And John Maisano, you've seen his background, part of your executive summary of who he is and what his accomplishments have been. He is from the local area in Austin. He works with the foundry in Bastrop. He is here with us. He was getting ready to leave, and I don't blame him. But I appreciate you moving this up on the agenda so he could. I felt like it was very important for y'all to meet him. He's quite a unique individual and very passionate about this project. And as we worked through the RFQ process in our public art committee, they too found him to be very passionate and about this project. So I'd just like to let Mr. Maisano come up and just share a little bit, and then if there's any questions for either one of us, we'll be glad to answer.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me. And this is an honor. This is a huge honor. My father was a veteran. I have his flag in my living room where I could see it every day. This means a lot to me. Art is my passion. I've worked for Yale University for 12 years. I was an exhibit designer. I worked for the Texas Memorial Museum here in Texas for 14 years, and I'm currently at the Jackson School of Geology, where I do art. I create their exhibits. And then as far as sculpture, when I arrived in Texas in 2000, I was presented with an opportunity that terrified me, which was to create a dinosaur for Zilker Park. And it all just kind of culminated, came together. I took the leap of faith. And had I not taken that leap, I wouldn't be sculpting today. So my career has now expanded to having galleries around the country. I've got one right down on West 6th Street. The foundry I've worked with for since I started sculpting. So they're like a family. They're tremendously knowledgeable. They've guided me. Tomorrow night there's a bronze pour. If anyone's not busy, come on out to Bastrop. It's from 6 to 9. This is such an honor to be a part of this project, and it'll probably be one of the most amazing things that I get to create in my career. My style has evolved. I can do realism, but I've evolved into sort of Art Deco, Art Nouveau. All the things I've seen in museums over the years, all the designs, I've incorporated into my art now. So what I envision creating is not just an eagle that is realistic. It's more, there's a little bit of stylization to it, which adds power to the creature. If you look at my website, if you look at my work, I think you'll understand sort of that direction a little better. So
I'm really excited to see the detail and the thought that you put into. I think when we talked about this as the Arts Commission, there was a lot of discussion about, the angle of the wing and where the head is, and just those little details that speak volumes, whether you realize they do or not. And I'm excited to have you do this for us.
Thank you. Yeah, the wings being in a V shape like Victory, the balance of that whole park is so beautifully done. There's such a symmetry to it, and I absolutely love what's been designed there. So this is going to be a real center focus of that. So that's a really important piece to create, and to have the eagle kind of looking at you as you're walking up.
I love that you feel it as a passion and not just an assignment.
Oh God, yeah. Everything I do is from my heart. It's from that passion. But this is just kind of above and beyond. I mean, this ties into a lot of, like I said, my dad and veterans, my father-in-law.
Approximately how big do you envision this eagle sculpture to be?
Originally, an eagle can go from 6 to 8 feet. Originally, I was thinking in the 7-8 foot range, but as we're discussing this further, we want to push those boundaries a little bit. So it could be anywhere from 10 to 12.
Love it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm so excited.
So, have you done some sketches of this?
As soon as I went up to the site, and it was a really cold day. And I went up to the site for about an hour with Ashley and just stood there and studied the site. And then I went home and I created a small miniature version, which is my sketch, because this way you can kind of look around it and walk around it. And that's what I'm basing the design on.
This?
Yes, I think yes, that's it.
Yeah, Marcy, it's in the packet.
Right. I just can't, it's pixelated, so I can't.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I can't see it, but in looking at, I much prefer your design. My dad, retired Air Force fighter pilot, so I chatted with him. He said, absolutely, the Eagle has to be attacking, no question about it.
Talon's out.
But the other one, the size is 16 feet wingspan, and so my concern is we're building a pedestal. How is it going to?
I think that the plan was the pedestal would be built according to the sculpture, not the other way around.
That's correct, and we actually have our designer of our pedestal, Halff Associates, and they're going to be working with the artist to ensure that that pedestal is solid and meets the weight standards. When you talked about 16 foot, there was a couple of different things there that went on, and you read in your synopsis is the 16 foot by another artist was stainless steel. It's a lot lighter weight, but it doesn't last near as long as the cast bronze. And so that was one of the things we took into consideration. Cast bronze, just because of the weight, and there's a lot of engineering that we all three talked about, that it has to be, so it doesn't blow over in Texas winds and so forth like that. So everything will come together with the engineer with Halff on the base, and then John and the foundry too, because they're very involved in how that connects. So all of us, matter of fact, we just talked earlier tonight about how we want to get that conference call and get that meeting going so we can make sure that we're on the same page for structural component.
Council, I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
Right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Did you have anything else, sir?
No, I was going to mention at 16 feet, I think that's like a little too large. I don't know if that was clear. I think 12 would be kind of the max I would recommend.
That seems huge to me. I have no idea. I just was wondering with the pedestal how that was going to
be. Yeah, it's all got to be engineered
it'll be fine.
properly.
Oh, I know. It's gonna be better than fine. It's gonna be beautiful.
Can't wait.
Yeah, it will be.
We talked about our Public Art Commission, and this is just going to be a piece that people will, for generations to come, will just really enjoy. And
did we involve any vets in reviewing it? Okay. Yeah. I'm sure we did. I just hadn't heard. So.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tummins, really quick. Sorry, Mr. Tummins. One more, sorry. Getting in your steps today. You mentioned the Public Arts Commission. Were they involved with this?
They were.
Okay.
We shared it with them and everything else, yeah. They've been very involved from probably before we even went out with RFQs, yeah.
Okay.
I believe at
And
one time when I was
us.
on the commission, we helped donate some of the funds.
You did, $10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
So we have a motion to approve and a second, and I just have to say, I don't know how we got to this point. To spend $100,000 on a statue, don't get me wrong, it's beautiful, and it's going to be beautiful, and you want to honor veterans. You could send 10 of their kids to ACC for 2 years for that. So I feel like somewhere along the line we've lost perspective. And I mean, my dad was a veteran, my brother's a veteran, my nephew went to Iraq for 2 terms. I mean, there's no family that's more into it. And I'm telling you, it's just, we just throw around money like it's out of a Pez dispenser. And, are we really helping them by doing that? And I mean, you want to honor them.
Is this part of the
I had to say
budget for the park?
Yes.
I don't know the
It's
history.
included.
It is in the bond program.
I don't know what the history is. That's why I'm asking.
And actually, the bond funding, we're probably in the neighborhood of $250,000 under where the bond funds were for this project. So,
And that's great. Is $100,000 a typical price for something like this?
In-
Because,
in
yeah,
my
my
experience,
dad
it
was
has been.
also
It's a
shocked.
I'm sure
custom,
Mr.
it's a custom
Maisano
design.
may answer
Yeah.
better, but yes, what we've been able to determine from other communities that have done something very similar, large projects like this, absolutely.
Okay, thank you,
All
appreciate
right.
it. And I think you're going to do great work, so it's not about that.
Can I answer?
Sure.
I hear what you're saying. You know, when you look at a number, I absolutely hear it. I've also seen what a public piece of art does. You know, I put a saber-toothed cat on the UT campus at 7.5 feet. People sit on it, they take pictures. I've seen people in suits go into the theater, sneak up on it and get pictures. It's such a powerful thing. Art is such a powerful thing, and that's why I'm so passionate about
Yeah,
it.
it's
And,
not
and
about
I
art.
no, I know it's about I know it's a
I
big
could
number.
say if you sent 10 kids to school, that's
Sure.
a lot better legacy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
But
And this will
This
will
is a
last
legacy for
generations.
many.
Yeah.
Generational.
Yeah. So, but thank you.
sure, thank you. So, all in favor? All opposed?
He's back.
Passes 6-1. Thank you, sir, and I'm sure you're going to do great work. Appreciate it. I've been requested, we take a short recess, so we'll take a 10-minute break. Recess at 10:52.
Brushy Street.
All right, let's try this again. The time is 11:02. We are back in session. We're going to move to agenda item back to 18. We're going to discuss and consider action on the award of contract to Fazzone Construction Incorporated for the construction of Veterans Park Phase 3 in an amount of $450,150.32, and authorizing the city manager to execute any and all necessary documents. Mr. Tummins?
Thank you, everyone. We've gone through our bid process, and we had quite a few companies that did bid on the project, and the range was quite incredible, if you'll notice, but we did have a couple that were really nicely done and within the limits that our feasibility study came back in. So we have went recommending Fazzone Construction. Fazzone also completed Phase 2 of Veterans Park and did an excellent job for us. They were very responsive, very on time with everything, and went the extra mile for us, and we're recommending Fazzone as well. At this point, I do have Brandon Hay with Halff Associates. I'd like for him to give you a recap of what Phase 3 is, and so I'm going to ask Brandon to come up and just share for a few minutes of Phase 3.
Good evening, or good night.
Soon it will be good
Fixing to be
morning.
morning.
Yeah, okay. I was told there was going to be a breakfast buffet.
Somewhere.
Oh, I guess we're doing some different ones. That's fine. Yeah. That's fine, yes. I actually gave a more extensive presentation earlier today, and it had some of these slides in it, and Mark said, well, hey, could you just actually bring those pieces to tonight? So you will see a couple of the items that are pieces of the slides that we had from this morning. So quickly, Mark asked me if I could just give you a recap of where we are now, kind of how we got here, and then talk about what's happening next. Is as of the fall of 2017, we completed phases 1 and 2 of the Veterans Park. That those phases included the completion of the 2 plazas overlooking the pond out there. There is the military flag overlook and also the Wall of Honor plaza, as well as a loop walk around the pond, some water features, some lighting, seating, and pedestrian connections to both the right-of-way and to the library itself. This is a photo similar to which you just saw previously on the screen, showing what the military flag overlook has in it, which contains a flag for each of the 5 services. And as Mark was talking about previously, right in the middle is where the eagle sculpture is going to go. One comment I want to make real quick is we were talking about the size, and 12 feet seems big, 8 feet seems big. Is one, we did study that some in some modeling, and that seems big here inside the room, but once you get out into an open site, 12 feet suddenly starts looking small. So, yeah, just wanted to keep that in mind. This is a photo of the wall of honor on the opposing side of the pond. One difference from this photo and these photos from when they were taken is since then we have added more names to the wall so that it is quickly growing. By just having pieces of this project being constructed is starting to generate more energy and interest in the community from donating and getting names added to the wall.
I'm sorry, I know this isn't
Sure.
part of phase 3, but is there a plan for when those panels fill up?
I guess when we run out of space for names. Yeah, we had done a master kind of plan for how many total names it can hold. As far as once all those names fill out, I'm not sure.
We talked about even going down the walkway some.
Okay.
Adding more wall to, okay. There you go.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Good question. Speaking of that, we also have a donor wall on site that has the names of people and companies that have given sums of money to help make this project possible. And this is also quickly filling up as well.
Excuse me, I do have a question on that
Sure.
one, real quick. What is the amount that you have to donate to get your name put on the wall? Is there a minimum?
I'll have to check for you.
Okay.
I really do not know right off the top of my head. It seems like there is, but I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
Okay.
But I'll get with you on that.
All righty.
And I'm sorry, is the process for getting a veteran's name on there online?
Yes,
there's
ma'am,
an
it is.
application. Thank you.
Absolutely. And the application.
So, what's coming? It's the completion of this park and this project. I think this is one of the most exciting phases because we're going to be adding this magnificent eagle sculpture and also filling in some of the kind of the voids that are still on the park site. So what's going to be added is starting at the top of the photo here, or top of the graphic, is we're going to have a small parking lot that's going to connect to Sunny Drive. This is going to be a one-way through parking lot. And then a labyrinth and amphitheater space down on the south entrance side of the site, as well as that eagle sculpture in the middle of the plaza. This is a rendering that we did during the master plan process back in 2014 when we were originally designing this project. This is a concept of how that labyrinth space will look from that pedestrian entrance. There is a there's a POW MIA flag in the center there, and that is also lit at night with some text engravings on the stone bands that go around there that help enforce the kind of the feeling you're supposed to get from being in the labyrinth space.
And this is on the south side?
That's correct, south side. What's kind of neat about this space is that you come in from an elevated view of the whole park, so you have a very nice kind of grand overview of the whole site from this entrance. And then this was an old rendering that we had from the master plan phase of that eagle sculpture being in the center of that plaza. And just to go back and talk about size again, in this rendering, that eagle, it has about a 15-foot wingspan. So
Wow.
just to give you a representation of size.
It's kind of funny because the position of his head and his wings and his talons are very similar to what we approved.
We have looked at it from both ways because you could approach this plaza from multiple angles. So it's like, which is the most dynamic way to see this? Also thinking about size and, does it block a view from across the pond? So there's lots of ways to think about it. It's also going to be lit, so have a really impactful view at night, just driving by or visiting the library.
How high are we talking about?
So the pedestal that we have designed currently is 6 feet, and then this will be on top of that. So think
And then
me
illuminated.
plus.
But isn't that going to keep people from sort of taking pictures where you can see it?
Well, I think I was going to ask if you could taller because I don't want people climbing it.
6 feet,
Yeah.
I think, is too short. I'm thinking of all the kids that are going to climb.
Sure. So
I'm picturing a 6 foot tall man max, and then the family all around it. It's perfect. to me.
right, and
Yeah,
it's
might work.
the pedestal that we have designed currently does not have these straight sides like it's shown in this rendering. It's kind of buttressed a little bit. with like a smooth stone veneer, so it's not easily to climb. And then we're also going to keep some dense planting around the base to hopefully help people from just being able to walk right up to it. But if there is that kind of playing around with, if you start getting too high, is it out of scale? So we feel that this is going to be all encompassing, like fits well together.
When we were talking about it at the Arts Commission, one of the big concerns was just the fragility. It's a big statue and it's bronze, but it still can be broken it's not a jungle gym. So I just want to make sure that however it's erected, it's protected from that as best we can.
From vandalism?
Well, I don't want anybody climbing on it.
Sure. So one opportunity that we do have is, if I can go back here. The circle cutout space in the middle that right now has some planting in it, we do have the flexibility to increase that diameter. And we had explored that during the design phase, and we decided that the pedestal will fit in there comfortably with additional planting around it. So as this starts to get constructed, we do feel that we need to give it some more buffer. We have that availability. And that's one of the reasons why we chose brick pavers out there, is that you can pop those out and cut and form them, and it won't look like a patch job.
Okay.
And you could put cactus around it.
Very fitting. Yeah, but that's, we're looking at it, it's a dense evergreen shrub so they don't die back.
I just want to protect it.
Excellent.
Sure. All good questions.
Exciting.
So I'm sorry. So were you done with the
Oh, yes, I'm done. And then, I guess the only thing I didn't touch on is we're anticipating starting construction once we get all the contract worked out, maybe the end of this month, if not the beginning of next month, and we've estimated about a 3-month construction time frame. That way we'll be done well in time for Veterans Day and growing period as well.
So I had mentioned this before. I guess it was last year's Veterans Day, with a lot of our elder statesmen trying to make it all the way around to where the walls were, and there weren't any places to sit. Have you guys? Are there?
Yeah. I don't know if there's a pointer or not on there. Oh, how about that? So that's a bench right there.
Okay.
And those repeat all around the walkway. See, there's ones right there, over there, over there.
And then over where the flags are there any?
Oh, benches actually in that plaza. Oops.
So they come in from the library parking lot? Am I remembering that?
The one with the flags?
Yes.
Okay, there's not any benches in that plaza, no.
And so if they park, is that where the handicap parking is?
Well, there is currently the only parking spaces are accessed from the library. So whatever parking spaces is at the library is what they're using. But we will be putting in one handicap parking space with this new parking lot addition. So they will be coming in.
Well, didn't we have golf carts out there this past year to help with that?
Well, that's for that one day, but the park should be, you know what
Yeah,
I'm
I get
saying?
it. I was thinking about that specific day, though,
Right.
because there was a lot of people, which was awesome,
Sure.
but there was a parking problem and a seating problem.
And so if they're parking by the library, come over by the flagpole.
You're referring to right here, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Yes, there is not a bench in this plaza, no. But
What
there
can
is
we do
benches
about that?
Flanking either side of it.
And directly
Okay.
across.
And then there's benches all around the path, going around the pond, and there is benches in this plaza as well.
Okay, so there are around the path.
Yes, that's what I was trying to point to in these images. Is these quarry block stone benches right here. Are made-
Okay.
That's what I was pointing to. Yeah, and they
Okay.
also have, and these are all designed to meet the ADA standards. So they have a companion seat or transfer space, so that you can say set your wheelchair there and transfer over onto the bench as well. I think there's probably maybe a dozen going around.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very
Sure.
much. I think we need more handicap parking, but
I will say that the handicap parking that is being installed does meet the requirements. It was just decided during the master plan phase that we didn't need to do a larger parking lot than what is being built. So if I guess the need comes later that we want to, we can add on to the parking lot
I'm sorry, when are we building the extra parking?
during this phase.
Okay.
Well, it's
So
just,
within
it's
the
a
next-
small parking lot.
how many parking spaces?
I think it's about 10. Yeah.
That'll help.
Essentially,
And
what we're
just
doing
one
is
handy?
take that
Yeah.
lot that's shown right there and just build the spaces along the street side. The spaces that are along this south side are not getting built. It's going to be just a one-way through drive. And kind of the driving force behind that is between when the master plan was done, when this graphic right here was done, and today, the open field adjacent to the park site is starting to be used for some other activities. And so I felt that there may not have been the need right now to have that additional parking because everyone is mostly parking at the library. But the plans had a full design for this, so if we still feel like we want to add that later, we can scab onto it.
We'd love to add additional handicap parking. I mean, that's not a big issue. So if we want 2 or 3 spots, we can certainly.
Okay.
I think that would be a good idea.
I do
At the
too.
library, the handicap parking is closer to the building, and that parking's typically full, so we're kind of limiting.
So maybe do some restriping at the,
That library probably needs restriping anyway, so.
right.
The library needs more parking spaces.
But
And the
then,
nice thing about that is the walkway that ties over to the parking lot, we had cut out some curb there and made it an accessible walkway. So if you do want to entertain restriping some of the spaces in the parking lot, it's already set up and configured for an accessible entrance.
and so the new parking lot on the north side, you're saying it's got 10 spaces, even though it's only up against the road, Sunny Drive?
Yes.
Okay.
But so is it smaller than what you had designed previously?
So our construction plans have the full design of the parking lot, and in just our conversations, it was determined that we only needed to build, or we would only build right now just half of it.
Is that a budget decision?
It wasn't a budget decision as it was a use. We typically use that area for a lot of overflow practice areas. We do not have
So we don't
practice
want to
space.
take away from that?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
I know right now it's not.
It's always something that we can come back and add on to
Okay,
if need be. But let's start
okay.
with about half of what we were looking at to retain, because we just don't have any practice space, primarily for soccer.
Okay,
And so that's one of the areas they use quite often.
okay.
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
I have a question, Mr. Tummins. I just waited for you to sit back down.
You were.
Do we know how many people come to this park a year, other than the 2 events, Veterans Day, Memorial Day?
We don't track the number. I mean, I don't have any idea how
Is there
many
any
people use it on a
way
daily
to-
basis, but there are a lot of people that are in that neighborhood area. They use it to walk. But actually, I don't know how many, but I
My
do know a
interaction
lot of
with
people tell me they
residents
love
around-
walking their dogs and they walk around the park. And
So it's a park for people nearby?
yes, sir.
A lot of kids.
I
run
think a
through
lot
there.
of it is. But I think it also attracts people from different areas of town as well. Absolutely, especially when you're coming to the library.
Like, is
And
there
you
any
go
way
out
to
there.
do signage on the road where people know? I mean, my interaction with people is when I tell them about this, they think it's the dog park in Cedar Park. I mean, when I talk about Veterans
Off of
Park,
New Hope.
that, you know, and I mean, it's beautiful, and it's a great tribute. It would just be nice to see people out there all the time, you know? Is there signage that we could do to let people know? Is there?
We are, part of this project does have some signage with that
Okay.
too, so
That's great.
I think it'll help.
Thank you.
Where will the signs be located on back? Is it
We'd like to put it out near the corner of Sunny and Baghdad Road, and then also off the cul-de-sac as you're coming into that area.
Okay. I would just, yes, if we could get some more handicap parking, that'd be great.
We can do that. That's
And
pretty-
then the
that's easy to do.
walkway from the Sunny Drive parking lot to the walkway around, that's smooth. It's not gravel or anything like that.
No.
Okay. Thanks.
So it looks like,
Okay.
looking at the spreadsheet here, we approved a project budget of $483,000. And is that all three alternates, or is it just two?
It's all three.
All three? Okay.
You mean all three phases?
No, there's alternate bid too.
Oh. Is this the final phase of the park? Yeah. Sorry.
I'll just stand up.
I'm sorry.
It is the final phase according to the master plan.
Okay. Great.
But yeah, there's not any actual additional build out unless it becomes more of the donor, the wall of honor that we will need to add in the years to come.
Okay. Perfect.
Right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? And passes unanimously. All right, so we move to turn on our mic. We move to item 20, discuss and consider action on request for RFQ for comprehensive plan update consulting services.
Good evening. Shall we start?
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm so sorry.
I don't have a car, so I've got to text my son and tell him this.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm so sorry. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you. Tonight's item is to regroup on and revisit the RFQ document for your comprehensive plan update. On February 7th, staff was instructed to update this document and receive any comments or contributions. We received terrific insight from your Assistant City Manager, Mr. David Carroll, on various segments of the document that can be expanded. The community profile was expanded, as was a detailed vision for the purpose of this project. A benchmarking requirement was added to the deliverables so that your comp plan can be reviewed and measured very deliberately. The scoring of the responses was changed to also evaluate the timeline that this project will require. The fee for these services was eliminated. This is now an RFQ and not an RFP. So evaluation will be conducted on qualifications only, and then your fee and final scope will be negotiated. And respondents' understanding of the Leander community will also be scored. As the document is written, it will release on March 14th, and responses are due back to us on April 11th, at which time your scoring sessions will begin. So we're here to hopefully get approval on the document, get it released, and get your project going.
So once they're all scored, what's the next step? Do we see the applicants and what they've submitted, or does it just come to us for approval of one finalist?
Perhaps we should discuss that.
Well, I think that's up to the city council. If you wanted to do a subcommittee, the whole council to review and score the applications, and then you take, it's up to you, but probably your top three and interview them. Unless there's just a clear favorite when you do your scoring, maybe you just do one or two interviews. But
how many do you normally get on something like this?
You know, our last go-around, we received, I had thought it was 7. In fact, it was 6, and I believe we interviewed the top 2. You'll know after scoring who your top candidates are and who you want to speak to.
Okay. So is that worth a subcommittee then, or should we just have like a workshop and just go through, maybe just depending on how many applications there are?
I mean, it's probably I would say a workshop. That's just my opinion, but it's, just how you feel about it.
May I ask, is this common for our council to do this? I mean, been here 10 years, and I'm just so used to you as a professional, with your, all the purchasing laws and, scoring on law criteria that we have to follow.
Yes, ma'am. It's an interesting scenario. Our process at the city currently is a consensus scoring session where different department heads and department staff are brought together, sometimes from multiple departments, and each response is discussed and looked at from numerous ways. We have categories and assigned weights and criteria, and we really think through how to score each proposal. A short list is generated, interviews are conducted, and a lead candidate comes forward. So this is a unique setting, but whatever we're directed to do, we'll.
And you all still have that input before it gets to us, right? Or is that still undetermined as well?
I think we're just. What are we?
I'm sorry. I misunderstood the.
So all of the staff will still have their input before this comes to us, right?
Staff.
Well,
I don't think so. I think from what I understood from this process, we'll take this. Let's just say there's 7, just like the last time, and every one of you would get a copy of each submission in a workshop, go through it and score it, and then come up with your final 2 or 3.
I think I'd be more comfortable with staff doing it the way they have and bringing us the top 2 or 3.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I think staff, engineering-wise, public works-wise, everything in purchasing laws, I think you are so much more qualified than I think we are as a council. I'd like us just to follow the regular process.
Well, the purchasing laws aside, I think it's just what's more important is that we define very clearly the type of facilitator that we're looking for. All the legal stuff
I think we also need to remember we're here because we didn't exactly get it right last time. We're here early.
Well,
So-
can I ask the question? I think the last council meeting that we discussed this, we actually asked staff to send this to us so that council could express their input on what they wanted to add to or change to try to modify the process. Was there any submissions from council on any edits, suggestions? None?
I did not receive any. But that has nothing to do with where does the process go from this.
Right, and I didn't
I didn't
realize.
submit anything. What am I going to ask for? I want to see what comes to us, and then I want to know what happens next. And just saying, well, we've never done it this way, isn't really an argument to not do it this way.
Well, I think an argument to let staff do it is that they're the professionals and they understand the criteria for their particular area, like engineering.
So what happened last time?
And such. The last time, this time we're going to have a makeup of people that are going to sit on the board. That's where it comes in, is when we have that person or that group that we pick. The last time, I didn't sit through the Comprehensive Plan Commission. I wasn't on it. But we can make sure that we're on it and that there's some council members that are there to help guide that process. But I don't feel comfortable looking at all the applicants that come in. I think that they have the professional knowledge and background to be able to pick out who is best in their areas. And when they get together and they discuss these things and they go through the RFQs that come in, then they will know. I think they're going to know better than me.
And
I
would
definitely
like-
want
Are you saying you're
their
not
input.
qualified to vote on what they suggest?
No,
But
I'm saying
you're trying to
I'm saying
supersede
when they
their
are.
suggestion.
I'm saying that I trust their opinion. That's what I'm saying, Troy.
We're getting
Okay.
to, we're doing both. If we get a recommendation
Right.
from staff that includes the top 3, we're
That's
doing
perfect.
both. So I don't-
That's what I thought
Yeah,
we were
yeah.
doing.
But
Staff
what
was
if
gonna.
the top 3 out of 7 are all reflective of, let's say that top 3 was 3 very similar to the company that did the last comprehensive plan, and we, we're spending way too much time overdoing things that were part of a very flawed comprehensive plan.
But
And
Ms.
we
Setterquist
said,
just said,
when we started this process, we sat down and we listened to a presentation, and we all talked about, well, we were showed these pretty pictures,
Well,
And
that's
this
where
was
we need
supposed to
to
be
direct
this
the
way.
process, not
But
the
that's what
applicant.
happened last time.
We can
That's what
direct
happened
But she
the
just
process.
said it was 99% good, and there was just a little bit.
What?
A
I was
little
talking about the
while-
parks plan.
A little while ago,
The
but you were
parks
saying.
plan.
But when you referenced the comp plan, you said just like the comp plan, it
No, I
was
didn't.
99%.
I never said that.
Okay. I remember.
Jeff wants to say something. I'd like to hear from him.
When we did this last time, was there a big deviation between the applicants that that submitted RFPs? Was their scoring wildly different, or are they all?
In my 15-plus years, there always seems to be a big deviation
Okay.
in any responses you receive. You have the newcomers, you have the tried and true, and, the occasional black sheep, and
So
Yes.
maybe like their experience was a little lower, but their methodology of getting to a new comp plan is that pretty similar? Like how they?
I think it's going to be pretty similar.
I would imagine so too.
your public outreach is a component, staff input is a component.
Yep. Okay.
They work for us, and we don't want them to present the pretty pictures and all of that. Then we give them that direction. I mean, they're still being employed by the city. So if that's your concern, I feel like that's easy enough to address. What's more important, I think, is that we get somebody that's well qualified, who can keep to a time schedule, that knows the area, that staff is confident in, because they're essentially writing a roadmap for us to hand off to our staff.
Right, and so I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we were supposed to send in our notes, our comments on this before tonight's meeting. So I made comments to add to it because I thought that's what we were doing tonight. So I apologize if I was supposed to have sent it earlier.
That's quite all right.
Okay, so should I just dive in? Okay, and I'm not sure exactly what section it goes, but maybe under number 4, planning vision, I would like to add something, identify and create vision to highlight Leander's unique assets, such as our dinosaur tracks.
Just take some notes here.
And identify ways to protect our heritage and history. And provide a vision for incorporating all types of residential development from urban to acreage lots. One of the things that 4.5 says, provide a vision for walkable social retail environments with vertical zoning. Hello, we've done that. It's called the TOD. So I want to make sure that we're also addressing the fact that Leander is huge, and we have the ability to be very diverse in our lot sizes and our development types. So I want to make sure whoever is our facilitator on this doesn't just specialize in urban, but they can help us weave together that diversity, however you want to.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm writing quickly, so if those could
I can
route to
email them,
me
but
at some point.
and then identify areas to attract large and small employers by providing for high commuter traffic for employees, because that is a major concern. If we're going to bring in a campus employer, they want to know how are my employees going to get there, and in those areas, make sure there's daytime service, utilities, and shovel-ready dirt. And then I also have identify locations for heavy industrial employers, manufacturing, etc. We had we started out 5 years ago with a very small amount of land for that, and it's gotten whittled away in the last 5 years. A healthy city has to have some of that. Where do we put that? Under number 6, the comprehensive plan elements, future land use, I want to make sure that we're specifically addressing the commercial sectors, small and large employers, and then entertainment zones. And maybe that's not the language, but some sort of entertainment. Under deliverables, one of the things we had talked about was we want the facilitator to understand that we want a heavy citizen involvement this time, whereas last time we only had one citizen representative. So we had talked about the possibility of doing 1 or 2 citizens from each precinct, and really, if the facilitator has a better idea, that's fine. I just want them to understand that we want a heavier citizen involvement. And
That can also be negotiated as you negotiate.
perfect.
What did we only have one citizen involved in?
I don't know.
No, not why. What? One
Why?
citizen involved in what?
There was only one. So in 2006, when I did it, it was all citizens, and we used department heads for information. The next one that was done, the last one, 5 years ago, there was only one citizen representative at large. I've looked at all the documents.
I think
that
to
were
make
sent
it
to
clear,
me.
it's everybody was actually a citizen of Leander, but
Yes.
they were on boards or commissions already.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that's where you
I'm
were losing
sorry.
me. I'm like, what are you talking
I'm sorry.
about?
Okay.
Just a citizen, but not just. It was Dave Siebold, so
Okay.
he wasn't, not just a
So
citizen.
you mean citizens that are not already involved with the city on
Ye-
some other
Yes.
capacity?
They might also be, volunteers, here and there.
The consultant's not going to pick your committee. That's up to you.
Right,
It doesn't.
okay.
It doesn't have to be in this in the RFQ.
Yeah.
That's fine. And then we also want to make sure that the facilitator this time is really going to work with the department heads, asking them their input, their thoughts. So then just generally speaking, so we want experience working with high growth cities that have enough land to allow for development diversity. And it would be really nice to have someone who has experience in helping to guide cities avoid becoming just a bedroom community. Again, with the focus on helping us be successful with commercial.
So you wanting all of this incorporated into this document when it's sent out, or do you want to do that in the interview process?
No, it needs to be in this RFQ because what we're saying, we want someone who doesn't just specialize in urban development. We want someone who can merge together suburban and urban and help build a cohesive feel.
Okay.
Yeah, they need to have experience in these areas.
We can accommodate this.
Would you like me to send this to you, or you got it?
That'd be great, but yes, I'm remembering its video, so super.
I'll send it to you. Is that okay?
I love the issues facing Leander that you all identified.
Yep.
I thought that was very thoughtful, and I've never seen a solicitation like this before, so it was kind of neat to me to see how this was done. Thank you for your thoughtfulness.
It's
Welcome.
very good.
David Carroll contributed a lot to the update.
Would it be a problem for us to get a copy of what people send us as council members? So in other words,
The
if
response?
people submit a response, to get a copy of that?
Typical protocol is to provide those responses to scoring committee members.
Yeah, if you're the committee, I mean, everybody, you would
I
all.
thought we were saying we don't want to score, but we are going to score?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, he's saying that if you want to score them, then you would typically get them.
Even if you don't, you'll still. I mean, you just if you want them, we'll get them to you. Even if you don't score them, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. And just to clarify what I'm hearing, staff will score. Is that what we've established?
Yes. Yeah,
And
I
bring
think that'd be
forward
great.
the top 3 shortlist.
Perfect.
We can either go short list, or I'm fine with looking at all. I'm fascinated by this, and we're all going to answer for whatever comes out of it. So I'm interested in just seeing what's
Ranking?
there.
Just the whole list with a ranking?
I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, and just seeing,
I would
just
like
being
that.
able to see what the differences are. And if not everybody wants to do that, I know Mr. Kegel mentioned maybe a subcommittee. I'll volunteer right now.
Well, they
I think
sorry.
we should.
Typically, when we get the sheet, they have the scoring sheet with all the
rubric,
kind of
yeah.
like the information and what they put in
Like
there.
what we saw for the
and
statute.
their own commentary on it. Yeah, like, you know, we have one in here, right? With
Yeah.
that score sheet. So we get that, so you can read through. And I do. Sometimes I'm nerdy and I read through all the little things and yeah, it's
So-
interesting to see the commentary.
So in this case, it would be a ranking of all, or I guess you could do the top 3 and then just put the rest of them in there randomly. What do you
Top
want?
3, and then just say maybe we had this many other submissions, maybe? Because we can always just ask to see, right? Or,
Well,
I don't,
and-
see, I have no idea where this process goes.
Sure.
That's my confusion.
Typically, there's a short list. Staff interviews the short list and comes forward with a recommendation, a
Okay.
recommended firm to contract with. Is that what we're being requested to do, or is council asking to interview that short list? I guess that's where I'm confused. I'm sorry.
I'm not asking for anything.
Okay.
I definitely want to interview the short list.
I do too.
I think that would be cool.
Okay, council to interview short list.
I don't care.
I do too.
I'm not interested.
That helps me.
Doesn't matter to me.
We just need to guarantee we get it right this time. So we don't have to do this in another 4 years.
Oh, we do have to do it.
5 years. We have to do it in 5. We're a year early.
Well, it takes about a year to do.
All right. Are we bringing the document back, or are we comfortable incorporating your changes as is and releasing?
I'll make a motion to approve with my notes, which I just emailed to Dara.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second that.
Is there anything else you need?
I don't see
Okay.
it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Number 21. Discuss and consider action of Amendment 3 to Task Order HAI-8 with Halff Associates for professional services for construction phase services for the Metro Drive Extension Project and pedestrian hybrid beacon project in an amount not to exceed $95,085, authorizing the city manager to execute any and all necessary documents and providing an effective date. Hi, Terry.
Hi. This is an amendment to the engineering consulting contract for Metro Drive. Metro Drive is one of those projects that has evolved over time. Wayne prepared a very detailed summary about how the steps we've gotten through. So in a really brief summary, we've had changes in developers, landowners. We've added and constructed a pedestrian hybrid beacon. We've revised right-of-way easements and other documentation due to changes in ownership, and we've added and deleted some channel improvements due to changes in development adjacent to the project. This particular amendment will add some revisions to Metro Drive due to refinements through the Northlines plans, and also provide for construction phase services for the duration of construction. We do anticipate construction to start soon, and some of these revisions are to the utilities that are the first phase of that construction. So we really want to get this last revision in before they start construction. Our consultant is here to answer questions, and I can answer any questions too that y'all might have about the background.
I'd like to motion to approve it.
A second.
I have a question. Does
Sure.
this connect through ACC?
So We call it Metro Drive, but it's technically 3 different roads. It's Metro, here you go. Thank you. Metro, Main Street, that's what we've been calling it right now, and then College Way. And College Way is the north piece that goes east-west, and it goes along the boundary between North Line and ACC, out to 183A.
So where do you think, can you point to where maybe ACC would be
Got it.
on there, or
It's there, on the right.
you see it?
It's hard to see.
Oh,
Oops.
sorry, guys. Swap button. Okay, so
Over.
ACC is
Yeah.
right down here. College Way will go all the way out to 183A, and this North Line is up here, north of the creek, on both sides.
So it will connect though to the campus, right?
Well, to be clear, it stops there at Mel Mathis.
This
Okay.
phase
Yes.
stops here at Mel Mathis. The right-of-way will continue along the northern boundary of campus over to the highway. Current campus is kind of right down here at the new building.
Okay.
Yeah, so the current location of the ACC campus has the master plan set for it, and so the tie-in location of College Way is at that master plan location for them, their
Okay.
northern roadway, which divides North Line and ACC. So that's the dividing portion of where College is.
Okay. Because I remember when we started this whole conversation, it was about connection to ACC. 3 or 4 years ago. And yet doesn't really seem to connect well to ACC.
Well, it follows ACC's master plan and is one of their boundary streets. The creek that comes through here,
Uh-huh.
we have a bridge. The blue part is a bridge that crosses Brushy Creek at a more advantageous location. It'd be harder to tie in the road further south, and this makes sense with ACC's land plan.
Is that an automobile bridge?
This bridge here, yes. This is our road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
It's-
checking.
This project will have a pretty big bridge in it,
Okay.
and
And
they've already
it's,
begun fabricating it. And
it's 2 lanes?
yes, a lane in each direction.
Has that
So-
always been the plan for the size of this road?
This is a local commercial road. Most of it has a lane in each direction with parking on both, parallel parking on both sides. On the bridge, we've eliminated the parallel parking to shrink it down a little bit. It includes some enhancements to the bridge to make it look nice. And it just gets a little more narrow in pavement.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Are there, it says right-of-way acquisition costs TBD. Is there going to be any right-of-way acquisition costs, or has that all been negotiated?
We've finalized our right-of-way. I have to go look and see exactly. I think that was on an older version of it was donated.
Okay.
So Wayne's summary, he incorporated Halff's timeline, and I think that was just something that was included from their timeline. It was something that was handled by the city,
Perfect.
so we finalized that.
Thank you.
Terry, can you refresh my memory on pedestrian and bike access from Cap Metro to ACC?
There's a trail that has already been installed with the pedestrian crossing. So there is a more direct pedestrian connection from the new building at ACC over to the rail.
Can you show us where that
I
is?
think it's off the page down here. So see this little, and then there's one that goes kind of right back here. And it ties into almost the main road that goes into ACC, just south of the new building. Right there, we put in the lights. If you've been down Mel Mathis, you can see it. It's a pedestrian beacon where they push the button, the lights flash, and they come off the cross.
Perfect.
And so that was added to this project since the beginning.
All right, we have a motion to approve with the second. All in favor? Thank you so much, and thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. We move to the agenda. Item 1. Discuss traffic access management. So this is a discussion item only, no action. This is a result of deciding to go to the TxDOT access management policy And at the time, we talked about doing a traffic study. And so this is about discussing that. So, any questions?
In what capacity are we discussing it?
We are discussing, I guess at the time, we had talked about doing a traffic study, and I think the direction from council was to put out an RFQ. So, we really didn't say whether we wanted the city manager to act on that or whether we wanted the RFQ to come back to us.
And
So,
did we
I think-
see the RFQ? I didn't see
We
it.
haven't done it yet.
Well,
Okay,
we've done the RFQ.
Oh, we have.
the RFQ has been done?
Yeah, we'll let Mr. Cagle talk about that. That's okay.
Wayne had to go, so. Sorry, I tell staff all the time not to talk unless you're talking in the microphone, and I was doing it. I was checking up on some info we'd been gathering the past couple of days.
Okay.
So I'm sorry I missed the question.
The question was, I think the direction from council was to come up with an RFQ, not necessarily decide, or I guess the process wasn't really spelled out, whether we were going to pick somebody or you were going to pick somebody or what that was going to look like or whether we were going to do it now. Since then, we did decide to do the comprehensive plan update, which includes a traffic analysis and a new plan. So I personally would love to delay this till we get to the comprehensive plan and have this as part of it. I mean, it's $120,000.
Wow.
To me, that's, that should be part of the comprehensive plan. And, so I would like to blend it in with the comprehensive plan, if that makes any sense.
I understand that. I just want to make sure because I felt like there was a disconnect on what we are directing staff to do. So I just want Mr. Cagle, what was your interpretation of what we asked?
Well, it was very clear. We were directed to do an RFQ, bring back an engineer to do two things.
Okay.
A specialist in traffic engineering to do two things, and price them separately. One, to develop an access management plan. Now, of course, they haven't done it. We're hiring their firm that would do that.
Right.
And two, to pick one or two corridors to study in detail.
Okay.
And so the pricing was, I believe, $60,000 for that to create the access management plan, and $66,000 to study two corridors. So obviously, we'll bring that back. The council could reject it all, approve some combination of those two or three items.
I'm fine with delaying dealing with the basic access management, but looking at the corridors, included in that was Reagan, which I feel is a safety issue, and I don't believe is included in our CIP for any improvements over the next couple of years as we're adding more and more houses along it. I very much would like to see a safety study of Reagan done.
Is that something that would be done with a comprehensive plan, though? As part of the comprehensive plan? Wouldn't
No.
they look at major corridors?
No, that would be a transportation plan. So it's similar to the discussion with the Parks Master Plan. You do a comprehensive plan doesn't have a detailed Parks plan or a detailed transportation plan. And access management is only one phase of a transportation plan. So the comp plan's more of a very high-level document and sets out some broad policy goals. And then you have many, many, many other plans, whether it's police, fire, and as parks you saw, or transportation. So you won't, there's no way one consultant could do all of those things in one comprehensive plan.
Okay, when was the last time that we really had an extensive traffic management plan? I know we were presented with something. Transportation management. I know we were presented with some traffic, our street engineering a plan not too long ago. where we voted on some new avenues and the criteria for them for the cross sections and such. But I'm not sure that was really a traffic, and it included access management or anything. So when was the last time that was done?
I don't know that we've ever had it done from an outside consultant.
This was a heated topic when we discussed it.
Looking at, right. Right.
When was
So
that?
so if you couldn't hear, we haven't had an outside consultant ever do a transportation plan for us. Anything that's been done has been done in-house.
So why did we switch from the Austin access management plan to what we came up with without going outside and having somebody look at that?
Well,
Decision of council.
I mean,
Well, obviously, there was probably a staff recommendation.
well,
They gave us some options, I seem to remember.
I think to make it,
Can we review that and find out what was looked at then and just make sure that we're not kind of doing the same thing again?
Let me repeat the question. You're asking why we didn't go to an
Yeah.
outside instead of
Right.
having staff do it. I think at the time, we typically write ordinances. That's one of our common practices, and take them to you for approval.
I'm sorry,
So
I
is-
couldn't hear you.
I was saying it's common practice for us to prepare the ordinance in most cases. It's not very often that we go to a third-party firm. Our previous transportation plans, we haven't gone to another firm for that update. It's been something through staff.
Okay, and so, but there was huge changes to the access management deviating from TxDOT. And that was, where did those ideas come from?
well, we weren't using TxDOT. We were using the Austin Transportation Criteria
Austin
Manual.
Transportation.
And do we know, like, how many people, one of the things I asked for was a list of cities that use TxDOT and a list of cities that don't. Do we know the cities around us that use TxDOT?
We've been preparing that list
Okay.
and compiling it. I saw some drafts of it earlier today, but not the final product.
Okay.
And I think a lot of them defer to TxDOT in some cases, or the city of Austin. And there's good and bad, so.
Okay.
So, and I was talking to, I'm sorry,
Oh, no,
go
it's
ahead
okay.
if you wanted to say
I was
something.
just going to say, I think the previous version was a result of the last comprehensive plan.
Okay, and I was talking to Wayne a little bit earlier today, and we were discussing this. And he said mainly what TxDOT has seems to be adequate for our city. And I said, well, I'm also concerned about the flow of traffic, because we're looking at the future with a lot more people moving in. And I said, we've seen Cedar Park have to go in afterwards and put in the turn lanes to keep the traffic flowing correctly. My concern is that we do that now while we're working on the roadways and widening the roadways to make sure that they're adequate, I think, for this future population that's coming and is actually already here, because we see some of our roadways already getting pretty backed up. And I'm concerned about the access management also being a part of maybe helping in that. And, and so we discussed it, and he did mention something about, he thinks that there's enough flexibility right now with what staff is doing, and sometimes, I want your opinion on that, too.
The TxDOT
Yes.
one looks at the type of street it is and the speed of the street and gives you a spacing, just a driveway spacing. The City of Austin one looks at the type of street and kind of gives you a spacing. Just two different ways of looking at it. When we started looking at the access management plan, I was reviewing those SOQs and
I'm sorry, the what?
the statement of qualifications.
Thank you.
And I think that some of our previous ordinances, they're looking at driveway spacing. I liked that this proposal included kind of an overview of the corridor and actually looking at it holistically instead of in each individual driveway that comes in. But we do need something that speaks to the driveway
placement as well.
So would this study be helpful to you?
Having an access management study done, and maybe even looking at some of the corridors specifically.
I think this one went a little bit further than just driveway spacing.
So it would be helpful.
Okay.
What other issues do you see besides driveway spacing?
I mean, it could be the number of driveways besides the frequency.
Sounds a lot like what we did have, and we just spent a long time
think
going
what we
through
had-
getting rid of.
The previous one was back edge roads, and
But it was also, I mean, it's also based on entrances into a business. And, you know, it becomes a really fine line as to how many of those entrances are appropriate. And, you know, a business is going to want entrances in, and they don't want you to cut through the business next to them to do that. And our former policy did that. So I just want to make sure that anything that we talk about doesn't go down that same path again, you know?
But then again, even with TxDOT, there are standards as far as the speed of the vehicles going down the road and how far apart that the entrances can be. So there may be a time where there's going to not, this business isn't going to be allowed a cut because it's too close.
Well, there's
So
a
then there
fake.
would be-
Well, they have
So-
engineers that they pay a lot of money to
Yeah.
come up with good policies. And, you know, I would love for our policies to reflect good practices done by other cities, not just, you know, come up with goofy plans that came from who knows where.
Well, I would like
that
the professional
we're
traffic
totally
study.
different than everybody else, you know?
I think this is
Excuse
sounding
me.
really familiar and is how we got to this decision in the first place.
Right.
Well,
Mother,
to be
may I?
clear, the former policy was based on best practices that we looked at from other
Preventing
cities.
growth.
No,
They-
sir, I'm
no,
sorry.
no.
It was from other cities.
It was a combination of bits and pieces from other cities that created something new. It doesn't matter. Nobody likes that. We're all in agreement. My only concern, of course, the access management and being able to phase that, which is reasonable, and I think that we're already there. The second part of that was the ABC streets, which were part of the SMART code and only in the TOD area. And then around, 4 or 5 years ago, those policies got dropped into the activity, community, and neighborhood nodes.
And the access management that we have in place now with TxDOT, and I don't know if the one previous, did it speak, I don't think it spoke to ABC streets. That's a different.
It's
Yeah.
probably in a different location, but it seemed to happen at the same time, and it has to do with cars on roads and problems with backage roads. And so when, 3 months ago or 4 months ago when we went back to the TxDOT, I assumed that was going to take care of the ABC streets outside of the TOD, and we discovered that it didn't address that.
Right, because it wasn't part of it.
Right, is it in the subdivision? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I thought that was addressing that issue. All of that is going to need to be evaluated as we do an update to the transportation plan. So I know you said it's been done in-house. When was the last time transportation plan was updated?
It's 2017, and then we've had some minor revisions to the map itself, the thoroughfare plan. So we've added some tweaks to that, but the actual document where we developed cross-sections, that was in, I think, February of 2017.
Okay.
I remember that.
So, yeah, the idea or practice of pulling the SMART code out of the TOD in regards to ABC streets and putting them in the nodes throughout the entire city, that has really caused problems with
And I
commercial
don't
growth.
think the ABC streets are in the transportation plan.
And it's not part of access management.
It's not part of access management. ABC streets are related to sort of what happens behind the road. And the transportation plan is looking at the road. At least that's the way I defer to it.
So we can fix that without the transportation plan update. It's not related to
It's
the
not related.
transportation plan. Okay.
And a transportation plan update would probably come from the concept plan, comp plan.
Yes.
Follow that.
I think the issue is similar to the Davis House issue. We had lots of questions and lots of misconceptions, and then you heard from someone that was very experienced. Part of what we were going to do when we brought back this RFP, as Kimberly Horn was going, that was the recommendation we were going to make, was going to give you a presentation on access management, what it is, what they do, and a back and forth with the council to get some direction. So.
I still feel like that's what we need to do. Because we can armchair quarterback from up here all day long, but until we get somebody that does this professionally, I think we're all taking our best guess.
Well, I think that's what we tried to do several meetings ago when we asked staff to bring it back, and staff went out and did that, and it's been put off on the agenda for some reason. And
I understood that council was going basically get to look at the RFQ and whoever responded. We've never seen what the RFQ is because, or RFP, whichever one it is, because I know Kent just mentioned the two things that we were trying to solve, the access management plan. I have never heard that we were going to just pick 2 corridors to study. Some of the conversations that I've had with y'all have been Crystal Falls is not an arterial from one end to the other just based on the description that an arterial can't end in a neighborhood. And then some hot spots of where we've had some serious accidents and citizen complaints.
And I think the proposals that we were looking at, there was the development of the access management plan that would happen over time and be brought to council at various stages, with the first one coming with Kimberly Horn. The 2 corridors, I think that was something that was just to take it, and we wanted to make sure we knew how to use it and that it was working, and so it would apply to a corridor and understand what its impacts are before adopting. That was
Similar to what we did at the riparian corridor. We asked what you.
So, so we can get a presentation by them. We can put it on the next agenda. And just, is there any way to reach out to, well, first of all, I'm going to look forward to getting the report that shows how many cities are using TxDOT because, in my opinion, we've been at a distinct disadvantage compared with other cities. It's, we remember, in case we forgot, how many developers, commercial developers, stacked this chamber and told us how bad this policy was. So, that's the reason that brought us to this place. Let's not repeat that. That's all I ask, So, if it's about safety and studying corridors, awesome. It's our responsibility to do that. To come up with an access management policy that's hostile to growth, that's what brought us here. So I'm telling you, I will get up and stand on this desk if that's what we end up doing. So,
I'm sorry, I had a question. Did we only have one response to the RFQ?
No.
There were 2.
Okay.
Joy handed
can
that
we
one
know
for
the?
us. I don't have that file on me.
No, there were 2.
There were 2.
Yes.
The second respondent's name escapes me.
Oh, it does me too. I don't.
The instruction I thought we received was clear to move ahead with the RFQ, so forgive me if I
We were instructed to
that
do the
was
RFQ
the
and bring back
instruction, yes.
and
And,
bring back an engineering firm.
The language was written with the support of the TxDOT head of procurement. We had his direct support. It was fantastic. We had 7 firms at the pre-bid meeting, 2 responses, if that's helpful.
So what do we need?
And one was chosen because, what were the factors of?
There were numerous factors.
Well, that would, if it was on the agenda, that would been in the packet, just like the bids we had tonight with
bring it
the different
forward.
factors.
We can bring it.
So we'll get that,
Okay.
as well as the comparison.
For what other cities are doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I know Wayne's working on that. He just had that.
Okay.
Thank
Could
you.
we have that
So,
next meeting possibly?
Put on the
It's up
agenda
to
for
them.
next meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Does that give you all enough time?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's ready to go now.
It's been ready.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
All right, at this time, we're going to move to 23, convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551087 Texas Local Government Code to discuss or deliberate to propose economic development incentives for a business prospect that the governmental body seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the territory of the governmental body and with which the governmental body is conducting economic development negotiations, and B, Section 551071 Texas Government Code and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct to consult with legal counsel regarding employment matters. The time is 11:11. We are now, oh, I'm sorry, 12:11. Wow. We're in executive session. The time is, excuse me, I've lost my voice. The time is 12:48, and the City Council is back from its reconvene back into open session, where we will take action as determined appropriate in the City Council's discretion regarding A, Section 551087 Texas Local Government Code to discuss or deliberate to propose economic development incentives for a business prospect that the governmental body seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the territory of the governmental body and with which the governmental body is conducting economic development negotiations. Pro Tem, do we have a motion on A?
On A, yes, we do. Okay. This one's the Butler? Okay. I would like to motion to amend the city's 380 agreement with Braun and Butler Construction to allow them to apply any remaining funds from the approved $65,000 forgivable loan not used for roadway adequacy expenses to address other city fees and our tap charges.
A second.
All right, we have a first and second. All in favor? And then the second proposed.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to direct city staff to apply additional city funds to complete the wastewater extension project associated with the Liberty Civil Construction 380 agreement.
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and second. All in favor? All right, and then we move to Section B, Section 551071, Texas Government Code, and Section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct to consult with legal counsel regarding employment matters. Do we have a motion?
No action.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, we move to Councilmember closing statements.
Good morning, everyone. Good heavens. TGIF, get some rest.
Yeah, I feel kind of like that gentleman that showed earlier today. I can't think anymore. Good night, everybody.
Be safe and enjoy some nice weather for a change.
Be safe around South by Southwest if you're braving that.
I'm good.
I think this is officially our latest meeting. Thank you all, everybody who had to stick with us and go home, hug your families, and get some sleep.
I just want to congratulate Lieutenant Fletcher on your promotion. And tell you, it's the only time I got applause tonight, so
Assistant
I'm
Chief.
glad I could do this. But we appreciate your hard work and everything you do for the city.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have one more thing. I was, Saturday is Kent's birthday, so I just wanted to wish him a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We'll all show up with cake.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So be it.
All right, thank you. The time is 12:52.